Unmarried young father, doting on his 3 daughters. Unmarried young man Xiao Qiang, who had been sleeping for 40 years, woke up again and unexpectedly had 3 powerful daughters. He became the ultimate spoiler. The cold CEO, the singing and filming duo, the strongest mercenary, the underground boss, the peerless doctor, each of them is daddy's little monster. Chapter 1, I'm Not Your Dad. Waking up in the cryogenic chamber, Xiao Qiang suddenly finds himself a father. Xiao Qiang was stunned. A plant name popped into his mind. Damn. The woman in front of him was elegant and imposing, her demeanor sharp. She looked a few years older than him and gazed at him with a soft expression, calling him Dad. Xiao Qiang's hands trembled uncontrollably. He was a virgin. How could he possibly have such a grown-up daughter? What else with these people today? Are they just trying to take advantage of everything? Perhaps Xiao Qiang's reaction was too shocking, as the woman's expression immediately turned serious. With a snap of her fingers, a few people in white coats walked in. What's wrong with my dad? She asked. Ms. Zhang, all of the tests show normal results for the gentleman, replied one of the doctors. Zhang Wuyan furrowed her brows and looked at Xiao Qiang with concern. Do another round of tests. I want to be absolutely sure. Yes, they answered, helping Xiao Qiang out of the cryogenic chamber for a series of tests. Xiao Qiang was filled with confusion. He tried to resist a little, but his body felt completely powerless. Dad, what do you want to say? Zhang Wuyan leaned down a bit closer. Xiao Qiang felt nervous and his words came out in fragments. Be beautiful lady, are you sure you have the right person? You look a few years older than me, so how could you call me dad? I don't even have a girlfriend, how could I have such a beautiful daughter? He didn't finish his sentence, but Zhang Wuyan understood. She sat beside him and took his hand. Her voice was so soft it could melt the heart. Dad, I am your daughter, Zhang Wuyan. You can call me Yang Yang. She gave him a captivating smile. Xiao Qiang's face turned a little red. He pulled his hand back and forced a smile. Lady, I know I might be a little handsome, but you can't lower yourself by calling me your dad. Zhang Wuyan's eyes remained gentle. Dad, 40 years ago, you participated in Zhang Corporation's premium sperm donation project. I am one of those embryos, conceived through assisted reproductive technology. Xiao Qiang was dumbfounded. Wait. 40 years? He was so shocked that he pointed to the cryogenic chamber not far away. I've been asleep for 40 years. Zhang Wuyan nodded with a smile. Yes, Dad. Technically, you were supposed to sleep for 50 years, but you woke up early. 40 years ago, Zhang Corporation launched a premium sperm donation program for fertility research. Xiao Qiang had just finished high school and received his college admission notice. He had also participated in the program to earn money for his aunt's medical treatment. His parents had divorced when he was young and remarried. Neither side cared for him. It was his aunt who raised him, and when she fell seriously ill, Xiao Qiang had tried to ask both of his parents for help, but neither was willing to provide the money. He had to take multiple jobs, but still couldn't he make enough to cover the costs. The day Xiao Qiang received the notice from Zhang Corporation, he breathed a sigh of relief. His sperm was of the highest quality, and the money he earned could be used for his aunt's treatment. However, this also meant he would no longer belong to himself. When the program was launched, participants were required to stay in a cryogenic chamber to preserve the best possible sperm. The program had strict health requirements. If there was any rejection during the cryogenic sleep, the consequences could be severe. Zhang Corporation made every qualified participant sign a waiver, voluntarily giving up their life in exchange for compensation. His aunt was the most important person in his life, and she needed the surgery quickly. To help her, Xiao Qiang signed his name, participating in the program. Many of the participants developed health problems during their sleep and tragically passed away. Xiao Qiang was the only one to wake up, and his health metrics were perfect. After hearing all of this, Xiao Qiang's face turned pale. He looked at his hands, feeling as if it wasn't real. I'm still alive. Zhang Wuyan saw his gloomy expression and couldn't help but lean in to hug him. Dad, don't worry. I will always be with you. In her soft embrace, Xiao Qiang felt awkward. He wanted to push her away, but didn't he know how? Suddenly, he thought of his aunt. His eyes became slightly moist. Can I leave the chamber now? Zhang Wuyan released him. Of course. Xiao Qiang nodded and said, "Thank you." "Dad, there's no need to thank me," Zhang Wuyan smiled brightly. "Is there anything you want to do? I can help you achieve it." "Anything I want to do?" Xiao Qiang was puzzled, but soon his gaze cleared. "I had a college admission notice, but I never got to attend. If I have the chance, I want to go to college." "Of course, Dad. If you want to integrate into society, going to college is a good option. I've heard that there are lots of sports in college, like basketball and soccer." Xiao Qiang asked, excited. "Yes, there are even more fun activities now. College is not like it used to be. Can I keep up with this era?" Zhang Wuyan smiled at his doubts. "Dad, do you know why you were able to wake up and survive? Because your body is extraordinary. You'll realize that you're a genius, a true genius. There's nothing you can't learn. You don't need to worry about not keeping up with this era." "Really?" Xiao Qiang was delighted. "Really?" Zhang Wuyan confirmed. Xiao Qiang looked out at the unfamiliar scenery. "Let us put that aside for now. I want to see my aunt first." "Okay." Zhang Wuyan agreed, but it wasn't until 2 weeks later that they finally left the experimental chamber. When Xiao Qiang stepped out of the building, his emotions were complex. The towering skyscrapers, the busy streets, and the dazzling lights were all so unfamiliar. The cushion beneath him was something he had never experienced. Inside the luxurious car, everything he could possibly need was at hand. Zhang Wuyan handed him a glass of whiskey. Xiao Qiang took it, but as soon as he sipped it, he coughed from the burn. "Sorry, Dad," Zhang Wuyan quickly patted his back. Xiao Qiang waved his hand. "It was nothing." But after 40 years of sleep, everything was so strange. He had never imagined that he would have such a beautiful daughter, and that she would be such an important person. "Miss Zhang, I want to visit the little alley," Xiao Qiang said. The scenery outside the window had no resemblance to the memories in his mind. He was curious but also a little sad. He wondered if his aunt was still around. Zhang Wuyan noticed the sadness in his eyes. "Dad, I'll go with you. I've already bought the land there." Xiao Qiang froze. "Bought it?" "Yes. I figured when you woke up, you'd want to go back, so I bought the property," Zhang Wuyan said casually. Xiao Qiang stared at her beautiful face, opening his mouth but not saying a word. The little alley his aunt's family of 4 had lived there. When his aunt brought him home, his uncle was displeased, but his aunt had insisted on keeping him. 5 people lived in a small 30-40 square meter room. That was Xiao Qiang's favorite home. The alley was well preserved, although the old facilities had been updated. Xiao Qiang noticed that there were now security guards at the entrance. His aunt's home was on the 6th floor, in an old loft with no elevator. Xiao Qiang climbed the stairs with ease. Standing in front of the familiar door, Xiao Qiang's heart began to race, nervous again. The door to 602 was slightly chipped, revealing green paint with a red background. He stood tall, his eyes firm, and knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Who's there?" A strange voice came from inside. Chapter 2, I will spend more time with you. Xiao Qiang swallowed nervously as he waited for the door to open, only to be greeted by a stranger's face. The man, possibly just waking up, had messy hair and a confused look as he scanned Xiao Qiang from head to toe. "Can I help you?" Xiao Qiang stood on tiptoe to peek inside, but the man blocked the way, growing impatient. "What do you want?" "I'm looking for Shulin." "She's my aunt," Xiao Qiang explained, his palms sweaty with nervousness. The man nonchalantly grabbed his neck and said, "I don't know her. I bought this house 10 years ago from a platform. The previous owner wasn't named Shu. If you want, I can give you the platform's phone number, and you can check it out yourself." Xiao Qiang's face turned awkward as he took a step back. No, it's fine. I must have gotten the wrong place. Sorry for wasting your time." Millimeter. The man expressionlessly slammed the door shut. The sound was so loud it shook Xiao Qiang's heart. This door was so familiar that even with his eyes closed, he could still feel the traces it once held. But his aunt was nowhere to be found. Is she still alive? With a lost look, Xiao Qiang went downstairs and accidentally bumped into someone. The person let out an ouch before Xiao Qiang snapped out of it and turned around. The familiar face made him shout excitedly, "Little Jew!" The older man steadied himself and gave Xiao Qiang an unfriendly glare. Young people these days, no manners. Don't you know to apologize when you bump into someone? Xiao Qiang grabbed his shoulders and shook him gently. Little Jew, it's me, Xiao Qiang, your loyal brother. The old man adjusted his reading glasses and squinted to take a closer look. This young man seems familiar? Xiao Qiang. The old man muttered, stepping closer and suddenly smiling. He shook his head at Xiao Qiang. You really look like Xiao Qiang, but you're too young. My brother, if he were still alive, would be about my age. If he had a son, he'd be about your age now. Unfortunately, he is gone, the old man said with a hint of regret. Xiao Qiang looked at his pale, slender hands and suddenly realized he was no longer the familiar person they remembered. No one believes he's still alive. After all, the sleep program had only a 1 in a million chance of survival. Xiao Qiang swallowed the lump in his throat and nodded. Sorry, old man. I bumped into you. I'm a relative of Xiao Qiang. I came to see if I could help find his aunt. Do you know where they moved? They all died early. Xiao Qiang joined that program, and not long after, his aunt passed away. The old man shook his head. Does Xiao Qiang have any other relatives, like cousins or siblings? They are gone too. Xiao Qiang's aunt had a genetic illness, and none of them lived long, the old man said with regret. Xiao Qiang's heart clenched with pain. His aunt and cousins had been so good to him, and now they were all gone. However, I heard Xiao Qiang's cousin might have had a daughter. Judging by her age, she should be about 17 or 18 now. It's a pity, though she'll still have the genetic illness. Xiao Qiang's eyes lit up. His cousin had a child. Is it possible to find her? He asked eagerly. I don't know. They moved away a long time ago. I heard it from someone else. For a moment, Xiao Qiang lost his focus. No, I must find her, he muttered. If he couldn't save his aunt back then, or his cousins, he had to find his niece and cure her, so she wouldn't suffer the same fate. Xiao Qiang's desolate expression moved the old man slightly. Young man, don't be sad. Everyone goes through life and death. Xiao Qiang suppressed his pain and forced a smile. Thank you, and please take care of yourself. The old man stared at Xiao Qiang's familiar face, momentarily stunned. It was until Xiao Qiang's figure disappeared down the stairs that he snapped back to reality, and a tear fell from his eye. He muttered something before continuing up the stairs. Xiao Qiang stood against the wall downstairs, unable to contain his emotions any longer. He cried out loud, releasing all the suffocating pain in his chest. His body slowly slid down. Slim, pale hands reached out and pulled him into an embrace. Zhang Wuyan held Xiao Qiang in her arms. Aunt S gone, and I have no family left. Xiao Qiang sobbed, his tears soaking Zhang Wuyan's shoulder. Zhang Wuyan gently patted his back, her voice soft and soothing. You still have me, Dad. I'll be with you forever. Hearing those words, Xiao Qiang's mood lightened a little. He blushed and quickly pulled away from her embrace. Sorry, I got your clothes wet. Don't call me that, Dad, Zhang Wuyan said, her tone slightly displeased. Xiao Qiang wasn't yet used to her calling him that and nodded quietly. Zhang Wuyan noticed his still somber mood and suggested, Dad, it's getting cold. Let me take you to buy a few outfits. They arrived at a high-end custom clothing store, and Xiao Qiang stood at the grand entrance, jaw-dropping. The two golden lions flanking the door seemed majestic, and when the revolving door opened, he was greeted by portraits of celebrities on the walls. The front desk had a column-shaped musical fountain, and a performance stage was to the left. Music gently played in the background. Is this really where they sell clothes? Xiao Qiang thought in disbelief. It was just like the luxurious mansions he used to see on black and white televisions. He was stunned. As Zhang Wuyan led him through the revolving door, he almost missed the exit and had to turn back around. President Zhang. What a surprise to see you here. A man with a small mustache and excited expression came down from the stairs, greeting Zhang Wuyan warmly. He made exaggerated gestures, bowing and nodding. I've invited President Zhang so many times before, but she always declined. I'm so happy to see her today. Zhang Wuyan responded coldly, which models are good this year? She casually handed the sample book the manager had brought over to Xiao Qiang to let him choose. Old Gao, the store manager, had long noticed Zhang Wuyan's special treatment toward Xiao Qiang. He quickly stood in front of Xiao Qiang, smiling. "Are you Mr. Zhang S?" Zhang Wuyan blocked his view, frowning slightly. "This is the most important person to me. Measure his size for him." Old Gao nodded knowingly. Xiao Qiang overheard this and sensed some misunderstanding in the tone. It seemed the manager had misunderstood the relationship between him and Zhang Wuyan. He wanted to explain but didn't he know how to, especially since no one would believe that this President Zhang was actually his daughter. Zhang Wuyan appeared completely unconcerned. Xiao Qiang thought for a moment and decided not to clarify. "Which ones do you like?" Zhang Wuyan asked as she noticed Xiao Qiang hadn't made a decision yet. Xiao Qiang flipped through the options, noting that the designs were good, but the prices were way too high, starting in the 6-digit range. He frowned and quietly said, "Miss Zhang, these are too expensive. Why don't we go to the market stalls instead? They are cheaper, and the quality is just as good." Zhang Wuyan smiled indulgently at him. Old Gao, standing next to them, was shocked and instinctively covered his mouth. This person, how dare he compare market stall goods to high-end custom clothes? If it weren't for Zhang Wuyan, he'd probably have kicked Xiao Qiang out by now. Realizing the attention around him, Xiao Qiang suddenly realized he might have said something wrong. "Oh, I haven't found anything I like yet. How about we come back another day?" He quickly put the sample book down, trying to make an excuse to leave. Zhang Wuyan handed the book back to old Gao. "Please make a custom set for him from all the designs in this book." Old Gao nodded, pleased, and instructed someone to measure Xiao Qiang's size. Soon, Xiao Qiang was led away to be measured. Zhang Wuyan reassured him, "Go ahead. I'll wait here for you." Inside, Xiao Qiang noticed everyone had small, brick-sized screens with each measurement recorded. He was puzzled and curious. Was this some kind of TV? Why was it so small? He also noticed that the communication devices people were using were diverse, some even foldable. Xiao Qiang's interest in the modern world deepened. If Zhang Wuyan really was his daughter, had the other sperm donors produced offspring as well? Who could they be? Lost in thought, Xiao Qiang turned and met the gaze of a man dressed in gold and silver, wearing a blue suit with the top buttons undone, exposing his fair chest. He raised his chin arrogantly towards Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang quickly averted his eyes, but the man froze for a moment, then pushed aside the person measuring him and strode towards Xiao Qiang. Chapter 3, Did a Donkey Kick Your Brain? The man's name was Chen Song, a small businessman who liked to revolve around rich women. He was here to pick up a custom-made suit and, on the side, hoped to swipe the credit card of one of his wealthy patrons to make another set. Chen Song walked up, stretched his neck, and sniffed at Xiao Qiang, then wrinkled his nose and covered it with his hand, disdainfully saying, "What's that smell?" Xiao Qiang had just woken up from a long slumber. He was wearing clothes that were 40 years old, a faded shirt, worn-out pants, and disposable slippers. He had black framed glasses on, and anyone who saw him would assume he was a country bumpkin, easy to bully. "There's no smell," Xiao Qiang replied, his nose twitching in confusion. Chen Song was taken aback for a moment and then grew angrier. He pointed at Xiao Qiang and said, "Can't you smell the stench on you? This is such a high-class place, why are all sorts of riff-raff allowed in? Get out." Xiao Qiang understood now this person was targeting him. The disdain in Chen Song's eyes, and the sarcasm in his tone, irritated Xiao Qiang. This place was one that Zhang Wuyan had brought him to, and he couldn't afford to cause trouble here. So he suppressed his frustration and coldly said, "I walked in openly. Why should I leave?" Chen Song sneered, suddenly pulling out a few bills and throwing them at Xiao Qiang's feet. His tone was arrogant as he said, "Now can you leave?" Xiao Qiang was furious. Was this person's IQ 0? Couldn't he understand a word? He kicked the money back to Chen Song's feet. "Did you eat crap for lunch? Your mouth is full of nonsense. Don't think just because you have some dirty money, you're all that. This place is not where you can act like this. You're just a beggar. Look at how shabby you are and still pretend. I'm giving you money because I look down on you. Don't get cocky. I've met plenty of college students like you, no money but still trying to act rich. By the way, you're not bad looking, maybe some rich women will want to keep you." Chen Song shoved his hands in his pockets, stepped on the money, and looked at Xiao Qiang with contempt. Xiao Qiang had seen pretentious people before, but never someone as shameless as this. He didn't expect that a casual glance earlier would provoke such an unreasonable attack from Chen Song. His anger flared in his eyes. He decided not to let Chen Song off lightly and coldly said, "You've probably been kept by some rich woman, huh? So experienced. You're all show with nothing inside. I was brought in by someone. If you keep barking like a dog, I won't hold back." "Oh, you won't hold back?" Chen Song said sarcastically, suddenly leaning in and slamming his hand onto the table. "Let me see how you won't hold back. You can just talk, what can you do to me? You're just a kept man, aren't you? Oh, I see. You didn't like how little I gave you, right?" He pulled out his wallet, ready to throw more money, only to be interrupted by Xiao Qiang. "You're the one being kept. If you keep running your mouth, you should go to a hospital. What's the point of throwing a tantrum here? If you don't have dignity, you're as good as dead. You think you're great, but your brain must be been kicked by a donkey, right? How dumb can you be? You look like a well-behaved young man, but your heart is filthy. You're a disgrace, pretending to be cultured." Chen Song's face turned red with anger. He never expected Xiao Qiang would dare to curse at him. Enraged, he raised his fist, intending to teach Xiao Qiang a lesson. But Xiao Qiang stopped him halfway, his sharp gaze locking onto Chen Song. "What? Can't take a verbal beating, so you want to hit me?" Chen Song moved, but his fist was caught firmly by Xiao Qiang, who didn't let it budge. Frustrated, he raised his other hand, only for it to be stopped as well. Furious, he yelled, "Let go of me. I gave you money because I looked down on you. It's a miracle I didn't have you thrown out." The commotion quickly attracted attention from other guests and staff, who began whispering and muttering. Their narrow-minded stares made Xiao Qiang's ears burn. He had just woken up and planned to visit his aunt, but instead, she was gone, and he was dragged to this fancy place, only to encounter a mad dog like Chen Song. His mood soured, but he couldn't just stand there and let himself be humiliated. Xiao Qiang looked directly at the man and didn't release his grip. "Apologize to me. You were the one who spoke first. I'll MP you." Chen Song, proud and enraged, snapped. "The only thing you can do is talk. What can you do to me? You were brought in by someone, so you're being kept, right? Oh, you're just angry that the money I gave you wasn't enough?" He made to reach into his wallet again, but was suddenly stopped by Xiao Qiang. Before he could even react, Chen Song's foot was crushed under a heel, emitting a painful scream. "Who the hell stepped on me?" Zhang Wuyan appeared at Xiao Qiang's side. Her high heel ground into Chen Song's toes, then she swiftly twisted his arm, snapping it with a sharp crack. "Ar! Ar!" Chen Song screamed as his arms were dislocated, his toes agonizing with pain. Xiao Qiang frowned, even he could feel the pain from the sounds. He was about to tell her to let go of the man's foot, but unexpectedly, Zhang Wuyan turned to him with concern. "Dad, are you all right? Did he hurt you?" Her tone carried a hint of apology. "I'm sorry, I should be coming with you. If I had, you wouldn't have run into this kind of person." Xiao Qiang looked at Zhang Wuyan. Apart from his aunt, no one had cared for him this much. Zhang Wuyan turned him around to check if he was hurt, and after confirming he was fine, she sighed in relief. The anger in his heart gradually subsided. After waking up from 40 years of sleep, everything had changed. Coming here to buy clothes, only to be mocked by someone, it was impossible not to feel upset. But he didn't want Zhang Wuyan to worry, so he hid his true emotions. But Chen Song, having learned nothing, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Who the hell are you? How dare you lay your hands on me? Don't want to live anymore? Manager Gao. Manager Gao. I've been attacked, where the hell are you? And you guys, stop staring, call the cops." Hearing the report from his subordinates, Manager Gao quickly rushed over, his face drenched in cold sweat. "Sorry, Miss Jean, I'm so sorry for the trouble. I'll handle it right away." The place only catered to the wealthy elite, with rare exceptions for people like Chen Song, who had business cards and came to collect clothes. Manager Gao had become familiar with him over time, even though Chen Song was notorious in the wealthy circles for being insufferable. He never expected Chen Song to challenge someone brought in by Zhang Wuyan. When manager Gao saw Zhang Wuyan's authoritative demeanor, he immediately realized the situation was far from simple. Chen Song froze. He had assumed manager Gao would be on his side, but when he saw how manager Gao was practically bowing to Zhang Wuyan, he began to sense something was wrong. His arrogance deflated, and he began to back away, hoping that Zhang Wuyan wouldn't notice him. Zhang Wuyan showed no mercy. She stared at him coldly and said, "Your legs seem pretty quick. Planning to escape?" Chen Song was defiant, his arms drooping uselessly at his sides. "You're abusing your power. I'll call the cops. The police will definitely arrest you." Zhang Wuyan's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Is that so? I look forward to it." She regarded him as if he were nothing more than a dead thing. She turned to manager Gao and flicked her finger. "I want him gone from all high-end establishments, permanently. Also, check into who he's connected with." Manager Gao bent even lower. "Rest assured, Miss Zhang. And he seems to have a habit of talking to the police. Make arrangements for that too," she added. Manager Gao, shivering, nodded eagerly. "Got it, I'll handle it properly." Xiao Qiang never expected Zhang Wuyan to be so decisive. "Do you think the police will want to take my statement?" Zhang Wuyan linked her arm with his, a soft smile playing on her lips. "Don't worry, they won tea." Xiao Qiang let out a breath of relief. "I need some fresh air." Zhang Wuyan nodded, her eyes warm. "All right, I'll go with you for some air, and then take you home." Xiao Qiang didn't expect her to agree so readily. He was taken aback, then made a request. "I'd like to have a bowl of beef noodles first." Zhang Wuyan's eyes flickered with amusement, a smile spreading across her face. "Of course." As they left, Chen Song watched their retreating figures. The more he looked, the more he felt something was familiar. He recalled manager Gao's attitude and the way he had addressed the woman earlier. His throat tightened. Zhang Wuyan. How many Zhang Wuyans were there in the city? Only one. The ruthless woman who had acquired the Meng, Chen, and Lin families overnight. How did he miss it earlier? Chen Song's pupils constricted. He muttered to himself, tears and snot flowing, "I'm finished. I've offended Zhang Wuyan." Chapter 4. No one dares to hurt you. The two got in the car, and Zhang Wuyan prepared to take him home. Xiao Qiang sat opposite her, his face was a little serious, and I don't know what he was thinking. Zhang Wuyan was observing Xiao Qiang, and saw that he was in a bad mood since he got in the car. Her eyes deepened a little. Over the years, except for going to the hibernation cabin to see Xiao Qiang, she rarely dealt with other men. She was devoted to her career and had a cold and ruthless temperament, so she had no experience in coaxing people. Especially her father, although he was actually very old, looked like a teenager, and his ignorant appearance made her unsure whether he was angry because of her negligence just now. "That. Are you angry, Dad?" The two spoke at the same time. Xiao Qiang was stunned, and then shook his head. No, I'm just sorry, I acted impulsively just now and made you embarrassed." The man's excessive arrogance just now must have a strong backstage support. He just woke up and caused such a big conflict. What if he becomes a stumbling block for his daughter? The more Xiao Qiang thought about it, the more he felt that he was really impulsive just now. But he couldn't bear it. Zhang Wuyan smiled when she heard it. "Dad, why do you want to apologize? You didn't do anything wrong, and you won't make it difficult for me. You are my father, there is no need to be so reserved, and I am your daughter. If the sky falls, I will help you carry it." "What's all this?" Xiao Qiang didn't respond immediately. To be honest, until now, he is still not used to being a father. After waking up after 40 years of dormancy, everything has changed. It seems that he has been abandoned by the whole world. Only Zhang Wuyan is by his side, giving him the sense of security he wants. And Zhang Wuyan didn't even ask the reason just now, and chose to believe him directly. This touched Xiao Qiang's heart. And this kind of touching, he has only felt it on his aunt. Zhang Wuyan is extremely beautiful, the kind of beauty that makes people feel thrilling at first sight, and people dare not look directly at it. Xiao Qiang looked up for a moment, then looked away. He looked out the window and couldn't help explaining, "Miss Zhang, you should have said something to me. You brought me to such a high-end place, but I acted impulsively." Changing the subject, he continued in a steady tone, "But I only admit my impulse, not my fault. It was that man who provoked me first, and the young man was foul-mouthed, and I couldn't stand it. After saying that, he glanced at Zhang Wuyan and found that the smile on the corner of his mouth was still hanging. What does this mean? Zhang Wuyan got up, sat next to him, and looked at Xiao Qiang with a smile in her eyes. Dad, I said, you are right, your impulse is still young. If he dares to hurt you, I will take away half of his life. Then she told Xiao Qiang how she felt when she saw him for the first time. The boy lay quietly in the hibernation cabin, with a gentle look between his eyebrows. Zhang Wuyan gently stroked through the glass, hoping to see her father alive one day. For this, Zhang Wuyan spent a lot of energy and money in the experimental base, just hoping that Xiao Qiang could wake up early. She missed her father too much. After hearing this, Xiao Qiang's eyes were slightly hot. He didn't expect that someone would do this for him. Although the woman in front of him was older than him, she was his daughter. This novel feeling made Xiao Qiang face his heart for the first time. Being a father seems to be good. Dad, I told you not to call me Miss Zhang. You can call me Wuyan or Yang Yang. Zhang Wuyan was a little dissatisfied with this. Yang Yang? This name. Xiao Qiang couldn't say it. He looked at Zhang Wuyan's passionate eyes and finally nodded, okay. Zhang Wuyan curled her lips and sat up straight with satisfaction. By the way, Wuyan, will the man really go to the police station just now? Xiao Qiang thought that it was just a few words between the two of them, and it wouldn't go to the police station, right? Although that person was annoying. Zhang Wuyan snorted coldly, I offended you, but it's not a big deal that he didn't break his hands and feet. Xiao Qiang was stunned. We just had a few quarrels, there's no need to make it so serious. What if he attacks you? You're a girl, you can't be disfigured. For the first time, Zhang Wuyan looked stunned. It turned out that her father was worried about her. This feeling was strange and new, which made her feel very comfortable. Dad, relax, no one dares to retaliate against me. Zhang Wuyan took out a notebook from behind and asked Xiao Qiang, by the way, what else does Dad want to eat? You can order it here. Xiao Qiang was a little excited. He stretched out a finger and clicked the screen. He was surprised to find that the page had changed. Many pictures of dishes popped up, all of which were things that were familiar but dared not to order. After hesitating for a long time, he refused. Forget it, I'll just have a bowl of beef noodles. Zhang Wuyan ordered all the dishes that Xiao Qiang had seen, and said to him, Dad, you don't have to be restrained in front of me. You can enjoy whatever you want and whatever you want to do. I will always be your backer and will only support you. Xiao Qiang was shocked and stared at Zhang Wuyan for a long time before nodding, okay. A few minutes later, they arrived at the villa. As soon as they got off the car, Xiao Qiang was shocked. Looking up, the 5-story villa was in sight, standing tall. The first 10 minutes he drove were the courtyard outside, with fragrant flowers and trees growing everywhere, like a small forest. The door opened, and there were more than a dozen servants standing in 2 rows on the left and right. They bent down in unison and said, Welcome Miss Wuyan home. There was a crystal chandelier several meters high hanging in the hall, and each pearl was polished and dazzling. On the left and right sides were rotating European-style staircases, and below was a helicopter elevator that could go directly to the 5th floor. Zhang Wuyan saw Xiao Qiang still standing outside the door stupidly, took a step forward, and pulled him in. As soon as he came in, the soft touch of his feet made Xiao Qiang even more shocked. The whole house was covered with luxurious cushions, making people feel like they were in the clouds. Rich man. His daughter is a wealthy person. He never thought that he, Xiao Qiang, would one day benefit from his daughter's fame and live in such a luxurious villa. Miss Wuyan, welcome back. While he was still watching in shock, an old man dressed as a housekeeper came out of another door. Zhang Wuyan introduced Xiao Qiang, this is Uncle Zhu, the supervisor here. You can find him if you need anything. Xiao Qiang came back to his senses and looked at Uncle Zhu with silver hair. He felt a little touched. If he hadn't been in hibernation, he should be about the same age as this old man, right? It seems not good to address him presumptuously, but it is not appropriate to address him as the same age. Xiao Qiang was a little embarrassed about how to call him. Uncle Zhu was also observing him. He had watched Miss Wuyan grow up since he was a child, but this was the first time he saw Miss Wuyan bring a man home. This man must have a special relationship with Miss Wuyan. As he thought about it, he unconsciously showed a trace of loving smile. Xiao Qiang said awkwardly, Hello, my name is Xiao Qiang. Chapter 5. Our relationship is not ordinary. Uncle Ju's eyes lit up instantly, and he stepped forward and held his hand. Okay, this name is good, Xiao Qiang. It was very stable at first glance. This man is also good looking. If Miss Wu Yan really gets together with him, it will be a great joy. Both of them are so good looking, maybe the children they will have in the future will also be handsome boys and beautiful girls. Uncle Ju was really more and more satisfied, and patted the back of Xiao Qiang's hand a few times. Xiao Qiang was a little confused by this enthusiasm. He glanced at Zhang Wuyan, but found that Zhang Wuyan had already walked aside to answer the phone. Uncle Ju took him to the dining room. The 8-meter-long dining table was piled with different dishes, and a bowl of fragrant beef noodles was placed on the first seat. The big lump of beef was piled up. You must be hungry, sit down and eat. Uncle Ju pulled him to sit down. Then he stood aside, staring at Xiao Qiang with a smile in his eyes. Xiao Qiang didn't know how to eat with his chopsticks. Was Uncle Ju too enthusiastic? Uncle Ju saw that he was reserved, and urged him again, eat, don't just sit there and eat. I'll wait for Wu Yan to join us. Xiao Qiang put down his chopsticks. Uncle Ju was even more satisfied. This child has good appearance and good family education, and he also calls the young lady Wu Yan. It seems that the relationship between the two should be unusual. Our young lady Wu Yan is brave and resourceful. Although she looks a little older than you, she is a woman who is 3 years older than you. If you think she is good, you can try to get a marriage certificate first. Huh? What a mess. Why did they talk about getting a marriage certificate? Xiao Qiang finally understood that Uncle Ju misunderstood his relationship with Zhang Wuyan. No, not really. He shook his head, almost saying the word biological daughter out of fear. He was afraid of scaring Uncle Ju. This matter was so weird, who would believe it? Uncle Ju frowned, thinking that he had reservations, and wanted to persuade him. Do your parents disagree? That's fine, I'll do their work in this regard. As long as you and Miss Wu Yan can be happy, I'll be satisfied. No, I actually have no relatives. Wu Yan brought me back just out of sympathy. When I find a job, I will move out. Xiao Qiang said with a gloomy look. Uncle Ju felt a little regretful, but still didn't want to give up. It was rare to see a lady bring a man home, so he had to stay. No need to move out, I think it's good for you to live together, and it can also enhance your relationship. Xiao Qiang didn't expect Uncle Ju to be so persistent. My relationship with Wu Yan is more complicated than you think, you. He paused, struggling in his heart, thinking about how to organize his words to tell Uncle Ju that Zhang Wu Yan was actually his biological daughter. Before he could think it through, Zhang Wu Yan appeared and blocked Uncle Ju's mouth. Uncle Ju, he is my father. Uncle Ju was shocked, his body even trembled, and then he looked at Xiao Qiang with tears in his eyes. Xiao Qiang stood up, looked at Uncle Ju, and then looked at Zhang Wu Yan, and this matter was just said so lightly. He had been struggling for so long just now, but he didn't expect Zhang Wu Yan to not make any excuses and just open her mouth. You. Uncle Ju stepped forward and looked at Xiao Qiang carefully. He was so excited that he shed tears and said, after decades, you finally appeared. Xiao Qiang was a little surprised. Uncle Ju realized that he was a little out of control, let go of his hand, wiped his tears. Sorry for being a little excited, I won't disturb you guys for dinner. As he said, he bowed and slowly retreated. Xiao Qiang sat down again, Zhang Wu Yan sat next to him, and took the lead in pouring him a cup of hot milk. Drink some first, warm your stomach. Xiao Qiang held it with both hands and took a big sip, but his eyes fell on the beef noodles in front of him. Dad, these are all made for you. Just pick up whatever dish you want. Zhang Wu Yan pushed the beef noodles in front of him. Okay. Xiao Qiang raised his chopsticks and picked up a piece of beef. After eating it, his pupils vibrated. It tasted exactly the same as when he was a child. So satisfying. He slurped another mouthful of noodles. The noodles were wrapped in beef soup, and it was so delicious that his tongue curled up. However, perhaps this stomach had not eaten for more than 40 years, and some resistance was generated. After a few bites, Xiao Qiang felt full. Looking at the table full of fine dishes, he was a little reluctant. By the way, why was Uncle Ju so excited when he heard that I was your father? Did he know me? Xiao Qiang finally put down his chopsticks and turned his eyes away from the dishes. Asked the doubts in his heart. Zhang Wu Yan ate 2 bites with him, put down her chopsticks and answered him, Uncle Ju has watched me grow up since I was a child. Since I knew about your existence, the first person I told was him, so you don't have to worry about complications. Xiao Qiang didn't say anything, he just nodded. Of course, he hoped that as few people knew about this bizarre thing as possible. Zhang Wuyan took Xiao Qiang to the 4th floor and opened the first door. Dad, this is your room. Just ring the bell if you need anything. There are clothes for changing in the bathroom. Xiao Qiang looked at the huge room and was a little stunned. It was equipped with a TV sofa and a separate study room. The bed was big enough to sleep 5 or 6 adults. Dad, what kind of mobile phone do you want? Zhang Wuyan suddenly asked him. Xiao Qiang came back to his senses and said excitedly, I want a foldable one. That kind is too cool. When he didn't participate in the sperm donation program, the most popular thing at that time was the Big Brother. Now the styles of mobile phones are getting more and more powerful. Seeing him happy, Zhang Wuyan also raised her lips. Okay, then you wash up and change clothes first, I'll wait for you downstairs. When she turned to leave, she made a phone call. 10 minutes later, Xiao Qiang, led by the servant, took the elevator down to the 1st floor lobby, where the big screen hanging on the wall was playing programs. Colors are colorful, not just black and white. Xiao Qiang stared at it motionlessly. He didn't expect that there was such a large color TV in the world, and it could be hung on the wall. Dad. Zhang Wuyan's voice came from behind. Xiao Qiang turned around and saw that she had changed into home clothes and looked less indifferent. This is the power button, and after turning it on, it is dual SIM dual standby. Zhang Wuyan introduced it to Xiao Qiang one by one. Xiao Qiang listened very seriously. He held the phone with all 5 fingers, fearing that it would fall and break if he was not careful. Just then, Zhang Wuyan's phone rang. It was a video call. Seeing Xiao Qiang still concentrating on studying his phone, she whispered, Dad, you play first, I'll video chat with someone next to you. Yeah, okay. Xiao Qiang, who was in an excited and relaxed state, responded without raising his head. Zhang Wuyan answered the video and called out, Uncle. What? Uncle. Xiao Qiang suspected that he had heard it wrong, and slowly turned his head. He saw Zhang Wuyan with his back to him, holding up his phone, chatting with someone. The man on the screen was so familiar that his pupils vibrated. Chapter 6 This is your home. After Zhang Wuyan finished the call, she turned around and saw Xiao Qiang looking stunned. Dad, what happened? Xiao Qiang asked, Is that man your uncle? Isn't he the person in charge of the sperm donation plan of the Zhang group? Yes, Dad, at that time, Mom didn't want to get married, nor did she want a family marriage, but she wanted to leave elite genes to the Zhang family, so she set up a sperm donation dormancy plan under the advice of my uncle. By the way, I forgot to say, Dad, my mother is Zhang Wei. Zhang Wuyan's words were like a stone falling into a calm lake. What? Zhang Wei is your mother? Xiao Qiang was shocked. He knew Zhang Wei. At that time, Zhang's was already a leader in the enterprise, and Zhang Wei's interviews often appeared in newspapers and black and white TVs. At that time, the streets over the alley were rebuilt with investment from Zhang Wei, and some of their school equipment was also invested by her. So, Zhang Wei's title was very loud. Unexpectedly, after waking up, there was an extra daughter, and she was related to Zhang Wei. Seeing the shock on Xiao Qiang's face, Zhang Wuyan asked curiously, Dad, are you familiar with the name Zhang Wei? Yes, I am familiar with it. Her name had spread all over the alley at that time. I just didn't expect that I would be related to her in this life. She is so rich. I am taking advantage of her. Xiao Qiang said what was in his heart without paying attention. Zhang Wuyan smiled, Dad, you are so funny. I am also rich. Of course, my money is yours. Xiao Qiang smiled. It's great. When he woke up, he became the father of a rich man. That's much better than the previous millionaire. Seeing Zhang Wuyan's doting smile, Xiao Qiang coughed twice and restrained his smile. Wuyan, I want to meet your mother. Xiao Qiang made a request. He mainly wanted to know why Zhang Wei chose his sperm for incubation. And what is the mystery of his body? Bending his fingers, Xiao Qiang always felt that this body had become a little different. He couldn't tell exactly how it was different. Zhang Wuyan shook her head and walked to sit beside him. Dad, My mother passed away 10 years ago because of heart problems. My uncle just called and asked about your physical adaptation. He knew that you had just woken up and could not adapt to the outside environment, so he told me a few things to pay attention to. Dad, I can do everything else, but I'm sorry, I can't do anything about your wish to see your mother. There was more sadness in her tone. Xiao Qiang didn't expect John Wei to be gone. He kicked someone else's wound with this mouth, and suddenly there was more embarrassment on his face. Well, I'm sorry, I don't know. I just want to think about whether other sperms will be as good as you. I want to ask your mother. Don't wait until then, and someone suddenly appears, stands in front of him, and calls him Dad. That would be too exciting. Dad, this matter is a bit difficult, because the people who got the sperm at the beginning all have status and position, and there are also confidentiality agreements. I don't know about privacy. Zhang Wuyan explained. No progress. Xiao Qiang was actually quite conflicted. On the one hand, he was afraid that someone would come out and call him daddy. On the other hand, he was looking forward to seeing the results of his other sperms. When he heard Zhang Wuyan say that there was no progress, his conflict became even stronger, but now was not the time to dwell on this. A youth campus drama was playing on the color TV, and the shadows running on the playground occupied Xiao Qiang's eyes. This world was very strange, so strange that he felt like a newborn baby, learning how to adapt to the rhythm of this society step by step. There's no rush for this. I'll learn how to integrate into this society first. When I've adapted and learned, I'll go out and find a job. Then I won't have to live with you all the time. It's very troublesome. Hearing Xiao Qiang say this, Zhang Wuyan was a little unhappy. Her rare cold face had a bit of coquettishness. Dad, I don't like what you said. Xiao Qiang didn't understand. He opened his mouth and looked at Zhang Wuyan. This is your home, you don't need to move out. Zhang Wuyan said to him. Xiao Qiang touched his neck. Well, I'm afraid of causing trouble for you. Although your mother has passed away, this is still the territory of the Zhang family. I have no relatives and no connections. At most, I have provided a sperm. It doesn't seem good to eat and live for free. He spoke more and more quietly, mainly because Zhang Wuyan's expression became colder and colder. He was a little lacking in confidence. Zhang Wuyan took a deep breath. You are my father. Before my mother died, she told me that I should live a good life with my father in this life. You don't have so much pressure, and my uncle said that he would come to see you when he was free and wanted to talk to you. Xiao Qiang's eyes twitched. What did your uncle talk to me about? Don't be nervous. Zhang Wuyan patted his back lightly. We are family, and it is reasonable for him to come to see you, his brother-in-law. As for what to talk about, don't worry, it's just a casual chat. Xiao Qiang actually refused in his heart, but his mouth was not open yet. Uncle Ju brought a few people in and pushed a row of hangers with all kinds of neatly wrapped clothes hanging on the hangers. Miss Wuyan, the clothes customized for Grandpa are here. Xiao Qiang's mouth twitched, looking at Uncle Ju and pointing at his nose. Grandpa? Uncle Ju smiled and nodded at him. Zhang Wuyan saw his embarrassment and said, call him Mr. Xiao from now on. Of course, if he wants everyone to call him by his full name, that's fine. Yes. Everyone answered in unison. Xiao Qiang nodded behind him to show his affirmation. Dad, try it on to see if it fits. Zhang Wuyan took out a set and put it in front of him to gesture. Xiao Qiang couldn't let it go. Okay, I'll try it on. A few minutes later, he came out of the fitting room with a serious face. Zhang Wuyan quickly stepped forward and asked, Dad, what's wrong? Is it too small? Xiao Qiang shook his head. No. I'm a little uncomfortable, too formal. In front of the floor-length fitting mirror, the boy was wearing a deep blue suit, with cuffs made of high-end diamonds, and smooth lines, showing the perfection of his figure very well, slender and straight. The more he looked, the more awkward he felt, and he always felt that something was wrong with his body. Zhang Wuyan frowned and waved back, and Uncle Ju immediately asked someone to send up the second row of mobile hangers. Dad, how about these? Looking along Zhang Wuyan's finger, they were all loose casual clothes. Xiao Qiang finally showed a relaxed look on his face. He picked up a set and put it on immediately. When he came out, his face was full of satisfaction. Zhang Wuyan's brows loosened. Wuyan, can you teach me how to use this phone first? Xiao Qiang pointed at the TV and continued, also, can I watch anything I want on this big color TV in the future? Let me tell you, my aunt's house didn't have a TV at that time, so I had to go to the neighbor's house next door to watch TV series. Their house was black and white, with snowflakes fluttering, and it looked blurry. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and there was light in his eyes. He liked color TV inexplicably. Zhang Wuyan curled her lips and put two black and white remote controls in front of him. Dad, the red button on the black one is the on-off key. If you want to watch it, just turn it on. The middle one is the button for switching channels, and the white one is for FM mode. If the TV series you want to watch is not broadcast on the channel, you can use the mobile phone app to cast the screen to the TV. What is screen casting? Xiao Qiang blinked. This term is really novel. Zhang Wuyan taught him patiently. Xiao Qiang was smart and soon learned screen casting. He also learned various application modes on the phone at a glance. Even how to use many apps, Zhang Wuyan only told him once, and he learned it. Zhang Wuyan was surprised at his learning ability, and a smile flashed in her eyes. Her father was really amazing. Chapter 7. I want to wait for you to have breakfast together. That night, Xiao Qiang had dinner, washed up, and lay on the bed playing with his mobile phone. He was really more energetic. When I saw others using mobile phones in the past, I thought that one day I would make enough money to buy one. Unexpectedly, I would sleep for 40 years, and when I woke up, it was no longer the world of mobile phones. However, mobile phones are more fun now. He downloaded several games and played them happily. He watched TV series for a while, and it was almost 12 o'clock in the morning. The ending song sounded, and Xiao Qiang suddenly jumped up. He forgot to answer. Zhang Wuyan asked about meeting her uncle. It felt a bit rude. After hurriedly putting on his slippers, Xiao Qiang opened the door. The lights in the corridor lit up instantly, startling him and looking up. Remembering what Zhang Wuyan said, this is called voice-controlled lights. Advanced. Xiao Qiang gave a thumbs up and continued to walk forward to the third room, which was Zhang Wuyan's study, where she worked at home. Knocked twice politely. A voice came from inside immediately. Who? A hint of coldness. Xiao Qiang responded, Wuyan, it's me. Hearing Xiao Qiang's voice, Zhang Wuyan immediately stood up, opened the door, and her voice became a little gentler. Dad, why are you still awake? I have something to tell you. Come in. Zhang Wuyan made way. Xiao Qiang walked in and the two sat on the sofa. He saw the messy folders on the desk and could tell that Zhang Wuyan was actually quite busy. I was just thinking, didn't you say before that your uncle wanted to talk to me? I thought about it and it's okay. Zhang Wuyan was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that at 12 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Qiang would talk to her about this matter. She didn't know that this matter was very important to Xiao Qiang. Because the conversation was interrupted during the day, he would respond immediately when he remembered it at night. She lowered her head and laughed, then looked at Xiao Qiang. Dad, I will arrange this matter. Didn't you listen to me? You are not restrained in playing with your mobile phone. Xiao Qiang immediately retorted, how is it possible? I listened to it, and I fell asleep just now. I suddenly remembered this matter, so I came to you. As he said, he subconsciously hid the phone behind him. Zhang Wuyan's cold eyes were smiling, watching his little action, but didn't expose it. Dad, go to bed early, you will be in good condition tomorrow. She reminded. Xiao Qiang was a little nervous. Am I not in good condition? He thought about it carefully and found that staying up late was indeed not friendly to the body. He stood up instantly. Then I'll go to bed. He took 2 steps, stopped, turned around and looked at Zhang Wuyan and told her, don't stay up late, there are always things to do, young people should pay attention to their health and rest early. Zhang Wuyan listened, and a warm current surged in her heart. She sent Xiao Qiang to the door. Okay, listen to Dad. Xiao Qiang nodded with relief, and then left with satisfaction. Back to their house, the moment he lay down, he couldn't fall asleep. The bed was too soft. From childhood to adulthood, he has always slept on a bed built of hardwood boards. He is really not used to this cement spring mattress. He glanced at the mobile phone on the bedside and wanted to reach out to play with it again. Zhang Wuyan's advice appeared in his mind, and he immediately turned his back, closed his eyes, frowned and counted sheep in his heart. The next day, when Xiao Qiang got up, it was already 10 o'clock. When he went downstairs, servants greeted him politely wherever he went. Mr. Xiao, good morning. He held his waist and raised his hand to respond awkwardly, "Good morning." "Dad, get up." Zhang Wuyan stood downstairs and looked at him with smiling eyes. Xiao Qiang quickened his pace and walked in front of her. "Sorry, I got up late." "Not late, Mr. Xiao, I've kept your breakfast warm." Uncle Ju guided Xiao Qiang to the dining room to eat. Xiao Qiang looked at him, and was not used to the phrase Mr. Xiao. He suggested, "Uncle Ju, just call me Xiao Qiang." Uncle Ju readily agreed, "Okay, Xiao Qiang." Zhang Wuyan glanced at his waist. "Dad, did you twist your waist?" Xiao Qiang did not expect Zhang Wuyan to be so observant. He put his hand down and pretended to be relaxed. "It's okay, the bed is too soft, and I'm not used to it." Zhang Wuyan blamed herself a little. "Dad, it's my fault. I should have thought of this." "Uncle Ju, call the Nature Hard mattress and ask them to come and change it." "Yes." Xiao Qiang was about to say that he did not blame her, but he heard that she arranged for someone to change the mattress. In an instant, the softness in his heart was touched. His little cotton-padded jacket really did not leak at all. When eating breakfast, Xiao Qiang found that Zhang Wuyan followed him, and his eyes were a little suspicious. Uncle Ju explained, "Miss Wuyan said she wanted to wait for you to have breakfast together." Xiao Qiang felt bad, picked up a fried dough stick for Zhang Wuyan and said, "I will definitely get up early next time." Zhang Wuyan curled her lips. "Dad, you don't have to accommodate me. I usually don't eat breakfast, but now I find that it feels good to have breakfast with you." Xiao Qiang smiled and buried his head in eating. After eating, Zhang Wuyan said, "There are not many things in the company recently. Uncle said that he can come back for dinner in the evening. Then you can meet and chat." "So soon?" Xiao Qiang stood up in surprise, then pointed at the white spot on the tip of his nose and said, "I should have known not to stay up late last night. I got up this morning with an acne. How can I meet your uncle with this image?" He wanted to leave a good impression in front of Wuyan's uncle. At least not sloppy. Uncle Ju stood behind Zhang Wuyan and couldn't help laughing. Zhang Wuyan comforted him, "Dad, don't worry about this." She took out a gold card from her bag and gave it to him. "This is the card of Bahayudu. Uncle Ju will take you to relax." Xiao Qiang took it. The gold card shone in the sun and was very dazzling. Bahayudu, a place for the rich people in the closed city to enjoy and relax. As soon as he arrived at the door, rows of long legs almost blinded Xiao Qiang's eyes. Uncle Ju told the manager directly, and the manager diligently arranged VIP services for Xiao Qiang, and tidied him up from head to toe. During the essential oil massage stage, Xiao Qiang kept screaming miserably in the room. "Uncle Ju, what's wrong with my dad?" Zhang Wuyan stood up nervously. Uncle Ju explained to the phone, "Miss Wuyan, don't be nervous. Xiao Qiang is not used to massage for the first time. He felt a little pain when opening his back." Zhang Wuyan was relieved. "Well, let the masseur be gentle. Hang up the phone and continue to work from home." When Xiao Qiang returned home, Zhang Wuyan was amazed. She praised him generously. "Dad, your new hairstyle is really good, more handsome than Panan." This was very pleasant to hear. Xiao Qiang's nose was upturned, and he said, "Wuyan, you are exaggerating." But he stood in front of the mirror, looked around, and was very satisfied with the new hairstyle. "Don't say it, I haven't cut my hair for 40 years. This time, I did look a little handsome, mainly because of my good looks." He was a little proud in his heart, and the corners of his mouth kept rising. In the evening, Xiao Qiang finally met Zhang Wuyan's uncle, Zhang Xiaojun. He looked almost the same as he remembered, with only traces of time. The overall temperament is still gentle and elegant. When he saw Xiao Qiang, he stretched out his hand and said, "Long time no see." Xiao Qiang was a little excited. He took a while to hold the other's hand and replied in a low voice, "Long time no see." Thinking back to the past, before he went into hibernation, the person he saw most at the base was Zhang Xiaojun. He was the person in charge of the project and would regularly check their physical reports before hibernation. At that time, when he saw Xiao Qiang's report, his eyes were always unfathomable. At the dinner table, several people chatted. Zhang Xiaojun mainly wanted to know if Xiao Qiang had any adverse reactions after coming out. Zhang Wuyan told him that the reports of several examinations showed that Xiao Qiang's body was unexpectedly good, and even his body base had reached a breakthrough. "Mr. Zhang, what is different about my body?" Xiao Qiang finally asked out his doubts. Zhang Xiaojun put down his chopsticks. wiped the corners of his mouth, and showed a familiar smile. Mr. Xiao, you can put your heart in your stomach, as long as you know that your genes are the best. What kind of answer is this? Xiao Qiang was a little dissatisfied, and Zhang Wuyan comforted him. Dad, Uncle said it is the best, you don't have to worry. He pursed his lips and didn't respond. Zhang Xiaojun looked at Zhang Wuyan and said, Wuyan, I have something I want to talk to Mr. Xiao about alone. Zhang Wuyan looked at Xiao Qiang, who was still a little disappointed, but when he saw her worried look, he smiled and said, Go ahead, I'm fine. Okay. As soon as Zhang Wuyan left, Zhang Xiaojun stared at Xiao Qiang. Chapter 8 Good health is the capital. Do you think all this is a bit inexplicable? Zhang Xiaojun pointed it out directly. Xiao Qiang nodded. There are so many people, why did your Zhang family choose me? Just because I have good genes. He never believed that pie would fall from the sky. Zhang Xiaojun went to the bar, poured 2 glasses of red wine, and handed them to Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang waved his hand to refuse. He didn't force it, and explained while tasting, I think Wu Yan has told you that Zhang Wei is her mother. When I proposed to implement this sperm donation project, I actually took a big risk and invested financial and human resources just to leave better genes. But I didn't expect that during the experiment, the dormant people had rejection reactions one after another and died one after another. Only you are safe and sound, and your sperm is also frozen very well. So, this is why Wu Yan exists. You let the Zhang family have successors. After hearing this, Xiao Qiang's original loss disappeared, and he suddenly felt that the result was not important. The important thing is that he now has a caring and wealthy daughter. The past is the past, people should always look forward, right? After thinking it through, he felt much better. You stay here and spend more time with Wu Yan. She has been waiting for you as a father for many years. Zhang Xiaojun put down the cup and said to him. Xiao Qiang was stunned for a moment, remembering that he had mentioned to Zhang Wuyan that he wanted to move out. It seems that Zhang Xiaojun also knew about this. Before, I thought that I felt embarrassed to live in the Zhang family for free, so I thought about moving out. Now I think that since I woke up, Zhang Wuyan has been so good to me, and everyone in the Zhang family is very kind. Moreover, Xiao Qiang considers that he knows nothing about this world now. If he moves out rashly, there may be some small troubles. Okay, I can stay, but I also have concerns. Xiao Qiang's eyes did not dodge at all. Zhang Xiaojun frowned, then asked him, What are you worried about? Xiao Qiang touched his chin, walked back and forth and said, I have never held a woman's hand in my life. I woke up and was happy to be a father. I really don't know how to be a good father. The main thing is that you know that I lacked fatherly love since I was a child, and I really can't grasp the role of a father. And I have my own ideas and plans later. If I want to do it, it is impossible to revolve around my daughter. Do you understand what I mean? Zhang Xiaojun knew Xiao Qiang's family situation. Zhang's group has investigated everyone who participated in sperm donation. His parents divorced when he was young, and he never had a real family. Well, just be yourself. I believe Wu Yan thinks so too. Wu Yan's mother Wei Wei passed away early, and I was very busy. I didn't care much for her, so I felt guilty. She was always cold until the day you woke up. She smiled. Zhang Xiaojun suddenly stood up and bowed slightly to Xiao Qiang. Thank you on behalf of my sister. Xiao Qiang was flattered and quickly helped him up. What are you talking about? I am Wu Yan's father. Why should I thank you? Besides, I have a small cotton-padded jacket that is not leaky, which is envied by many people. And if it weren't for your phone call, I wouldn't have the opportunity to earn this money to treat my aunt's illness. When mentioning his aunt, Xiao Qiang was a little depressed. Zhang Xiaojun stood up and said, Sorry, I heard about your aunt. If you don't mind, I can be your brother. This is what I want. Xiao Qiang quickly took out his mobile phone and skillfully scanned Zhang Xiaojun's QR code. The two also exchanged phone numbers. Actually, I should thank you for talking to me for so long, otherwise I would still be upset. Xiao Qiang nodded his chest. Zhang Xiaojun nodded and patted his shoulder. You can find me if you have anything. As long as I can do it, I will leave first, you don't have to see me off. Okay. When Xiao Qiang returned to the hall, he saw Zhang Wuyan standing upstairs. He waved happily and pointed at his mobile phone. Zhang Wuyan just nodded and returned to the study. She knew that her father was happy that there was one more contact in the address book. These days, the Zhang group has held more meetings. No matter how late Zhang Wuyan is busy, she will go home to rest. This touched Uncle Ju very much. Some servants who have watched Zhang Wuyan grow up since childhood also had tears in their eyes. Whenever Xiao Qiang appeared, they would praise him. They said that it was because of his credit that the Zhang family had a breath of life, mainly because Zhang Wuyan went home more often. Wuyan didn't come back often before. Xiao Qiang asked Uncle Ju while biting a straw and drinking coconut milk. Uncle Ju answered him while cooking, "Yes, Miss Wuyan rarely comes back. After finishing the group's work, she basically rests in the house over there at the company." Xiao Qiang nodded and looked at the clock. It was already 10 o'clock. He remembered that he got up at 8 o'clock this morning. As a result, Zhang Wuyan waited for him to have breakfast together and then hurried out to the company. Uncle Ju said, Miss Wuyan got up at 5 o'clock in the morning to handle official business. He put down the bottle, rolled up his sleeves and walked to Uncle Ju. "Let me help you." "Okay." Uncle Ju did not refuse, mainly because Zhang Wuyan had told him that Xiao Qiang could do whatever he wanted. "Wuyan is too thin. How is her health? Has she had a physical examination?" Xiao Qiang asked casually while handling the prawns neatly. Uncle Ju replied, "Miss Wuyan's health is fine. She has physical examinations every year, but she is so busy that she almost forgets to eat. Every time we persuade her, she gets no response, which is very frustrating." Xiao Qiang paused and said unhappily, "That won't work. The body is the capital of revolution. Does Wuyan have anything she likes to eat?" When he heard the word "don't care about your life," he felt distressed. This person always asked him to eat well, but ignored his own health. Here, the kitchen was busy. Uncle Ju led a few people to help with the work with a smile on their faces. Xiao Qiang wore a bib and skillfully cooked every dish. When Zhang Wuyan returned home with a cold face, she first smelled a familiar smell on her nose. When she was wearing a Bluetooth headset and talking to the other party in English, Xiao Qiang stood in front of her. He said kindly, "Wuyan, you are back, wash your hands and eat." She looked stunned, and the noise in the headset became quiet instantly. At this moment, it seemed as if she had returned to the time when Zhang Wei was still alive. Every time she went home, she could see her mother's smiling face to greet her. Now, it was her father's face. Home was no longer a cold place. Instead, it was warm and made Zhang Wuyan's hostility turn into softness, and her tired heart was comforted. "Why are you standing there? Hurry up and wash your hands and eat. I made your favorite dishes. Come and try them." "How are they?" Xiao Qiang urged her again. Zhang Wuyan came back to her senses, said to the other party, "Let's talk about it later," and hung up the phone. Then she smiled at Xiao Qiang, "Okay, I'll go right away." The table was full of dishes in front of Zhang Wuyan. She tasted the first bite in Xiao Qiang's impatient eyes. "How is it?" Xiao Qiang asked nervously. Zhang Wuyan answered with certainty, "Delicious." She also showed it with her actions. She ate 2 bowls of rice and 2 bowls of soup for the first time, and even ate a few bites of the shrimps that she usually disliked the most. Xiao Qiang had peeled it for her. Xiao Qiang was very happy to see that she was satisfied with the food, and Uncle Ju and others were even happier, looking at Xiao Qiang with admiration. After eating, Xiao Qiang played with his phone as usual, and found that the WeChat account that he had been unable to register before was successfully registered, which means that his identity information can still be used. He ran upstairs happily and knocked on Zhang Wuyan's study. "Come in." You don't need to guess that it was Xiao Qiang from the rhythm of the knocking. "Wuyan?" Xiao Qiang called her happily as soon as he entered the door. But he found that Zhang Wuyan was standing in front of the window talking to someone, so he immediately stopped and closed his mouth. However, the refreshing voice of a young boy was still caught by the person on the other end of the phone. Zhang Wuyan, what did I hear?" A man's voice. "Tell me, where did the man come from?" And a young boy's voice. Zhang Wuyan rolled her eyes and asked the other party to calm down. "Don't guess, hang up." Then she turned around and asked Xiao Qiang softly, "What's wrong, Dad?" "I didn't know you were on the phone, sorry to bother you." Xiao Qiang walked in front of Zhang Wuyan, took out his mobile phone and continued, "I'm just too happy. The WeChat account you got for me before was successfully registered. I want to be the first to add you as a friend." Zhang Wuyan smiled when she heard this, turned on her mobile phone, and handed the QR code to him. No problem, just chat, add it. After adding it, Xiao Qiang left. After returning to his room, he immediately sent the first message to Zhang Wuyan. My dear daughter, don't work so hard. Good health is the capital. At the end, he added a small hug emoticon. After Zhang Wuyan received the message, her coldness under her gold-rimmed glasses softened a little, and she replied, Okay, I know, Dad, you should go to bed early too. Chapter 9 It's good to have a daughter. Xiao Qiang didn't sleep. He was addicted to Douyin, a large online short video platform with all kinds of things on it, so much so that he forgot the time. At 1:30 in the morning, Zhang Wuyan came out of her study, and at first glance she saw the light coming through the gap in Xiao Qiang's door. She shook her head and smiled helplessly, then walked forward and knocked on the door. Dong, dong, dong. The knocking startled Xiao Qiang, who was concentrating. Who is it? Dad, it's me. Hearing that it was Zhang Wuyan's voice, Xiao Qiang immediately stood up and stuffed his phone under the pillow. Yawning and opening the door, what's the matter? Daughter. The word, daughter, caught him off guard. It changed the words Zhang Wuyan had prepared. Dad, I saw that the light in your room is not turned off. Are you still playing with your phone? The voice was also a little gentle. Xiao Qiang lacked confidence, but he stood up straight and blocked the door. He wanted to deny it, but when he saw Zhang Wuyan's concerned eyes, he felt that this was wrong. A man should be brave and responsible. Yes, I was watching that Douyin and didn't pay attention. Time passed too quickly. I will go to bed soon, don't worry. Zhang Wuyan looked at Xiao Qiang. The boy had a persistence on his face, and he almost raised his hand to swear to show his position. Her father was inexplicably cute. Okay. Zhang Wuyan didn't continue to say anything, and turned away. This is giving absolute trust. Xiao Qiang closed the door, turned off the lights and closed his eyes, all in one go. But in his mind, the short drama in Douyin just now was still playing, which was the moment of slapping the face when the god of war returned. He felt itchy, opened his eyes and said to himself, I'll watch one more episode, and I won't watch it after I'm slapped in the face. Xiao Qiang has learned a lot of internet language in the past few days of using mobile phones, and he is very familiar with the term, slap in the face. He turned on his mobile phone, turned the volume down, and watched it secretly in the quilt. In the morning, Xiao Qiang got up and was almost scared by himself in the bathroom. What a big pair of dark circles under the eyes, you can see them without looking closely. He sighed and had to go downstairs. As soon as he walked out of the room, he met Uncle Ju who came upstairs. He looked at Xiao Qiang in surprise. Your eyes. Xiao Qiang had no choice but to laugh. I couldn't help it last night. I played with my mobile phone for a while, and my eyes became like this when I woke up. Oh tilde, Uncle Ju raised his head and said a long oh, indicating that he understood. Miss Wu Yan is waiting for you in the dining room, have breakfast. He happily asked Xiao Qiang to go down quickly, and others greeted him familiarly. When they arrived at the dining room, Zhang Wuyan glanced at him, noticed the dark circles under his eyes, and frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. Her father is now a new man, adapting to this society, so it is normal for him to be unrestrained occasionally. Dad, after dinner, let Uncle Ju take you to Bihai Yudu to relax. Zhang Wuyan pretended not to see his evasive look. Xiao Qiang thought that Zhang Wuyan would blame him a little when she saw the dark circles under his eyes. Unexpectedly, she didn't mention it at all, but arranged for him to relax. Okay. Xiao Qiang ate a bun in one breath. Seeing that he looked relaxed, Zhang Wuyan's lips hooked. By the way, Dad, I transferred some money to you through WeChat. When you are outside, you can use the money in it if you don't want to use the card. Or, just bind the black gold card directly to Xiao Qiang's mobile phone. Zhang Wuyan thought this was a good idea, and came to him before Xiao Qiang answered. Dad, give me your phone. Xiao Qiang choked and looked at Zhang Wuyan. My daughter, I promise not to play so late in the future, so I won't confiscate your phone, right? R. Zhang Wuyan was confused, and then quickly reacted. She laughed. Did her father think that she was here to confiscate her phone? Dad, I won't confiscate your phone. I just want to help you bind the gold card I gave you before to WeChat, so that you can use it at will. After hearing Zhang Wuyan's explanation, Xiao Qiang was relieved. He took out his phone, smiled and touched his head. I misunderstood. While Zhang Wuyan was operating on the side, Xiao Qiang was watching the TV on the wall, which was playing the morning news. The news was reporting the college entrance examination venue in a few months. Xiao Qiang suddenly put down his chopsticks and had an idea in his mind. He looked at Zhang Wuyan, who was busy with her head down, and called out, "Wuyan." Zhang Wuyan looked up at him. "Dad, what's wrong? I want to discuss something with you." He looked a little serious. This made Zhang Wuyan nervous. "Well, tell me." She had never seen such a serious look on Xiao Qiang's face, so Zhang Wuyan thought Xiao Qiang had encountered some problems. Xiao Qiang said, "I have been awake for almost a month, and I have adapted to the model of this society. It is not a good idea to stay idle at home all the time, right? And lying down and playing with mobile phones every day is also harmful to the body." "Well." Zhang Wuyan nodded and handed the operated mobile phone to Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang took it, put it aside, and continued to say with his fingers, "When I participated in the dormant plan, the notice had just been received. I had not experienced college life, but I had been dormant for 40 years. Now, the notice is useless, and the ID card may have expired. I need to apply for a new one." Zhang Wuyan understood what Xiao Qiang said, and she asked, "Dad, do you mean that you want to go to college?" "Yes." Xiao Qiang slammed the table. He was very happy that Zhang Wuyan could understand his thoughts instantly. As expected of his daughter, she is smart. His happiness infected Zhang Wuyan, and she smiled. "That's no problem, I can arrange it, but Dad, do you have a favorite school now? Or do you want to go to the one you got into?" Xiao Qiang thought about it. 10 years of studying, the hard work every night, and the dream he persisted in. He still wants to have it. "I still want to go to Fengcheng University of Finance and Economics. At that time, in order to let my aunt stay away from my uncle and have a good life, I studied hard just to get into this university. I want to use my ability to make those who love me happy." Xiao Qiang's eyes were firm. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes were slightly red, and his voice was choked. "But I didn't expect that my aunt would fall ill completely on the day the notice arrived. For my aunt's surgery, I participated in the sperm donation plan of the Zhang group and gave up everything from then on. God loves to play jokes on me. I woke up, but my aunt was gone." Xiao Qiang held his head, looking a little painful. Zhang Wuyan came forward, squatted in front of him, leaned her head on Xiao Qiang's arms, and patted his back with one hand. "Dad, you have me now, you are no longer alone, you can go after your dreams boldly, I will arrange everything." Xiao Qiang looked up at her. Will it be troublesome? Although his daughter is rich, he is afraid that money will not work. "No." Zhang Wuyan said very confidently. Her father is obviously eager to study, but he still puts worrying about her first. It's good to have a father. Good. Xiao Qiang felt a little better. He took a deep breath and exhaled. He smiled and reassured Zhang Wuyan. When Zhang Wuyan was about to go to the company, Xiao Qiang chased her and called her, "Daughter, wait." Zhang Wuyan got out of the car immediately and met him in a few steps. "Dad, is there anything else?" "Me." Xiao Qiang took a breath and continued, "I just forgot to ask you, is there any progress on the whereabouts of other hatched sperm? After all, they are also my children, and also your brothers and sisters." Zhang Wuyan's phone rang more than once, and she hung up one after another, answering Xiao Qiang's words. "Dad, I said that the sperm donation plan is basically confidential. Sperm donors and pregnant people, these are all private. I am the top of the company, and I can't get these news, but I promise you, as long as there is news, I will tell you the first time, okay?" "Okay." Xiao Qiang nodded, "as long as there is no bad news." After Zhang Wuyan left, Uncle Zhu drove Xiao Qiang to Bihai Yudu for a full-body SPA. At the same time, Zhang Wuyan was busy with the company's affairs while busying with Xiao Qiang's affairs. She hired several teachers for Xiao Qiang, all of whom were well known on the list of teachers in the lockdown, to give Xiao Qiang private lessons. A few days later, Zhang Wuyan returned home from a meeting in another place and told Xiao Qiang a shocking news. "You mean, the University of Finance and Economics agreed to let me go to study?" Xiao Qiang stood up and looked at Zhang Wuyan in astonishment. Zhang Wuyan nodded, "But..." The word "but" made Xiao Qiang, who was about to shout yes, at a loss. But what? He knew that money is not omnipotent. Zhang Wuyan opened her mouth and continued, "I have opened up connections at the school, but they are also very strict. The score must reach their minimum admission score before they can recruit you as an exception." Xiao Qiang understood, "That's no problem. This was not a deliberate embarrassment at all, but a piece of driftwood handed over for him to step on. Isn't it just another college entrance examination? It's not like he hasn't taken the exam before, so what's there to be afraid of? When enemies come, we will stop them. When water comes, we will block it with earth. Xiao Qiang, just charge. Chapter 10. If you are afraid. Once the goal is set, the fighting spirit will be ignited. Xiao Qiang no longer stayed up late and spent less time playing with his mobile phone. Several private tutors hired by Zhang Wuyan took turns teaching him. He took notes one by one and had to finish several sets of test questions before going to bed at night. That day, Zhang Wuyan returned home, but Xiao Qiang was not at the door. In the past, as soon as she entered the house, Xiao Qiang would appear and say, "My daughter, you're back." Once a habit becomes natural, it is difficult to change. Especially, after so many years, when you have your biological father. Zhang Wuyan felt a little disappointed, but she didn't show it on her face. She just asked Uncle Ju, "Where's my dad?" While walking, I looked around, still expecting Xiao Qiang to suddenly jump out. Even if it scares myself. After all, Uncle Ju had watched Zhang Wuyan grow up since she was a child. Although the child became more and more indifferent as she grew older, he still subtly noticed the loss in her eyes. He quickly explained, "He is reviewing upstairs, let's not disturb him." Zhang Wuyan walked upstairs. Today was Saturday, which was supposed to be a day of rest, so she arranged it this way for those private tutors who didn't come to class to give Xiao Qiang a chance to catch his breath. Who would have known that her father was so hardworking that he never left himself any time to play? This won't work. She had to think of a way. "Dad, can I come in?" Zhang Wuyan knocked on the door and asked. "Come in." Xiao Qiang's voice was slightly low. As soon as Zhang Wuyan entered, she saw him working hard, with the fine hair on his forehead shining under the light. Xiao Qiang gritted his teeth and looked at the questions on the test paper, which were a bit difficult to answer. He wrote down various corresponding methods on the calculation table, but he couldn't crack it. He then used one finger to clumsily operate the computer and tried to find the answer on the internet. Zhang Wuyan stood behind him for a long time, but he didn't even look back. Zhang Wuyan couldn't bear to disturb him because of his seriousness. She just put the things in her hand in front of him and prepared to leave. Then I thought about chatting with Xiao Qiang about relaxing occasionally during dinner. As a result, he was stopped after taking just 2 steps. "Hey! Wait!" Xiao Qiang held the ID card in both hands, stood up and looked at Zhang Wuyan. "Girl, this is my ID card." I was so excited that I stuttered a little. "I have forgotten the topic." Xiao Qiang looked at the photo above. It was the first photo Zhang Wuyan took of him when he just woke up from hibernation. At that time, I was still a little confused and had never seen today's advanced cameras, so I couldn't let go when facing the camera. The expression is somewhat unnatural. Wuyan said, "Dad, this one is the most handsome and innocent." She chose this one at that time, and Xiao Qiang didn't say no. Unexpectedly, this photo became the photo on the ID card. Yeah. Seeing that he was happy, Zhang Wuyan also raised the corners of her lips. Xiao Qiang walked up to her, a little confused. "I checked online before, doesn't it require the person to be present to apply for a certificate? How did you do this?" Zhang Wuyan took his hand, and they walked downstairs. "Dad, let's go downstairs to have dinner first, I will tell you slowly." "Okay." Xiao Qiang nodded. In the dining room, 4 nutritionists were already standing respectfully by the side, and the table was filled with tonight's nutritious meals. These were all arranged by Zhang Wuyan. She was worried that Xiao Qiang was under too much pressure, so she invited these people to prepare nutritious meals. During the meal, Zhang Wuyan told Xiao Qiang that she had applied for a new ID card on the day he woke up and was taken to take photos. Xiao Qiang thought about it, and it seemed that there were indeed a few policemen walking around him that day. From time to time, they asked him to sit up straight and look at the camera, and asked him to input his fingerprints. At that time, I thought it was an inspection arranged by the experimental base. I didn't expect it was a replacement. No wonder the WeChat registration was successful that day. I thought it was just luck, but I didn't expect it was because my identity was activated again. Xiao Qiang finally understood. Zhang Wuyan made him a bowl of kelp and pork chop soup and placed it under his eyelids. "Dad, I'm free tomorrow, why don't you take a day off and I'll take you out to relax?" Xiao Qiang had finished half of a bowl of soup and stopped when he heard this. He looked at Zhang Wuyan, wondering in his mind whether he should take a rest. When I was studying, my aunt often told me not to just memorize things by rote, and to relax after doing exercises every day. At that time he didn't dare to relax, for fear that slackness would lead to failure. Now, meeting Zhang Wuyan's caring eyes, he was actually a little moved. Zhang Wuyan's eyes lit up when she saw him, and she said, "Dad, is there a place you want to play?" "Amusement park." Xiao Qiang answered subconsciously, his voice a little loud. "That's right, I saw this exciting amusement park project on TikTok. I want to try it." Zhang Wuyan was stunned and looked at Uncle Ju next to her. They both couldn't help but laugh. "Okay." Zhang Wuyan agreed. The largest amusement park in the closed city is owned by the Zhang family. Zhang Wuyan originally wanted to close the park and let Xiao Qiang have fun alone, but then she thought that her father would prefer a lively scene, so she instructed the security guards to do their job well and protect Xiao Qiang. At the same time, all staff in the park must treat Xiao Qiang with respect. "Oh my god." Xiao Qiang stood in front of the pendulum, his mouth wide open. Screams are particularly prominent in noisy environments. "Dad, if you're scared." "Girl, I want to play this." Zhang Wuyan thought he was scared, and before she could finish her words of persuasion, she was washed away by Xiao Qiang's excitement. The corners of her eyes twitched slightly, and her face turned a little paler. In order to accompany Xiao Qiang today, Zhang Wuyan dressed casually and changed her shoes into sneakers. She even took an anti-stress pill before going out. But when facing the pendulum, she still felt a little timid. A crack appeared on her perfectly cold face and she looked a little embarrassed. The crowd was surging. Xiao Qiang grabbed Zhang Wuyan's hand and went to line up excitedly. Zhang Wuyan restrained her expression and followed his footsteps. "Forget it, as long as Dad has fun." On the pendulum, Xiao Qiang shouted excitedly, while Zhang Wuyan had a blank expression on her face. In fact, her soul had left her body several times. "It's so exciting and fun." Xiao Qiang raised his hands high to the sky, and did not forget to share his joy with Zhang Wuyan beside him. Zhang Wuyan responded with a smile with difficulty. Fortunately, it didn't take long. After the two came down, Uncle Ju and others immediately brought them mineral water. Xiao Qiang drank half a bottle, and Zhang Wuyan also drank a few sips and stood for a while before they recovered. "Dad, let's take a break before playing," she suggested, looking at Xiao Qiang's red face. No, let's go over there and take a look." Xiao Qiang waved his hand and walked towards the pirate ship. Zhang Wuyan took a deep breath and followed. When passing by the Ferris wheel, Xiao Qiang found that there were a lot of people gathered there, as if some event was being held. Xiao Qiang couldn't squeeze in, so he could only stand at the end and look up. Zhang Wuyan stood behind Xiao Qiang and gave Uncle Ju some instructions. The next moment, several security guards came forward and arranged the crowded crowd to separate into two sides, and a straight road was opened up. Xiao Qiang stood in the middle with a look of surprise on his face. "I thought some important person was going to show up, so I opened a special lane and planned to stand aside." As a result, Zhang Wuyan grabbed his arm and whispered, "Dad, you can go to the front and watch." Xiao Qiang then realized that all this was arranged by Zhang Wuyan just to let him see more closely. "It's great to have a daughter. His daughter is awesome." Xiao Qiang gave Wuyan a thumbs up, then stood at the front, only to find out that it was the brand that was organizing an event. At the same time, he also discovered that the man standing on the stage kept his eyes on Zhang Wuyan. He knew that his daughter was beautiful, but wasn't it a bit rude for the other party to stare at her like that? So Xiao Qiang took 2 steps and stood in front of Zhang Wuyan. "Girl, what is your relationship with this person?" he asked in a low voice, leaning sideways. Zhang Wuyan's eyes moved slightly, and the corners of her lips rose slightly as she replied, "It doesn't matter. The two companies have cooperation." "Dad, let's go." "Okay." Xiao Qiang nodded and took Zhang Wuyan away from the crowd. Lu Rui narrowed his eyes, handed the microphone to his assistant, stepped down from the stage and caught up with the two. With his hands in his pockets, he looked at Zhang Wuyan and said, "Miss Zhang, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be here today." Zhang Wuyan simply ignored him and asked Xiao Qiang if there was anything else he wanted to play. Xiao Qiang is not a fool. As a man, he can see through the heat in the eyes of the man in front of him at a glance. This man is interested in his daughter. But judging from his daughter's reaction, she seemed to dislike this man. This man became more and more courageous after being frustrated. Seeing that Zhang Wuyan did not respond, he noticed Xiao Qiang beside him and asked, "Who is this?" With a look of contempt, he looked at the person from head to toe. Xiao Qiang extended his hand and introduced himself. "Hello, my name is." "Forget it, it's not important." Lu Rui pushed Xiao Qiang aside and moved closer to Zhang Wuyan. "Ms. Zhang, I would like to invite you to dinner and talk about the project we are working on." Zhang Wuyan looked at Lu Rui with cold eyes. "I don't eat with uneducated people, please stay away from me." These words were like a slap in the face to Lu Rui, making him unable to save himself. Zhang Wuyan turned to look at Xiao Qiang, her expression much softer. "Let's go." Okay. Xiao Qiang replied, and then whispered to Zhang Wuyan, "Is it really good for you to treat your partners like this?" Zhang Wuyan knew that he was worried about her, so she explained, "It's nothing wrong, don't worry." The two of them whispered to each other and turned and left. Lu Rui looked at the two people's departing backs with sinister eyes, pursed his lips, and secretly bit his teeth as if they were about to break. Chapter 11. Take a piss and look at yourself. "Mr. Lu, it's time to award the prize to the winner." When the assistant found Lu Rui, he was frightened by the gloom on his face and dared not say anything more. Lu Rui snorted coldly, grabbed the assistant's tie and pulled him in front of him. He looked at the assistant with cold eyes. "Go check who the man next to Zhang Wuyan is. I want all his information." The assistant knew what this man looked like when he got crazy, so he immediately agreed. "Okay, I'll send someone to investigate right away." Lu Rui loosened his tie and asked suddenly, "Did you take the photo?" The assistant reacted and took out the camera tremblingly. "I got it. The photos of you and Miss Zhang are all very clear." Lu Rui took a look and smiled with satisfaction. The more Zhang Wuyan wanted to get rid of him, the more he wouldn't let her escape. This woman was his. From the first moment he saw Zhang Wuyan, he fell in love with the Zhang family, the leader of the sealed city. If he takes down Zhang Wuyan, wouldn't that mean he owns the Zhang family? These photos are pretty good. Have someone send them out and create some topics at the same time. Do you understand? Lu Rui looked at his assistant coldly. The assistant nodded. "Mr. Lu, I understand." He sent the photos to several paparazzi, then looked at Lu Rui with a worried tone. "Mr. Lu, will this offend Miss Zhang? If we offend the Zhang family, the consequences will be disastrous." "Offend the hell!" Lu Rui slapped his assistant on the back of the head. "The Zhang family is our partner now. It's impossible for her to cancel the cooperation with us just for that poor man. I just want to get involved with her, Zhang Wuyan, understand?" Xiao Qiang had no idea that someone was hating him. After riding the pirate ship, he also took a fancy to the roller coaster. Zhang Wuyan risked her life to accompany him. After getting off the roller coaster, he felt dizzy and almost couldn't stand. Fortunately, Xiao Qiang discovered it in time and helped her sit down, and she felt better. "Look, I was just thinking about my own happiness and didn't pay attention to your body." Xiao Qiang felt very guilty. He took the cup of hot water from Uncle Ju, unscrewed it and handed it to Zhang Wuyan. Zhang Wuyan drank a few sips and felt much better. "Dad, I'm fine, I just need to rest for a while." The main reason is that she has rarely been to the amusement park, so it is normal for her to have adverse reactions to these equipment. Seeing her pale face, Xiao Qiang frowned and said, "We have played enough for today. I am tired. Let's go back, girl." Zhang Wuyan looked up at him. "Don't you want to play anymore? Come and play again next time." Xiao Qiang nodded. Uncle Ju was also worried about Zhang Wuyan's health. When he heard Xiao Qiang say this, he immediately agreed. Yes, we can come again next time. Miss Wuyan, let's go back first." Zhang Wuyan understood that Xiao Qiang said he was tired because he felt uncomfortable seeing her. "Okay, let's play next time." After returning home and having dinner, Xiao Qiang said good night to Zhang Wuyan and went to bed early. The day's exertion was indeed quite tiring. A group of photos online made all netizens go crazy. Someone photographed the young master of Lu's enterprise and the current chairman of Zhang's group dating at Fuel Amusement Park. The two are handsome men and beautiful women with excellent figures. Standing together, it is impossible to take your eyes off them. As everyone knows, Zhang Wuyan, the current chairman of the Zhang group, has never had any scandals, and there has never been any other man around her. Paparazzi have taken pictures of her several times, but none of them have captured any gossip about her. She never expected that this time, she would be spotted traveling with Lu Rui, the young master of the Lu family. She has a beautiful appearance but a very cold personality, and her business methods are vigorous and decisive, making people love and hate her. Netizens even call Zhang Wuyan the goddess killer, because her cold eyes can capture the hearts of many boys and girls. Oh my god, are these two really together? Woohoo, my first love ended before it even began. Mr. Lu is so handsome. Did you notice that when Miss Zhang stood with Mr. Lu, she had a smile on her face? I saw it. They are such a perfect match. Some people are envious, while others are jealous. Why do I feel that this picture looks a bit discordant? The above, I feel the same way, I always feel like something is missing. As the matter became more and more serious, netizens could no longer restrain their gossiping spirits and left messages on the official websites of the two companies to inquire about the situation. Some people even went to Zhang Wuyan and Lu Rui's private accounts to inquire about their progress. Lu Rui touched his chin and looked at the news online with satisfaction. Although Zhang Wuyan was wearing casual clothes, it still couldn't hide her amazing figure. Her thin waist, perky butt, and plump and stylish upper body, such a beauty, he must get her. So he added fuel to the show. As netizens became more and more curious, Lu Rui posted a Weibo update. The best you, the most beautiful time. 10 minutes after posting the update, he immediately deleted it, but sharp-eyed netizens had already taken screenshots and saved them. The tone of the official announcement made netizens even more uneasy, and they had already determined that the two were dating. Even the questioning voices have faded a lot. Early the next morning, after having breakfast, Xiao Qiang planned to take a break before studying. He took his mobile phone, browsed Weibo, and took a walk in the courtyard. When he saw the trending search list, he stopped and exclaimed in shock, "My daughter is in love." Xiao Qiang clicked on the picture, and when he saw Lu Rui, he suddenly remembered the unpleasant experience. No, my daughter can't be so blind as to fall in love with this boy. There must be something wrong. He used 2 fingers to enlarge the picture and finally found what was wrong. He is missing from this picture. Zhang Wuyan was clearly facing him with a smile on her face, but the picture turned out to show Lu Rui standing in front of her. Xiao Qiang instantly realized that he had been tricked. The person who posted the picture kept the people in the background and only photoshopped him out, deliberately posting it online to confuse the public. And what is Lu Rui doing? He posted in the middle of the night and then deleted it. Isn't this just deliberately hyping up the CP? Xiao Qiang is no longer the ignorant person who just woke up. Ever since he learned how to use a mobile phone, he has been surfing the internet, so he still knows some tricky words. The point is, these spectators are too irrational. They said they were a perfect match and that they had 666 blessings. Some people even made the pictures look like the two were getting married. Too much. That is too much. This is obviously ruining his daughter's reputation. Xiao Qiang sat on the bench angrily, and quickly typed a line of words to reply to a netizen who shouted that Zhang Wuyan and Lu Rui stood together. Don't be so excited, things are not what you see, they are still together. If this guy wants to pursue her, I will be the first one to reject it. These fierce remarks immediately attracted attacks from netizens. They left messages under Xiao Qiang's reply. Some people even went to his Weibo and found that it was a new account, and the only Weibo account he followed was Zhang Wuyan's personal account. They immediately reacted and said that he was shameless and that he was a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. Fuck. Xiao Qiang was so angry. The netizens of this generation are really stupid. They even want to eat swan meat. That's his own daughter. What the hell is he eating? Xiao Qiang rolled up his sleeves and retorted to the man. As a result, he found that more and more people were sending him private messages to curse him. You can't eat grapes, so you say they are sour. You must be ugly, so you're jealous that Mr. Lu is with the goddess. Honey, I suggest you take a piss and look at yourself, okay? The sarcastic words made Xiao Qiang furious. Are these people sick? He is telling the truth, how can some people not accept it? Fuck you. Xiao Qiang was so angry that he couldn't help but swear. Some people also discovered what Xiao Qiang wanted to express in his reply and asked him back. You're talking as if you were there. Please let me see, which head in the background is you? The words seemed polite, but Xiao Qiang felt a strong sense of contempt. He replied immediately. I was photoshopped. As a result, it attracted a lot of sarcastic replies. Xiao Qiang was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. What a bunch of hellish stuff. Chapter 12. I don't play with them. Zhang Wuyan didn't want to pay any attention to it, but there were more and more clowns, which made her a little impatient. In addition, Special Assistant Zhang said that Xiao Qiang was also involved, so Zhang Wuyan felt that this matter had to be dealt with immediately so as not to affect her father's mood. Zhang Wuyan is on a business trip today. At this moment, she is sitting in the first seat and the people below are reporting. This is a high-level meeting. Her principle is that during a meeting, nothing else can affect the progress of the meeting, and the atmosphere in all meeting rooms is serious and depressing. The executive who was reporting on the project progress at this moment suddenly noticed that Zhang Wuyan was holding a mobile phone with a serious expression. Thinking that I had explained something incorrectly, I frantically flipped through the materials and started over from the beginning. Zhang Wuyan was serious because she saw that Xiao Qiang's Weibo account was online, and it was also jumping in the comment section of the official website and her personal account. Every word he said was to protect her. The more Zhang Wuyan looked, the more satisfied she became. The corners of her cold mouth slightly raised, revealing a dazzling smile. The executives immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they had made up for the mess they had made. After the meeting, Zhang Wuyan called Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang was distracted from studying because of this incident. He was in the room, arguing with a group of netizens, when his cell phone rang. It was Zhang Wuyan calling. There are 2 words displayed on it, daughter. Ever since he accepted that he was going to be a father, Xiao Qiang changed Zhang Wuyan's name to these 2 words to sound more intimate. Hello, girl, what's the matter? He answered in a lowered voice. Dad, I've taken care of everything. Just focus on your studies and stop arguing with people online. I'm fine and won't be affected. Zhang Wuyan started talking about the matter. Xiao Qiang was a little surprised. You know everything? How do you know I'm dating someone online? He was very puzzled. Could it be that Zhang Wuyan was the worm in his stomach? How do you know what he did? Zhang Wuyan laughed. Dad, you are my special attention. On Weibo, as long as you are a special attention, I know when you are online and what you comment and like. So that's how it is. Xiao Qiang breathed a sigh of relief. Girl, this incident makes me very depressed and angry. Those people lied with their eyes open. That stinky boy named Lu Rui even posted random things and deleted them after posting them, making people think that you are dating him. Hiding things makes people think there is something fishy going on. You are busy with work, and I didn't want this to affect you. I planned to use my eloquence to make these netizens understand, but in the end I still made you worry. Hearing Xiao Qiang say this, Zhang Wuyan was even happier. Dad, I know you are thinking about me, but at the same time I don't want these trivial matters to affect your studies. The college entrance examination is not long away. She hopes Xiao Qiang can stay focused and succeed in one go. I know. Xiao Qiang nodded, and then there was a knock on the door. Uncle Ju opened the door and popped his head in. The teacher is here, downstairs. Xiao Qiang pointed at his cell phone and made an okay gesture. Dad, I called you to tell you that the matter is being dealt with. So you don't have to bother with those people anymore. Zhang Wuyan's voice was cold, but with a hint of a smile. Xiao Qiang compromised immediately. Okay, I won't play with them. I'll go to class right away. Okay. Zhang Wuyan was about to hang up the phone, but she heard a hurried voice of daughter, which made her stop. As Xiao Qiang walked out, he said, My daughter, you are so kind. You are your father's big cotton-padded jacket. Zhang Wuyan couldn't help but smile. Well, Dad, come on. Of course, I will try my best, my daughter. I really think that society is progressing too fast now. In the past, there were no teachers who would come to teach at home. In each village, town or county, there were very few teachers. One person had to teach several subjects. There were even no teachers on the payroll. They were substitute teachers. Now, teachers come to teach me, and I can stay at home and check my phone to see what's happening across the country. It's great. Xiao Qiang sounded like he was just chatting, but there were a lot of sighs in his tone. Zhang Wuyan knew that her father had gradually accepted the current environment and society, so she was moved. Dad, things will get better and better. You are the best. Xiao Qiang was very proud of his daughter's praise. That's right. The person who came today was a foreign language teacher. She was wearing black framed glasses. When she saw Xiao Qiang appear at the entrance of the corridor, she bent down slightly as a greeting. Xiao Qiang also waved in response, then went downstairs and continued to talk to Zhang Wuyan. By the way, my daughter, don't take Lu Rui's Weibo seriously. Netizens took screenshots and said that you two have been together for a long time. I don't believe it anyway. I was clearly next to you, but it was photoshopped clean. People like this have dirty minds. I, your father, will never recognize him as your son-in-law. Zhang Wuyan drummed her fingers on the table, the smile on her lips never faded. Dad, I know, I didn't take it seriously. Don't worry, my honor and reputation will not be affected. The public relations department is already handling it. You can see it online after you finish the class. Yeah. When Xiao Qiang was about to walk downstairs, he stopped and whispered to Zhang Wuyan, my dear daughter, you are so good. Go and do your work. I won't disturb you. When you come home safely, you can tell me in advance what you want to eat. Dad will cook for you. Zhang Wuyan was stunned for a moment, then nodded and agreed, okay. After hanging up the phone, the smile on his face was still there, so much so that when managers from other departments came with documents to sign and saw this scene, they were so scared that they dared not move. Firstly, it was too shocking. You know, since Zhang Wuyan took over the Zhang Group, the old veterans of the company have never seen this woman smile. Secondly, they couldn't figure out whether her smile was related to what happened on the internet, because she ordered the public relations department to handle it quickly and issue a statement to cut off her relationship with Lu Rui, but she ended up smiling so sweetly. Let these people guess. Zhang Wuyan raised her eyes and saw the surprise and doubt on these people's faces. His expression instantly turned cold, and the light in his cold eyes was like a sharp sword, making people tremble. Aren't you here to sign? Everyone suddenly woke up and immediately lined up to wait for signatures, no longer daring to look around or guess. On Weibo, the official Weibo account of the Zhang Group first pinned a post stating that Zhang Wuyan and Lu Rui did not go on a date together, and also said that they would reserve the right to sue those who stir up trouble. They have also found the studio that posted the picture and sent a lawyer's letter, asking the majority of netizens to be rational. Then Zhang Wuyan also posted an update on her personal Weibo, which had rarely posted updates in years. Only, for words. If you are not familiar with it, don't knock it. Short and easy to understand. The group of netizens who were obsessed with watching the show were instantly caught off guard. The rational crowd immediately jumped out and said that he knew there was something wrong with those pictures. He was a fan of Zhang Wuyan, and from the moment he became a fan, he knew that Zhang Wuyan was unparalleled in the world and no man could match her. The crazy onlookers immediately covered their ears and said they didn't want to hear any nonsense, saying that Zhang Wuyan was with Lu Rui. As a result, Lu Rui posted a Weibo post and slapped this group of netizens in the face. I didn't expect that a casual post would be maliciously interpreted. Please be rational. I admit that Miss Zhang is very good and I have a good impression of her, but you can't randomly Photoshop the picture, which has caused trouble for me and her. I have sent a letter. Thank you. The internet was in chaos, but netizens soon discovered that the person who commented on Zhang Wuyan and Lu Rui being together was reported and had his Weibo account blocked. Gradually, netizens calmed down and stopped making random comments. Some people even found out Xiao Qiang's original comment and took a screenshot and posted it on Weibo. I began to believe what this netizen said. He must be the first person to know the truth. I always felt that Mr. Lu played a good hand, but Miss Zhang didn't pay and overturned the table. This scene was really exciting. After class, Xiao Qiang immediately opened his phone and logged into Weibo, where he saw 99 plus private messages from himself. He knew that most of the people were scolding him. I didn't want to see it, but ended up seeing the trending searches: Zhang Group S statement, Zhang Wuyan S statement, and Lu Rui S statement. Xiao Qiang clicked on 3 Weibo posts and found that they were well received. Hey, kid, it failed. He looked at Lu Rui's Weibo and said proudly. Then I opened the private messages, and it turned out that half of them were apologizing and saying that he was the one who knew the truth, and the other half were treating him as a wishing well and coming to make a wish, saying that because of his words, the truth was really like that and it was so effective. Xiao Qiang found it funny. This group of people was quite interesting. In an instant, the anger in my heart disappeared. His daughter is really awesome. She handles things as soon as she says she will, without any further ado. After Zhang Wuyan finished her business, she was on her way to the airport. She was holding a dark blue box in her hand. Inside the box was a gold and diamond watch designed by an Italian jewelry master. There was only one in the world, and she bought it at a high price. The cell phone rang. It was my best friend Jean Mi calling. Hello. Jean Wuyen answered. Jean Mi's voice was a little sharp. Wu Yang, I heard that you bought Deep Sea for 5 million. Deep Sea, that is the name of that watch. The watch frame is made of 108 high-end diamonds and the strap is made of genuine leather and satin. The smart design is its biggest feature. Jean Wuyen's voice was calm. Well, what's the problem? What's the problem? Jean Mi was speechless, and at the same time, her gossipy heart was burning. You still say that there is no man hidden in the Golden House. I heard it last time. The watch, is it bought for him? Okay, Jean Wuyen, we have such a close relationship, why don't you introduce me to him? Jean Mi was somewhat indignant. She wanted to know which man could win over the cold and arrogant Jean Wuyen. Chapter 13, His character is not good. The watch was bought for Xiao Qiang. But Jean Wuyen didn't intend to tell Jean Mi, because she knew her best friend very well. If she knew that the watch was really given to a man, she would buy a plane ticket and fly back to see Xiao Qiang without saying a word. She didn't want her best friend to know so much. Mainly, Jean Wuyen respects Xiao Qiang, and she wants to go back and ask Xiao Qiang whether he is willing to meet her best friend. After all, she had to tell her best friend that she and Xiao Qiang were father and daughter, which was a very shocking thing. I'll go back and ask, and then give you an answer. Jean Wuyen hung up the phone. Jean Mi tried to persuade Jean Wuyen to stay for a long time but failed. When she called again, the other party hung up on her. She was very angry, but she also knew that Jean Wuyen didn't want to say anything, and there was no way she could get her mouth to open. So he sent a message to Jean Wuyen. Sister, I want to help you check. What if the other party is a hypocrite like Lu Rui? Jean Wuyen replied quickly. He is not. Oh, what a doting tone, so sure. Jean Mi became more and more curious. Who is the man Jean Wuyen is hiding? She is curious, and netizens are curious too. The previous misunderstanding had already been resolved, but immediately someone broke another piece of news that was shocking to the people. A well-known paparazzi released several pictures. The pictures seem blurry, but if you click on the large picture, you can clearly see Jean Wuyen walking out of the Lanyu Club. He was holding a dark blue box in his hand. The next few pictures show her shopping in the club. Jean Wuyen bought the famous Italian jewelry designer Joe's designed a deep sea men's watch. This is a private club that houses gems, various jewels, and paintings from famous masters around the world. Generally not for sale, just for collection. However, every 6 months, the Lanyu Club holds a clearance sale, and the selling price is much higher than the original price, so this is also a business place for the wealthy. This Deep Sea watch is the one being sold this time. It is said that the original price of Deep Sea was 500,000, and on the day of sale, the price was called out to 5 million, and Jean Wuyen made the final decision and bought it. Netizens who like to watch the fun began to speculate about the owner of the watch. Some people speculated that it must have been given to Lu Rui, because Jean Wuyen had never had any scandals with anyone, but she and Lu Rui became a couple. This person put forward a guess and immediately received most responses. They all agreed that the watch that Jean Wuyen bought at a high price was a gift for Lu Rui. Lu Rui was taking out his anger on his assistant because of Jean Wuyen's denial, but when he saw this trending search, a hint of a wild smile immediately appeared in his gloomy eyes. He took a picture of his wrist and uploaded it with a note. Whatever you think, there will be a response. What is this? Isn't this telling everyone that the watch Jean Wuyen bought was a gift for him? I remember the Louis Vuitton brand had a watch that looked very similar to their Deep Sea. Please buy it for me in the next 2 days. Lu Rui looked at the uproar on the internet meaningfully. The assistant immediately understood what he wanted to do. Okay. Have you found out the identity of that man? Lu Rui's mood instantly improved. The assistant looked embarrassed and said, No, I found the most famous detective but couldn't find any information about him. Jean Wuyen protected him too well. I couldn't find any clues. There is no news about him on the internet. Useless. Lu Rui was furious and smashed an inkstone. I don't care what method you use, you must find out. And doesn't Jean Wuyen want to deny it? I won't let her have her wish. I want the whole world to know that Jean Wuyen and I, Lu Rui, are dating and will be my woman sooner or later. There was ruthlessness in his eyes. The assistant was sweating profusely, thinking, this guy is really crazy. His mind is full of love and he has never thought about the interests of the company. If he angers Zhang Muyan, the cooperation between the two companies will be ruined. He reminded Lu Rui many times, but was hit on the back of the head every time. At the airport, Special Assistant Zhang was the first to see the hot search topic online. He quickly reported to Zhang Muyan, "Boss Zhang, someone secretly filmed the process of you buying a watch and posted it online. Look." Zhang Muyan took it and looked at it for a few seconds, then asked casually, "Did my dad go on Weibo today?" Special Assistant Zhang was Zhang Wei's assistant in the past. After Zhang Wei left, he assisted Zhang Muyan and was very loyal to her. So there are some things that Zhang Muyan will not hide from him. For example, Xiao Qiang is her biological father. "Mr. Xiao doesn't have one," Special Assistant Zhang replied. Zhang Muyan nodded, looking nonchalant. Lu Rui is just a flea, and netizens are just jumping along with him. As long as it doesn't jump onto my dad, there's no need to bother with it. As long as Xiao Qiang is fine, that's all she needs. Assistant Zhang nodded in understanding, "Yes." Then I turned off the tablet and ignored the messages on the internet. When Zhang Muyan returned home, Uncle Ju told her that Xiao Qiang was taking a class on the 3rd floor. "Yeah." She sat on the sofa. Uncle Ju waved his hand, and someone immediately came in through the small door and massaged Zhang Muyan's shoulders to relax her. About 20 minutes later, Xiao Qiang came down from upstairs and saw Zhang Muyan at a glance. He was about to excitedly call her daughter. But remembering that my private teacher was still behind me, I could only wave goodbye. The teacher said hello to Zhang Muyan and was sent out by Uncle Ju. "My girl, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell me in advance so that I could prepare a delicious meal for you?" Xiao Qiang looked up and down at Zhang Muyan. "I found out that his daughter has lost weight. He must have been too busy with work and didn't eat properly." Zhang Muyan stood up and said, "I just came back and I don't want to disturb your hard work. By the way, Dad, the company will hold a dinner party for a signed project in a few days. Can I take you to have fun?" She was mainly worried that Xiao Qiang was under too much pressure, and wanted to let her father relax appropriately. Xiao Qiang looked at her curiously. "What contract project?" Zhang Muyan explained, "We have a collaboration with the Lu family to hold a project party." Xiao Qiang still wanted to attend parties and such, but when he heard the Lu family, he thought of that rude boy. His face turned cold immediately. "Daughter, why are you still in contact with Lu Rui? Didn't Dad tell me? He has a bad character." Zhang Muyan asked Xiao Qiang to sit down and handed him a cup of tea. "Dad, I am very obedient and have nothing to do with that person. This time it is a subsidiary of the Zhang group that is cooperating with their Lu enterprise." Xiao Qiang nodded, very satisfied. "Will that boy go to the party?" Zhang Muyan thought for a moment and said, "Probably. I saw in the notice before that he said he would attend the party." "That's boring." Xiao Qiang had a very bad impression of that person, so he said to Zhang Muyan, "Forget it, I won't join in the fun, I'd better stay at home and prepare for the exam." As he said that, he put a big chicken drumstick into Zhang Muyan's bowl. "Eat more, you look thinner." Zhang Muyan's bowl was already full of food that Xiao Qiang had picked up. When she heard Xiao Qiang say that he had lost weight, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Dad, I've obviously gained weight, so stop picking up the pieces. I can't fit any more. Eat them too." She also picked up a large piece of vegetable for Xiao Qiang and placed Australian lobster in front of him. This shrimp was his favorite. Xiao Qiang was eating shrimp meat. Not fat, you look so skinny that you don't even have much meat on you." Then he made a bowl of soup and placed it in front of Zhang Muyan. Zhang Muyan looked at it with some embarrassment. After eating all this, she was afraid that she wouldn't even want to eat dinner. There is a kind of love called, "Dad is afraid that you are hungry." A week later, a signing party for a project between a subsidiary of Zhang S Group and Lu S Enterprise was held at the most luxurious Ruyue Hotel in the closed city. Reporters, paparazzi, and even the Global Times were waiting at the door early. They were waiting for breaking news. Let's see whether the legendary Deep Sea watch will be worn on the hand of Lu Rui, the young master of Lu's enterprise. If so, this political marriage is inevitable. If not, then Lu Rui's hype would be quite interesting. The lights at the door were all gathered together, waiting for the owners of both sides to appear. Chapter 14. Don't let them take advantage of you. Many bloggers also appeared at the signing ceremony. They set up the equipment and started the live broadcast. Family, who understands? I'm actually at the signing ceremony of the Jean group, and I can see the goddess. My friends, refresh your screens. I will open your eyes tonight. No matter whose mobile phone is being live streamed, everyone is scrolling through the screen hoping to see their deep sea watch. Half an hour before the signing ceremony, Lu Rui sat in the business car. He looked at the flashing lights and the expectant expressions on everyone's faces, with an intriguing smile on his lips. Open the window. Lu Rui gave the order. The assistant panicked. Mr. Lu, it's not time to get off the car yet. Isn't it inappropriate for you to get off so early? What Zhang Wuyan hates most is someone taking over the show. Lu Rui looked at him viciously. What's inappropriate? Seeing that he looked embarrassed, she impatiently said, Okay, I won't go down. I'll just open the window to get some fresh air, okay. The assistant nodded, the car window rolled down, and Lu Rui stretched the hand wearing the watch out of the window. The crowd was surging, flashlights were clicking non-stop, and some people even pointed their cameras at his wrist to take pictures. Those who were broadcasting live on their mobile phones also held the equipment high up. Did you see it, family members? It's a deep sea. Their deep sea worth 5 million is really in Lu Rui's hands. These two are really together. Guys, start shooting. When Lu Rui saw that everyone had noticed him, he immediately smiled and waved to the media. His diamond-studded watch sparkled brightly under the light. He heard the discussion in the crowd and waved his weapon even harder. Immediately, some media crowded in front of the car and handed him the microphone to interview him. Excuse me, Mr. Lu, is the watch on your hand the deep sea? Lu Rui's eyebrows twitched slightly, and he replied politely, What do you think? The ambiguous answer made the media people's eyes light up. Sure enough, you are dating Miss Zhang Wuyan? Lu Rui stretched out a finger and put it on his lips. Keep a low profile. After saying this, he withdrew his hand and the window slowly rose, but it could not block the hot gazes of the people outside. Lu Rui curled his lips with pride, and in his mind he had already imagined the scene of Zhang Wuyan being conquered by him and held in his arms. As he thought about it, a silly smile appeared on his face. Here, Zhang Wuyan arrived backstage and the staff was touching up her makeup. Special Assistant Zhang handed her the schedule for tonight. After reading only the first line, she frowned. I don't remember this link, go check it out. Lu Rui wants to hold her hand and walk the red carpet with her. Assistant Zhang took one look and immediately took over. Boss John, I'll go ask the director right away. 5 minutes later, the director bowed and nodded before Zhang Wuyan. Boss John, our mistake was mainly because we thought it was a collaboration between two companies, so walking on the red carpet together shouldn't be a big deal. Zhang Wuyan squinted at him coldly, as if she saw through the director's tricks. Director Guo, if you want to hype it up, don't go after me, understand? Guo Jin is a small director. After receiving the news about the signing party of Zhang's company, he wanted to stand out. He kept an eye on the news online and thought that Lu Rui and Zhang Wuyan would be present tonight, so he wanted to take advantage of the traffic. Unexpectedly, it was ruthlessly torn apart by Zhang Wuyan. Yes, I will cancel this segment immediately, right away. Director Guo still wants to keep his job. Zhang Wuyan gave him a suggestion, don't cancel it, just replace the person walking the red carpet with someone else. Director Guo was surprised, then nodded to show that he understood. He wiped the sweat off his face and left. Zhang Wuyan then withdrew her cold gaze and asked everyone in the VIP room to leave, leaving only Special Assistant Zhang. What is my dad doing at home? Is he bored? Zhang Wuyan sent a message to Xiao Qiang, but he hasn't replied yet. Special Assistant Zhang replied, the teacher is taking classes at home today. The class should be over by now. Uncle Ju has arranged a nutritious dessert for him to eat. Zhang Wuyan nodded. How long will the activity last? She wanted to go back and be with her dad and have dessert. Even though she doesn't really have a sweet tooth. Half an hour. Special Assistant Zhang looked at the process and replied. Zhang Wuyan pursed her lips. It's been too long. Somewhat dissatisfied. Ding dong. The message sounded. This is Xiao Qiang's reply. Girl, I just got out of class, and Uncle Ju made some strawberry pie. It was so sweet, I saved a big piece for you. A picture was sent on WeChat. Zhang Wuyan clicked it and saw 5 or 6 red strawberries placed on the large triangle. There was a smile in her eyes. These were probably all the strawberries on the strawberry pie. Okay, thanks, Dad. Zhang Wuyin clicked save. This was the first time Xiao Qiang sent her a picture. Half an hour passed quickly and the signing project officially began. Lu Rui straightened his clothes and got out of the car with full confidence. He deliberately exposed his hand with a watch and placed it on his tie to show off for a long time. A bright red Porsche slowly entered the venue, and the media followed with cameras. Everyone thought that the person sitting in the car was Zhang Wuyin. Lu Rui also thought so with the help of his assistant and bodyguard, he cleared a path and walked straight to the front of the car. He bent down like a gentleman, held the door and opened it with a click. His gentle face instantly turned gloomy when he saw the people in the car. Oh, isn't this Xiaolu? You're dressed so handsomely and come to pick up Aunt Xiong in person. You're such a good boy. The person who got off the car was Wen Xiong, one of the top 10 richest women in the closed city. She had been married to 3 husbands, and each of them died of illness, leaving her with a huge fortune. She used the money to support a young, handsome and capable man, and everyone in the business world knew about it. Tonight's signing party, the Lu family invited the wealthy people who were under lockdown to attend, in order to attract more investors. Wen Xiong is one of them. Wen Xiong pinched Lu Rui's face, and then she took his hand forcibly and walked forward. He was smiling on the surface, but he was cursing in his heart. Where is his goddess? Didn't he promise to hug Zhang Wuyin and walk the red carpet together? Lu Rui glanced at the assistant with hatred in his eyes, and the assistant said in panic that he didn't know either. The rich woman was wearing a red strapless evening gown, with all the fat on her body sticking out. With so many cameras pointed at her and flashes popping, Wen Xiong felt she was extremely charming. Pulling Lu Rui to pose, Lu Rui's face was stiff and he really wanted to throw the fat woman lying in his arms away. But he can't, there are so many media here, if he loses his temper, it will definitely be on the headlines tomorrow. By then, Mr. Lu would probably break his legs. Oh my god, my friends, I'm going blind. It turns out that Lu Rui didn't walk the red carpet with Zhang Wuyin, but with the famous rich woman Qiong. The TikTok blogger opened his mouth in shock. He moved the pole forward to allow the camera to get closer. Someone else was live streaming. I am dying of laughter. Family members, you really should come to the scene to see Lu Rui's expression. It's like she is eating shit. I said that our goddess of war would never walk the red carpet with a man. I'm leaving it at that. If she appears in my TikTok because of a man one day, I will eat my keyboard alive. Lu Rui was completely embarrassed. Zhang Wuyin. He must make this woman submit to him. Zhang Wuyin was video chatting with Xiao Qiang in the VIP room. Because she still had to walk the red carpet for a while, she didn't want to leave first. Xiao Qiang put his whole face on the screen. Girl, are you cold there? Dad, it's not cold. Zhang Wuyin was amused by his actions. It was Xiao Qiang's first time to have a video call with her, and he thought he had to put his mouth close to the speaker so that the person on the other end could hear his voice. So when he spoke, Zhang Wuyin could see his lips and nostrils. Why are your arms exposed in this dress? Can you find something else to put on? Xiao Qiang asked. Zhang Wuyin was stunned. Dad, doesn't it look good? Xiao Qiang shook his head and said, No, I'm just afraid that some bastard will take advantage of you. Yes, I'm talking about that bastard Lu Rui. He didn't want that man to touch a single hair of his daughter. Zhang Wuyin nodded, and Assistant Zhang immediately brought a cloak over. She put it on and said, Dad, take a look. Are you okay now? Xiao Qiang nodded. Yes, she is really beautiful. My daughter inherited my good genes. She looks like a fairy from heaven. This person is praising others and is praising himself as well. Zhang Wuyin curled her lips. Well, yes. Someone from the director's side came to invite her to appear. Special Assistant Zhang stopped the man outside the door, and after he conveyed his meaning, the man left. Xiao Qiang heard this, and he said to Zhang Wuyin, Be careful, Dad will wait for you to come home. Also, keep your distance from other men, don't let them take advantage of you. He was still worried, always feeling that his beautiful and cool daughter would be bullied. Zhang Wuyin stood up and walked towards the door with her phone in hand. Don't worry, Dad. I'll be back soon after I sign. Okay, my girl, Dad will wait for you to come back. Xiao Qiang hung up the phone first. Chapter 15. You have always been my pride. The signing party begins. All the lights in the venue gathered at the door, and all the guests who walked the red carpet also looked over here. The door slowly opened, and Zhang Wuyan appeared in everyone's sight. Noble and elegant, the white dress shows off her perfect figure, and her every frown and smile is touching. Lu Rui narrowed his eyes and walked towards the door. Hey, where are you going? Wen Qiong was a little dissatisfied. Lu Ruizai ignored her. He wanted to stand under the light so that everyone could see Zhang Wuyan flirting with him. Special Assistant Zhang lowered his head to help Zhang Wuyan adjust her skirt, then stood up and whispered, Boss Zhang, Mr. Lu is here. Zhang Wuyan hummed coldly. Miss Zhang, you look so beautiful today. Lu Rui behaved like a gentleman. He bent down slightly, wanting Zhang Wuyan to put her hand on his arm. Zhang Wuyan didn't even give him a cold look, simply ignored his existence, lifted her skirt with both hands, and walked past him. Lu Rui's eyes were filled with venom, and his expression was ferocious. When he looked up, he regained his gentleness. I remember there was a segment today where I was walking the red carpet with Miss Zhang. Why didn't Miss Zhang come out? He caught up with her and, while the media was taking pictures, he put his arm around Zhang Wuyan's shoulders. Zhang Wuyan shouted coldly, let go. How could Lu Rui let go? Instead, he held the person in his arms. Special Assistant Zhang stepped forward to help. The next second, Lu Rui's scream was heard, and his leather shoes were stepped on tightly by Zhang Wuyan's sharp high heels. Everyone was shocked and looked on in amazement. Mr. Lu, a good dog doesn't block the road. Zhang Wuyan looked at him arrogantly, and her hollow high heels rolled on his toes a few times, and Lu Rui turned pale with pain. The media and live broadcasts keep up with current events and focus their cameras on them. Zhang Wuyan pretended not to know and let go of her feet. Mr. Lu's feet are so long that they are under my high heels. Be careful next time. Also, I have nothing to do with you, so don't confuse people with counterfeit products. Everyone pointed fingers at him, making Lu Rui feel embarrassed. Lu Rui was filled with hatred in his heart. I didn't even stretch my legs. Also, we are not familiar with each other, so don't get involved. These words were like a bomb hitting the crowd, creating a mushroom cloud. The hot search instantly topped the Weibo list. #Lu Rui, fake and inferior products #. The goddess said, we are not familiar with each other, don't get involved #. is the master of the deep sea. #. As the topic became more and more exciting, the party became more and more exciting. Lu Rui was slapped in the face. He glared at Zhang Wuyan, refusing his assistant's help, with malice in his eyes. This scene was broadcast live and netizens were all saying that Lu Rui was shameless. Some clear-minded netizens began to analyze that Lu Rui's actions in the past few days seemed like he was performing a one-man show, and he was shamelessly trying to take advantage of the traffic of the Zhang group. Xiao Qiang had no idea what waves his daughter had created. He was completely immersed in his studies, with his cell phone aside and set to vibrate mode. From time to time a few messages would pop up. They are all push notifications from Weibo. A few minutes later, Xiao Qiang yawned and stretched, then picked up his phone, jumped onto the bed, and planned to relax. As a result, when the screen opened, I saw the latest Weibo push. The president of Zhang's group spent a huge amount of money to buy their deep sea, which is so beautiful that it makes my heart tremble. Isn't he the president of Zhang group his daughter? What is their deep sea? Xiao Qiang was a little curious, so he clicked on the push notification and saw a full 9-square grid, all of which were a deep blue watch inlaid with diamonds. When I opened the comment section, I found that everyone was envious and jealous. They wanted to get this watch, and they also wanted to know who President Zhang would give this watch to. Xiao Qiang looked at the picture and nodded. It's quite nice, domineering and noble, and the watch is inlaid with diamonds, which is really luxurious. He scrolled down and saw a netizen saying that Deep Sea was bought by Zhang Wuyan for 5 million. Xiao Qiang jumped out of bed in shock. What kind of watch costs 5 million? Forgive him, I really cannot agree with the world of the rich. Wait, he is also in a wealthy family now. Xiao Qiang took a deep breath and told himself, my daughter must have bought it for the person she loves the most, that's why it is so expensive. But, my daughter is in love. How come his father didn't receive any news? Xiao Qiang felt a little uneasy. He opened the door and went downstairs to find Uncle Ju. Does my daughter have someone she likes? Uncle Ju was confused by his question. No, why are you asking this suddenly? Xiao Qiang pointed at their deep sea picture on the screen and said, people on the internet are saying that Wu Yang spent 5 million to buy a men's watch. I was wondering if this thing was given to someone she likes. Uncle Ju waved his hand. I have watched Miss Wuyan grow up. So far, there has never been another man around her, let alone buying gifts for others. Xiao Qiang was relieved, and then he met with Uncle Ju and muttered, I'm just worried that she will be hurt. My daughter is so outstanding, I have to find someone who is worthy of her. Look at the watch she chose, I think it's very beautiful. Well, it's elegant and noble, and it looks good. Uncle Ju agreed. After the party, Zhang Wuyan returned home in a rage. Girl! Xiao Qiang heard their voice, waved at the entrance of the corridor, and then ran down quickly. Zhang Wuyan took a few steps forward nervously. Dad, slow down. Xiao Qiang steadied his steps. It's okay, it's okay. I thought you would be back very late tonight. Dad, we have an exam tomorrow. I'm afraid you'll be nervous, so I want to come back early to accompany you, and then check what I need to prepare for tomorrow. Zhang Wuyan said to Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang didn't expect that Zhang Wuyan would consider so much for him. Oh, I'm not nervous. He said casually, then patted the sofa and motioned Zhang Wuyan to sit down. Zhang Wuyan noticed his emotions and said that she was not nervous, but her eyes had already betrayed Xiao Qiang's true emotions. He was actually very nervous. Dad, you don't need to put so much pressure on yourself. You have already taken the exam once. This re-examination is just going through that path again. Zhang Wuyan sat beside him and comforted him. Xiao Qiang nodded. He knew all this, but he had missed the best time of his life after 40 years of hibernation. Now I have the chance to do it again. Although I still take the same path, my state of mind is different. Daughter, tell your dad, were you nervous during the college entrance examination? Was it your mother or uncle who sent you to the school gate? Xiao Qiang wanted to relax, so he found a topic. Zhang Wuyan took a sip of coffee and said to Xiao Qiang, I'm not nervous. See, if you're not nervous, then I'm even less nervous. Xiao Qiang breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, Zhang Wuyan said, because I haven't even taken the college entrance examination, I received admission letters from several universities. Xiao Qiang suddenly felt speechless, his mind was in a mess, and it took him a while to calm down. He gave Zhang Wuyan a thumbs up. My daughter is awesome. Daddy is proud of you. These words come from a heart sincerely. He looked at Zhang Wuyan. No matter her ability, appearance, or temperament, she was of top quality. Such a perfect person is his daughter. Xiao Qiang's mood suddenly became complicated. He couldn't hold his daughter back. He wants to be the pride of his daughter. Thinking about it, I got up and walked upstairs. Zhang Wuyan looked at his back, stood up and chased after him. Dad, what's wrong? It's okay. I think it's still early. I'll review the subjects I'll take tomorrow and check if I have brought everything. Xiao Qiang returned to the room. Zhang Wuyan also walked in and followed along to check. Admission ticket, ID card, 3 gel pens, 3 2B pencils for the exam, and an eraser. All in a sealed bag. Dad, I checked the weather for tomorrow. It's going to be sunny with light rain. I packed an umbrella in your backpack. Zhang Wuyan is very meticulous. Xiao Qiang was somewhat touched. Okay, thank you, girl. The little cotton padded jacket is so thoughtful that he didn't even think of bringing an umbrella. You're welcome. Zhang Wuyan asked Xiao Qiang not to be so polite. Xiao Qiang nodded. Okay, we are family, you are welcome, my daughter, I will be your proud role model. Zhang Wuyan was a little surprised, then her eyes curved with a smile. Dad, you have always been my pride. Chapter 16, a $5 million watch, just to tell the time. After putting all the materials into the backpack, Zhang Wuyan reviewed the subjects to be tested the next day with Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang didn't stay up too late and went to bed early, so he woke up full of energy in the morning. When he went downstairs, he was amazed by the scenery below. Zhang Wuyan was wearing a white cheongsam embroidered with bamboo. She stood there, looking graceful and charming. Seeing Xiao Qiang pursed his lips and smiled. Dad. Xiao Qiang came in front of her, looked around, and couldn't stop praising her. Girl, your height and figure are perfect for wearing a cheongsam. Uncle Ju nodded and explained, this is the cheongsam that Miss Wuyan ordered at Zhuhangji last month, just for today. Xiao Qiang was puzzled. Is today an important day? Dad, I'm wearing this to symbolize your victory. Zhang Wuyan winked at him. Xiao Qiang understood. No wonder his aunt made him a cheongsam with scraps of cloth. She had to wear it even though it didn't look good, so that she could send him to the examination room. This was what she meant. My girl, you are thoughtful. Zhang Wuyan took a box from Uncle Ju and said to Xiao Qiang, Dad, stretch out your right hand. Xiao Qiang stretched out his hand and looked at the box. Why did he feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity? It wasn't until Zhang Wuyan opened it, took out the deep-sea watch and put it on him that Xiao Qiang reacted. A 5 million deep-sea watch. Here, is this for me? Xiao Qiang touched it lovingly. Zhang Wuyan nodded. Well, in order to let you see the time, the college entrance examination is very strict. It is expressly prohibited to wear smart watches or smart wristbands, but you can carry ordinary mechanical or quartz watches. Deep Sea is a quartz watch. My goodness, his daughter spent 5 million to buy a watch just so he could tell time during the exam. I remember there was a clock hanging on the wall in the examination classroom. Xiao Qiang liked this watch very much and he simply didn't want to take it off. But he was afraid that wearing it would cause some trouble for his daughter. After all, their whole network is watching Deep Sea. If Lu Rui knew that the Deep Sea he had always dreamed of was on his hand, he would probably be furious. The more Xiao Qiang looked at this watch, the more he liked it. Zhang Wuyan was very happy to see that he liked it. Nowadays, not every classroom in the college entrance examination has a clock. If you don't know the time, you will panic. It will be more helpful for you to control the time when answering the questions if you wear it. At the same time, it also serves as a talisman, allowing Xiao Qiang to relax and take the exam. Zhang Wuyan actually had her eyes on many other things, but in the end she still chose this men's watch because she thought her father would like it. It turned out to be true, Xiao Qiang liked it very much. After breakfast, Xiao Qiang sat in the Maybach, secretly took a picture of his wrist, and posted it on WeChat Moments to show off. My daughter, I gave her this watch. I like it. Shortly after I successfully posted it, I received 2 likes. One fights against Xiao Jun, and the other fights against Wu Yan. Xiao Qiang looked at his daughter beside him and said, You are too quick to like this. Zhang Wuyan smiled implicitly. I also commented, I am number 1. Xiao Qiang currently has only 2 WeChat friends, Zhang Xiaojun and Zhang Wuyan. Uncle Ju is not used to using WeChat, so Xiao Qiang only saved his phone number. Sure enough, after refreshing, there was one more comment on his moments. Daughter, as long as you like it, I wish you immediate success. Xiao Qiang was a little nervous at first, but Zhang Wuyan's comment made him lose all his nerves. When we were almost at the school gate, the car stopped because there was a police blockade ahead and many parents had to park their cars in the small alley of the finance and economics school. Xiao Qiang felt that this was a good thing. After all, when you become famous, you are more likely to be surrounded by gossip. He was not famous, but his daughter was a celebrity. If he was sent to the school gate and was photographed, the media would definitely write a lot of nonsense. He didn't want his daughter's reputation to be ruined by these people. So Zhang Wuyan wanted to follow him down, but was stopped by him. Xiao Qiang said, Girl, it's too hot outside, you don't need to come down, and there are a lot of mosquitoes. You are wearing a cheongsam today, with your arms and legs exposed, you will be bitten a lot. Besides, everyone knows you, and you are dressed so beautifully today, who knows if there are those unscrupulous media waiting at the school gate. Okay, I won't go down, Dad. I'll wait for you in the car. Zhang Wuyan sat back down. Xiao Qiang knew that Zhang Wuyan had rejected all business activities and postponed all company matters just to send him to the college entrance examination. Okay, let's wait for good news from Dad. At this moment, Xiao Qiang was full of confidence. He looked at Zhang Wuyan, raised his right hand and waved it. In the distance, someone hid behind a huge tree trunk and quickly pressed the shutter to capture this beautiful back view. In the sunshine, the young man's black hair was flying. He was wearing a white shirt and jeans. He raised his right hand and waved it as if he was holding the sunshine. Full of vitality. The person who took the photo is a well-known photography blogger who particularly likes to share beautiful photos online, including a small daisy growing towards the sun, the backs of 2 old people leaning against each other and holding hands, and lovely moments of cute pets. They are all her masterpieces. Li Mai lowered her head to adjust the camera. She played back the photo and was very satisfied with it. She planned to upload it soon. Xiao Qiang didn't know any of this. After waving to Zhang Wuyan, he arrived at the school gate and was stopped by the supervisory office to check what he brought with him. When he saw the watch on Xiao Qiang's right hand, He paused, checked it carefully, and found that it was just an ordinary quartz watch, so he let him go. He even patted Xiao Qiang on the shoulder and said jokingly, "Young man, are you here to show off your wealth in the examination room?" The inspector was a man in his 30s. He couldn't tell whether the diamonds were real or fake. He only knew that they were quite dazzling in the sunlight. "So I just said it as a joke." Xiao Qiang pulled the corner of his mouth and said, "How could that be possible? It's just an ordinary watch, stuck randomly, because I'm afraid there will be no clock to look at in the classroom." As he said this, he covered his watch with his sleeve. The inspector smiled and pushed him in. Li Mai uploaded the photos directly to the internet and updated her Weibo. The accompanying picture is Xiao Qiang's tall back. "I wish all the college entrance examination students success in the exam, and may they always be full of vigor and vitality. When I first opened the picture, I immediately noticed the watch on the right hand." At this moment, Weibo became a hot search topic. The server was down for 2 minutes. Hash shocked, the owner of Deep Sea is a young man. Hash Lu Rui slaps his face. Hash the goddess's character is unstable. With the boy. Hash. As soon as the trending search on Weibo came out, Special Assistant Zhang immediately reported it to Zhang Wuyan. Zhang Wuyan arranged, suppress the hot search, and by the way, find the blogger and tell him to delete the Weibo post immediately, otherwise I will sue her for violating her privacy and portrait rights. Okay. After Li Mai uploaded the photo, she planned to go take some other photos of the scenery. However, she received a call from the editor-in-chief and found out that her Weibo post had exploded. The editor-in-chief asked, "Did you take a frontal shot?" Li Mai replied, "No." The editor-in-chief was furious, "Why don't you go and take the photo? If we can take the front photo, we will be very rich." Jean, Deep Sea, just think about the traffic. After hanging up the phone, Li Mai planned to wait for a while, but she received a call. Instantly, the excitement turned into fear. "Okay, I will delete the Weibo post now and post a new one to make it clear." After hanging up the phone, she called the editor-in-chief again and said that if the Weibo post was not deleted, Jean would sue. The editor had no choice but to let her do it with tears in her eyes. Li Mai went on Weibo, deleted that post, and edited another one. "Sorry, I took this photo accidentally, I didn't know it would cause such a sensation, I don't know what the owner of Deep Sea looks like, please treat this matter rationally, I wish all the students will be admitted to high school." As soon as their Weibo post was released, it immediately caused an uproar. Netizens speculated that this blogger must have touched someone's bottom line and was threatened. However, some netizens said that the blogger just wanted to take advantage of their Deep Sea incident that happened to Zhansha some time ago and wanted to get some traffic. He took this photo deliberately to keep people in suspense, and now he has deleted it. He probably has something to hide. Xiao Qiang was unaware of all these changes. He only knew that he was surrounded by the media as soon as he walked out of the school gate. He was dumbfounded. What is happening? Hello, classmate. I'm Tana, a reporter from Fengcheng TV. I'd like to ask how you did in the exam. A female reporter handed over the microphone. Oh. A TV interview. He knows this. Whether in the past or now. Reporters and the media all want to know who will be the first to walk out of the school. Xiao Qiang cleared his throat and replied, "Not bad." Their voice was clear and attractive. Tanner was stunned for a moment, and was immediately interrupted by another reporter. "Classmate, do you think you can get into the school of your choice?" "Of course." Xiao Qiang was full of confidence. Chapter 17 Accidentally Exposed. A powerful sentence came through the microphone and reached everyone's ears. "Good." Someone shouted and led the applause. There was immediate applause from the audience. All the cameras were pointed at Xiao Qiang, and people squatting near the TV could see his high-spirited appearance. Xiao Qiang was afraid that Zhang Wuyan would have to wait for a long time, so he answered the question quickly, squeezed through the crowd, and almost bumped into Tana. He held her up and left only after seeing that she was fine. Gradually, more figures appeared at the door, and Tana and others withdrew their gaze and hurried to interview the next person. Xiao Qiang ran into the alley and found Zhang Wuyan wearing a qiangsum, holding a tender green and fluffy lucky bamboo in her hands, standing in front of the car looking at him. He strode forward and said, "Girl, why did you come down?" "Dad, I wish you a successful exam." Zhang Wuyan handed over the lucky bamboo. Xiao Qiang took it, then opened the car door and asked Zhang Wuyan to get in first. Girl, let me tell you, I'm in great shape today. I was the first one to walk out of the school gate, and all the reporters were interviewing me. He held the lucky bamboo in one hand and gestured with the other. Zhang Wuyan saw that his right hand was empty and asked, Dad, where's the watch? Xiao Qiang took it out of his backpack and said, I still feel it's too conspicuous here, so after the exam, I took it off and put it in my backpack. Zhang Wuyan frowned slightly. Xiao Qiang noticed it keenly. Daughter, did something happen? Zhang Wuyan shook her head. No, it's indeed too high profile. Dad, you did a great job. She underestimated that the eyes of those netizens, even those hidden in their sleeves, could see everything. Oh. Xiao Qiang nodded and put the watch back on. I'm with my daughter now, so I'll wear it. This is a gift from my daughter. Well, Dad, I have exams these days, can I keep your phone for a while? Zhang Wuyan didn't want what happened on the internet to affect Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang agreed without hesitation. Sure, I think so too. The main reason is that my self-discipline is really poor. Once I slack off, I just lie down and watch Douyin and Weibo, and all the time is wasted. After the exam the next day, Xiao Qiang was the first to leave the examination room and found that Tanner was still the first person to interview him. Is that you? Tanner didn't expect that he would recognize her. Classmate, congratulations, you are the first one to come out today. Do you have anything to say to everyone? Xiao Qiang looked at the eagerly waiting parents with mixed feelings. I want to say that it is great to work hard to live a wonderful life. I hope everyone can get admitted as they wish. Thank you. His aunt sent him to take the college entrance examination for the first time. It was his daughter who took him to take the college entrance examination for the second time. Both times, the most important people were by his side, and Xiao Qiang was deeply moved. Tanner looked at him and suddenly sighed, which was not suitable for his age. She was stunned for a moment, then pulled the corner of her mouth awkwardly. Har har, classmate, you are really humorous. Thank you for your blessing. Xiao Qiang nodded and prepared to leave. Tanner remembered that she almost fell yesterday and was supported by Xiao Qiang. Before she could thank him, he disappeared. This time I plan to catch up and say thank you. Tanner, where are you going? Her companion was surprised and followed her with a camera. Xiao Qiang didn't know someone was following him. It was only after he got in the car that the driver mentioned, Sir, there are reporters following us. Xiao Qiang turned around and looked through the rear window. He's the reporter from the TV station that locked down the city. Where did he go? Tanner looked at the numerous vehicles, unsure which car Xiao Qiang had just got on. Each one is a luxury car, and the window stickers are in privacy mode, so people inside can see people outside, but people outside cannot see people inside. My girl, it's the reporter who interviewed me, Xiao Qiang explained. Zhang Wuyan's face was cold. She really didn't like this reporter, who kept harassing him, thinking that he knew she was in the car and came for the deep-sea matter. Dad. She wanted to say forget it and just drive away. The next second, Xiao Qiang rolled down the car window, revealing half of his face, and greeted people with his left hand. Little reporter, are you looking for me? Tanner was startled, turned around and saw that it was Xiao Qiang, and immediately smiled. Yes, I didn't have time to thank you yesterday. She was keenly aware of a cold gaze falling on her. The car window was not rolled down a little, so Tanner could not see the other people in the car clearly. You're welcome. It's just a piece of cake. Xiao Qiang waved his hand. Tanner's partner Zhao Yang, who had been carrying a camera and filming, moved a few steps and tried to take a sneak shot of the license plate, but was stopped by the driver who got off the car. This was Zhang Wuyan's instruction. She didn't want Xiao Qiang to be harassed unnecessarily. Sorry, Zhao Yang is closed. Tanner knew that those who drove luxury cars were not ordinary people. Zhao Yang turned off the camera. By the way, classmate, can I take a photo with you? Tanner suddenly asked. Xiao Qiang was stunned. Group photo. Seeing that he was about to misunderstand, Tanner immediately explained, don't get me wrong, I just want to use it for publicity. You are so outstanding. You were the first person to walk out of the school gate for 2 days. And after yesterday's speech was broadcast, our TV station's ratings increased a lot. It's okay to promote the college entrance examination. Xiao Qiang nodded in agreement and was about to get out of the car, but was stopped by Zhang Wuyan. The car window was closed, blocking the curious sight of Tanner and the others. Dad, I hope you can think it over carefully. Zhang Wuyan was worried that once the photo was released, it would bring unnecessary trouble to Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang knew her worries, so he took off their deep sea on his right hand and placed it in Zhang Wuyan's palm. "My daughter, please keep it for Dad first. I know you are worried that the disturbances on the internet will affect me. It's okay. I know my limits. As long as she doesn't wear the 5 million deep sea that everyone knows about, it will be fine." Xiao Qiang's idea is very simple. Zhang Wuyan saw that he was determined and did not try to stop him. She knew how much her father cared about the college entrance examination. Xiao Qiang got out of the car, holding the lucky bamboo given by Zhang Wuyan in his hand. He was wearing white clothes and had green leaves, with a handsome face. He stood next to Tana, facing the camera with his lips slightly raised. "What a handsome man." Zhao Yong turned on the camera again and made an okay gesture. Tana and Xiao Qiang both gave a thumbs up and said in unison, "May all the students be successful in the exams." With a click, the photo was taken and the spoken message was also recorded. During the college entrance examination, Fengcheng TV will repeatedly broadcast interviews with students in 3 time slots at the same time. As a result, the director found that the most outstanding person was the young man interviewed by Tanner. His words, of course, can become a sentence for every candidate leaving school to emulate. And that blessing was heard over and over again. The discussion on the campus network of the University of Finance and Economics was heated. The subject of discussion is Xiao Qiang. "Oh my God, he's so handsome, how can there be such a sunny and handsome boy? Oh, come and read it quickly, I'm waiting for you here." A powerful general, he is the first one to walk out of the school gate these days, and he looks so relaxed, I am impressed. It's a University of Finance and Economics, many people try their best to get in, but this person seems so relaxed, will he not be admitted in the end? That would be a slap in the face. Some people eat for appearance, some people admire for courage. There are also some sour tones. The campus internet was abuzz with discussions, and a photo released by Tanner made netizens even more excited. She posted it on the official Weibo account of the lockdown TV station with a message. "Gentleman young man, dazzling, talented, and charming." As soon as the photo came out, netizens went crazy. "This is crazy, all the good-looking ones are in college. I want to go back to college, don't stop me. Does this photo look familiar? I remember seeing it somewhere. The little brother is so handsome, his hands are so nice, they look like comic hands, the hand control party is very satisfied. 265th floor, I also think this photo is very familiar. I remember a blogger whose profile picture was a man in white holding a lucky bamboo." With the sharp eyes of netizens, everyone followed the clues and found Xiao Qiang's Weibo. "When I clicked on his profile picture, I saw his slender hands holding a lucky bamboo, just like the one in the photo Tana posted. The difference is that the avatar only shows the lower body holding a lucky bamboo. It turns out that he is the blogger who said that Lu Rui and Zhang Wuyan were not dating. Good luck to you. I was previously attacked online by many netizens for telling the truth. After the truth of the matter was revealed, many netizens became fans of Xiao Qiang. His account name is Songfu Koi and people often leave messages and make wishes on his Weibo. I am a new fan, what is cyberbullying? The old fans immediately stepped up to explain, and by the way, excited the new fans so much that they started cursing. How dare you cyberbully such a handsome guy? You have no heart. Lu Rui looks so filthy, are you blind? That's right, the Zhan group had already issued a statement before, forcing my goddess, Miss Zhan Wuyan, to come out, which means it has nothing to do with him. Lu Rui is really disgusting and shameless, directing and acting in his own drama. Lu Rui, stay away from our goddess. As the discussion became more and more heated, this group of netizens directly pushed several hot searches related to Lu Rui to the top. It suppressed the hot search of #lucky bamboo boys #. Xiao Qiang never expected that the profile picture he updated just yesterday would instantly betray himself. Chapter 18 The hot search bang 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 blew up again. When Xiao Qiang received the photo sent by Tana, he was very satisfied, but he didn't want to expose himself, so he changed his Weibo profile picture to a photo of his lower body holding lucky bamboo in one hand. Xiao Qiang didn't have time to go online, so he didn't know how things were developing. About 10 days after the college entrance examination, the results will be announced. The University of Finance and Economics called and asked him to prepare for the entrance examination. So, I passed the exam. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Qiang still couldn't believe it. He pulled Zhang Wuyan, very emotional. Zhang Wuyan nodded to him, her eyes slightly warm. Yes, Dad, you passed the exam. Xiao Qiang let go, jumped up and shouted, yes, yes. Uncle Ju and others were also happy for him and had smiles on their faces. So these 2 days, Xiao Qiang was busy preparing materials and reviewing, and had no time to go on Weibo, let alone know that he gained 100,000 followers overnight. After Zhang Wuyan accompanied Xiao Qiang into the University of Finance and Economics, she was immediately recognized and secretly photographed and posted online. Oh my god, it's that little brother, he's here to take the entrance exam. Accompanying him is a tall and cool beauty with a great body. Before one crisis is over, another crisis arises. The photo was sent and received an immediate response. Isn't he this our goddess Miss Wuyan? Oh my god. It turns out that she and brother Fugiju are a couple. Are your eyes okay, the guy above? There is such a big gap between the two of them. The goddess is beautiful on her own, so don't get involved. Our lucky bamboo brother is also very handsome, okay. Wait, why do I remember that last time Deep Sea appeared on a boy's wrist? Could it be this boy? Fans from both sides started arguing, and someone discovered a blind spot. The hot search list exploded again. Everyone was discussing whether the owner of their Deep Sea was the lucky bamboo boy. But someone immediately raised a rebuttal, saying that brother Lucky Bamboo did not wear their Deep Sea on his right hand. It must not be that person. Let me ask you, isn't he the Deep Sea very tempting? It must be big, so if brother Lucky Bamboo is really the master of their Deep Sea, why doesn't he wear it? Ordinary people wouldn't be willing to take it off, right? Netizens thought it made sense and continued to debate the relationship between Zhang Wuyan and this Lucky Bamboo boy, and also mentioned Lu Rui. Fuck it. On the Lu side, Lu Rui was angry again. He threw his phone right in the conference room. His chest was heaving and everyone was terrified. They wondered what had happened to this man. The assistant asked everyone to leave, and the meeting room was empty. He picked up the broken phone and said, Boss Lu, since the last signing party, the stock of our Lu enterprise has fallen sharply. You'd better be quiet. Lu Rui looked at him fiercely. What kind of vision does Zhang Wuyan have? She doesn't want a strong man like me, but wants that skinny guy. And their Deep Sea obviously suits his temperament best. Zhang Wuyan was out of her mind and gave it to someone else. Let him be laughed at by netizens. The assistant couldn't answer him. Well, you quickly send someone to come forward and muddy up this matter. I want to make Zhang Wuyan regret not choosing me. Lu Rui was really crazy. He didn't listen at all to the assistant's reminder just now. The assistant could only obey, yes. He paid off some internet trolls and posted on Weibo to create some topics. Using shameless capital to climb up to the president of Zhang family. Is it the decline of morality or the temptation of money? I didn't expect that rich people are so good at having fun. Under every topic, people are saying that Xiao Qiang and Zhang Wuyan have an improper relationship, and some of them are really saying it out loud. But some netizens are like fence sitters, they lean towards whichever way the wind blows. Gradually, the improper relationship between President Zhang and brother Fugiju became a hot topic. Zhang Wuyan accompanied Xiao Qiang to take an exam at the University of Finance and Economics. She turned her cell phone to silent mode, and even Special Assistant Zhang had informed him not to call unless necessary. Therefore, she is not aware of what is happening online yet. But there is always someone who can find her and not be treated coldly by Zhang Wuyan. The door of the principal's office opened, and a woman wearing a miniskirt and boots came in. She had big wavy hair and a sweet look. She turned around and said to the principal obediently, "Thank you, principal. You're welcome. You're too lazy to go back to your alma mater. I didn't expect that you and President Zhang are still friends. You guys chat, I'll go to the examination room to take a look." After the principal left, Zhang Wuyan looked at Chen Mi, who was sitting on the sofa next to her with cold eyes. "Why are you here? Are you surprised? Are you shocked?" Chen Mi smiled ingratiatingly and looked straight at Zhang Wuyan. "What are you looking at?" Zhang Wuyan asked. Chen Mi approached and said, "Last time I asked you to tell me who the boy with the voice is, but you kept it a secret. Now the whole country knows about it. I was wondering, you haven't dated anyone for all these years, it turns out you like this." She winked and sat back down with a smile. The two were best friends who grew up together, and she knew basically everything about Zhang Wuyan. However, during their last chat, Xiao Qiang's voice surprised her for a long time, and further questioning yielded no results. I found the answer on the internet. Zhang Wuyan frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? That's her dad. Yes. Seeing that the man denied it, Zhang Mi opened the Weibo app on her phone and placed it in front of Zhang Wuyan. When Zhang Wuyan saw those words, her eyes were instantly filled with murderous intent. She took out her cell phone and called Assistant Zhang, who did it. I found out that it was Lu Rui who hired some trolls to deliberately throw dirty water on you. I wanted to report this to you. But Zhang Wuyan gave the order not to disturb them. So Special Assistant Zhang only found out, but hasn't he taken any action yet? Cancel all of Zhang's investments in Lu's enterprises, and terminate the cooperation on the project that the subsidiary previously signed with them. If the other party insists on holding onto the contract, they must compensate you according to the law. Zhang Wuyan was so cold and heartless. There are some bottom lines that cannot be touched. Xiao Qiang is Zhang Wuyan's bottom line now. No one can hurt her father. Neither reputation nor fame is enough. Yes. Zhang Mi was dumbfounded. Is her best friend serious about this? No, is it worth it for a student? The losses from withdrawing investment and terminating cooperation will definitely not only be to Lu's enterprise. The Zhang Group also suffered heavy losses. Zhang Wuyan looked at Zhang Mi seriously. There are some things that I can't explain clearly for a while, and I can't tell you. I have to respect his opinion. Zhang Mi came here today mainly to see who the man is that Zhang Wuyan cares about. What a big drama it turned out to be. However, she chose to trust him unconditionally. Okay, wait until you want to tell me. I just flew back and haven't adjusted to the time difference yet. I'll go back first and come to see you in 2 days. No need to come. Zhang Wuyan refused directly. Zhang Mi was furious. Hey you don't want your bestie anymore now that you have a man, right? Zhang Wuyan explained, you can come, but you are not allowed to raid. She didn't want Zhang Mi to scare Xiao Qiang, mainly because Xiao Qiang had never met Zhang Mi and had not told Zhang Mi about their relationship. So it's a bit inconvenient. Zhang Mi compromised and nodded, okay. Who told her to like Zhang Wuyan's arrogant and cold look? A good girlfriend can only be pampered. Not long after Zhang Mi left, Xiao Qiang finished his exams and was taken to the principal's office by the principal to meet Zhang Wuyan. Along the way, people were pointing and whispering. Xiao Qiang has sharp ears and heard what the principal said. He personally received him. It turned out that this guy was really capable. He quickened his pace, not wanting to be so high profile. The principal thought he had said something wrong, so he quickened his pace to catch up, and his old waist almost couldn't bear it. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Zhang Wuyan looking at her phone with anger on her face. What's wrong? Xiao Qiang wanted to call his daughter, but the principal was there. Zhang Wuyan stood up with a gentle smile on her face. How did you do on the exam? Xiao Qiang nodded, not bad. The principal agreed, he did really well in the exam. President Zhang, you have brought in a talented person for our school. That's good. Zhang Wuyan looked at the principal and continued, then we'll leave first and wait for good news. Good. The principal sent them to the school gate and watched them get into the car before leaving. Inside the car, Xiao Qiang asked in confusion, Girl, why were you so angry just now? Zhang Wuyan turned around and faced Xiao Qiang. She took out his phone from her bag and handed it to him. You will know when you go to Weibo. Xiao Qiang went on Weibo suspiciously, only to find that he had received 99 plus private messages and 99 plus new followers. Looking at the trending searches and pictures posted by netizens, he realized that he was exposed. It's over, my girl. Have I caused you trouble again? I wouldn't have changed my profile picture if I had known. Xiao Qiang didn't expect that Tana would post that photo and she didn't even bother to blur it out. Zhang Wuyan saw that he was nervous and comforted him, Dad, I'm fine. The company is already handling it. Xiao Qiang felt relieved when he heard this, that's good. Then I opened the private messages and found that most netizens were rational and told Xiao Qiang not to care about those nonsense and just be himself. Zhang Wuyan felt relieved when she saw that he didn't look upset. Dad, you've worked hard. Do you want to travel and relax before school starts? Xiao Qiang was surprised that he had gained hundreds of thousands of fans. When he heard Zhang Wuyan's words, he subconsciously exclaimed. Where are you going to travel? 40 years have passed, and everything has changed. The tourist attractions he was familiar with have either been abandoned or developed into other assets. The closed city is no longer what he remembered. Xiao Qiang felt like a wandering soul, wandering around in circles without being able to think of his destination. Zhang Wuyan saw that he was a little confused, so she said, "Don't worry, when you have thought it through, we will make arrangements." Chapter 19. What is your relationship? Where to travel? This is a big problem. After taking exams in the past, Xiao Qiang had never thought about traveling. It should be said that at that time, it was not popular to relax the body first and then go back to school to study. So he was very confused. The familiar places in his memory had now become something else. How about searching it online? Xiao Qiang opened his mobile phone and searched, but was not satisfied with any of the results. Then he went on Weibo and updated his post to complain. Send blessing koi, hey, all the powerful netizens, do you have any recommendations for fun and delicious places near the closed city? I want to go there to relax before school starts. After several hot searches, Xiao Qiang has become a household name. So as soon as he successfully sent out this sentence, someone immediately came out to comment. Little brother, are you traveling with the goddess? Xiao Qiang frowned. Is this the point? He replied, do you have any place to recommend? When the netizen saw that Xiao Qiang replied to him, he became even more excited. Oh, the little brother replied to me. You must have fun with the goddess. I remember Happy Valley is pretty good. You can go check it out. Happy Valley. Xiao Qiang checked and found out that it was an ecological amusement park where he could see the flowers and play with the equipment. He remembered that last time Zhang Wuyan accompanied him to ride those exciting rides and she looked uncomfortable. Well, this place won't do. In less than 5 minutes, Xiao Qiang discovered that there were already over 1,000 comments under this Weibo post. Many netizens are still seriously recommending fun places to go. Only a few netizens kept harping on the words, saying that they were traveling with the goddess and that they were tired of envy. Xiao Qiang didn't intend to explain, because he found that the more he explained, the more angry this group of netizens would become. It would be less troublesome if you didn't explain. He selected the tourist spots provided by netizens one by one, then scrolled down and saw a new comment. The city is about to hold a large-scale lawn electronic music show, where you can dance in the swimming pool and taste all kinds of delicious food. I heard that the organizer has also invited the new singer N.A. A performance. Lawn electronic music show. These words aroused Xiao Qiang's interest. This is an area he has never been exposed to. He can listen to music and taste delicious food at the same time. This is a nice place. So he immediately replied to the netizen, do I need to buy tickets for this electronic music show? Can you give me a channel? Seeing this reply, netizens became excited. Brother, are you going to the electronic music show? What a coincidence, I want to go too, hope to meet you. A chance encounter. I want to go to the electronic music show too. I heard that the tickets are almost sold out. It is hosted by Zhen Entertainment Company. You can buy them on their official website. I will give you the website. This netizen is really reliable and immediately sent out the link. After Xiao Qiang made his decision, he excitedly opened the door and went downstairs. Zhang Wuyan had just arrived home. Girl, I want to go to this lawn electronic music show, come and take a look. Xiao Qiang handed over the phone. Zhang Wuyan took it and saw that it was the official website of Zhen Entertainment. It was promoting a national trend lawn electronic music show, and also posted photos of several popular internet celebrities and bloggers as well as the new singer Tan Liner. Okay, I'll buy the ticket. Zhang Wuyan nodded. Xiao Qiang took the phone and said, I was just trying to buy tickets, but they are all sold out backstage. Zhang Wuyan curled her lips, I'll find a way, Dad, it's late, you should go to bed. Xiao Qiang glanced at the pendulum clock. It was 11 o'clock in the evening. It was indeed late. Okay, then you should also go to bed early, girl. Good. The two went upstairs together and returned to their respective rooms. Zhang Wuyan changed into her home clothes and made a phone call, hello. The person on the other end of the phone almost jumped up. What a rare guest, Mr. Zhang, it's so rare to receive your call in the middle of the night. I want 2 tickets for the electronic music show. Zhang Wuyan went straight to the point. Zhen mi, with a mask on her face, responded inarticulately, sure, it's so easy. She is the boss of an entertainment company. It's easy for her to get 2 tickets. Something's wrong. 2 tickets. You're going with your little brother? You're a busy man with so many things to do, and you're interested in this kind of electronic music show. You don't have any real intention in the bar. Facing Jean Mi's teasing, Jean Nguyen only had one sentence, it's none of your business. Oh, she has a bad temper. This is my best friend, I have to bear with it. Jean Mi's eyes turned and she said, I can get the ticket, but I have one condition, let me see that brother. No. Jean Nguyen refused directly. Jean Mi tore off the mask, hey, Jean Nguyen, what's wrong with you? You need something from me now, can't you satisfy me by just taking a look? Why do you hide that little brother so deeply? I won't eat him. Jean Nguyen curled her lips, but her tone was cold, don't keep talking about your brother. Who is your brother? I want the ticket, but you can't see him. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Jean Mi was so angry that she stared at the black screen of her phone, this girl has grown wings. The more you don't let me see her, the more curious I am. Just wait. After saying that, he ran to wash up angrily. Early in the morning, after Jean Nguyen and Xiao Qiang had breakfast, they came to the Jean group. As soon as they entered the president's office, Special Assistant Zhang came in with documents in his hands. President Zhang, Lu Qianyuan, the chairman of Lu's enterprise, is here. He said he came to apologize and wanted to explain his son's inappropriate behavior. Jean Nguyen flipped through the documents without looking up. No, I don't want to have anything to do with the Lu family anymore. Clear. Special Assistant Zhang immediately gave orders, asking the front desk to tell Lu Qianyuan that Jean Nguyen was very busy and would not see any guests. Lu Qianyuan's old face turned red, he glared angrily, and finally left unwillingly. I'm afraid that the Lu family has completely offended the Jean family. He wants to go back and break that brat's legs. Here, Xiao Qiang had nothing to do, so he pulled Uncle Ju to play games. He had recently become obsessed with a game called Mission Soul, which was an immersive game where you shot the Japanese with guns, and it was very exciting. Uncle Ju was panicking and lying in the bushes, but was shot dead by someone. Xiao Qiang slapped his thigh angrily, mistake, Uncle Ju, you should put on your bulletproof vest and level 8 helmet later. Uncle Ju wore reading glasses and squinted at the game page, oh, okay. It's very lively here, but little did people know that Jean Mi really didn't listen to the advice. She took advantage of the opportunity when Jean Nguyen went out and drove to Jean's house. She just wanted to see how likable little brother Lucky Bamboo is. It was possible for her cold and beautiful best friend, Jean Nguyen, to break her own bottom line. So when she pushed open the door of the Jean family, she shouted. Eyes. I saw a man wearing flowered shorts and shorts, sitting cross-legged on a high-end sofa. After hearing the noise here, he turned around and his expression became very terrified. Xiao Qiang's brain froze when he saw the beautiful woman with twin ponytails and long legs who suddenly appeared. Who is this person? How did you get here? My daughter's friend. Damn, why did you come without telling me? He was still wearing beach shorts. Uncle Ju, on the other hand, looked calm. He stood up and greeted Jean Mi, Miss Jean, I haven't seen you for a long time. What brings you here today? Jean Mi said a few perfunctory words to Uncle Ju, then walked quickly to Xiao Qiang and looked him up and down. Well, he looks good, with delicate features, pretty face, and is quite handsome. Jean Nguyen has a good taste. I didn't have such a strong feeling when I saw the photos before. Now that they were face to face, Jean Mi felt that Xiao Qiang was several times more handsome than in the photo. Moreover, the more she looked at him, the more she felt that this man's features and eyes were a bit similar to Jean Nguyen's. Could it be that these two people look like a couple? Xiao Qiang calmed down. He could tell from Uncle Ju's attitude that this woman must have a special relationship with his daughter. He quickly stood up, put away his phone, and greeted, hello, my name is Xiao Qiang. You must be Wei Yang's friend, right? If you want to find her, you have to go to the company because she comes home late. Jean Mi hooked her long legs and sat on the sofa opposite Xiao Qiang, looking at him with a smile. No, the person I'm looking for is you. Xiao Qiang was puzzled, looking for me. Yes, I have been curious about you for a long time, but Wei Yan hid you too well and wouldn't let me see you. Hey, the more she doesn't want me to see you, the more I have to come and see you. I saw the result. I was not disappointed at all. Jean Mi winked at Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang shuddered. Are girls nowadays so bold? Well, Wu Yan never told me about you. Xiao Qiang explained. Jean Mi shrugged. It doesn't matter, she has that temper, I understand. By the way, I'm curious, what is your relationship with my best friend Jean Wuyan? I would rather lose the company's interests than not help this man vent his anger. This is not like the style of businessman Jean Wuyan. Xiao Qiang glanced at Uncle Ju, who brought a fruit plate to Jean Mi, and wanted to help explain. Jean Mi seemed to see through him and stopped him. Uncle Ju, I don't want to listen to you, I want to listen to him. She pointed at Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang thought for a moment and said, We are family. Chapter 20 Godfather, I'm a good boy. Jean Mi misheard, she heard it as a lover relationship. With an ambiguous smile on his face, he looked at Xiao Qiang and said, I said that Jean Wuyan has no humanity towards the opposite sex. She and I are like brothers and sisters, but she is with you and she is not willing to tell me the truth. Xiao Qiang was dumbfounded. What nonsense was this kid talking about? He felt that his daughter's friend was not very smart. But, sisters. Could she be a daughter hatched from his other sperm? Jean Mi looked at Xiao Qiang's loving eyes and was confused. What did this brother mean? Radiating the aura of a loving father. Uncle Ju looked at the time and said, It's almost 11 o'clock, Miss Jean, please stay for lunch. What a coincidence, I just made your favorite dish today. Jean Mi's eyes lit up. Okay, thank you Uncle Ju. Uncle Ju left, giving Xiao Qiang a reassuring look. Xiao Qiang sighed helplessly, I'll go upstairs and change my clothes first. Jean Mi's eyes were full of question marks. Okay. Did her unexpected visit bother him? Why do you look so hopeless? Xiao Qiang was indeed speechless. If he had known that there were guests coming, he would not have dressed so casually. This is the first time I've seen my daughter's friend. The good impression I had of her is definitely gone. The more Xiao Qiang thought about it, the more depressed he became, and even his back as he walked up the stairs looked a little depressed. I returned to the room, locked the door, changed my clothes, and immediately sent a WeChat message to Jean Wuyan. I wanted to call her, but then I thought, what if my daughter was in a meeting? Girl, help. This meaningless sentence scared Jean Wuyan so much that she called immediately. Dad, what's wrong? Xiao Qiang immediately realized that he had made a big deal out of nothing. I'm fine. It's just that one of your friends came to visit unexpectedly and caught me off guard. I was dressed casually at the time and was playing games with Uncle Ju. She opened the door and yelled, which shocked me. Jean Wuyan immediately thought of Jean Mi, last name Jean. Yes. Xiao Qiang nodded. Dad, that's Jean Mi, my close friend who I grew up with. She's not a bad person, just a little nervous. You don't need to be so nervous. Jean Wuyan calmed him down. Xiao Qiang asked, My daughter, is she my other daughter? Just now she asked me what my relationship was with you, and I said we were relatives. She must have heard it wrong and thought we were lovers. She also said that you were like sisters, and you didn't even tell her. No. Jean Wuyan said with certainty, Jean Mi is the only daughter of the Jean family in Fengcheng. She is the fruit of her parents' natural love, but her parents passed away early. She was brought up by her grandmother and inherited everything from the Jean family. Her grandmother now lives abroad. Okay. Xiao Qiang felt a little regretful. Jean Wuyan said in a cold voice, If it causes you trouble, I will call her and ask her to leave immediately. Xiao Qiang explained, It's not that serious, it's just a little sudden. I called you and you drove the person away. That's not good, girl. Jean Wuyan hummed, She won't care. Is the relationship so strong? Only then did Xiao Qiang realize that this woman named Jean Mi must be a special person to Jean Wuyan. After a brief phone call, Xiao Qiang went downstairs and saw Jean Mi sitting on the sofa playing with her mobile phone. She heard his footsteps, looked up, and their eyes met. You've been changing for a long time. Are you avoiding me? Jean Mi took the initiative. Xiao Qiang responded awkwardly, How could that be? I'll go see if Uncle Ju needs any help. Then he walked to the kitchen. Jean Mi turned off her phone and followed. As soon as they walked into the entrance, they smelled a fragrance. They went to the kitchen and saw Uncle Ju and others were busy. I haven't eaten Uncle Ju's cooking for a long time. Jean Mi took a deep breath and sat at the bar outside waiting. Uncle Ju smiled and said, I'm old, and my cooking skills have declined. Miss Jean, in fact, our husband's cooking is more delicious. Miss Wu Yan likes the dishes cooked by their husband the most. Now she comes home to eat almost every day. That's an exaggeration. Xiao Qiang felt a little embarrassed. When Jean Mi heard Uncle Ju address Xiao Qiang, she raised her eyebrows. Really? Then can I try the food that little brother made? Little brother? Xiao Qiang frowned. He really didn't like this title, but Jean Mi was Wu Yang's good friend, so he had to treat her with courtesy. Sure, what do you want to eat? As long as I know how to cook and the ingredients are in place, I'll make it for you right away. Jean Mi hummed, looked into the kitchen, and saw the shrimp meat. Do you know how to make shrimp balls? Xiao Qiang nodded, simple. As she said this, she put on her apron, walked into the kitchen, skillfully processed the shrimps, and then chopped them into shrimp paste. Coat the processed potato and shrimp balls evenly with flour, egg liquid, and then a layer of breadcrumbs. When the oil temperature rises, put them in and fry them slowly. Xiao Qiang was very focused because he had to control the heat so that the food wouldn't explode. Uncle Ju and others were carrying dishes to the dining room. Jean Mi stared at Xiao Qiang's back, became interested, walked behind him, and said quietly, It smells so good. Xiao Qiang was startled and his hand shook, splashing oil onto the back of his hand. He took a breath. Jean Wuyan just came back and saw Uncle Ju saying that Xiao Qiang was making shrimp balls for Jean Mi in the kitchen, so she walked in immediately. Then I saw Xiao Qiang frowning and washing the back of his hands with cold water. Dad, what's wrong? Jean Wuyan strode forward and pushed Jean Mi aside. Xiao Qiang told her not to be so nervous. It's okay, there are a few drops of hot oil splashed on the back of your hand. Jean Mi was originally feeling very guilty, but was struck by lightning by Jean Wuyan's word, Dad. He's your dad. Jean Mi grew up with Jean Wuyan and they had almost no secrets from each other, so she also knew that Jean Wuyan had been waiting for her biological father to appear. It was said that she had participated in the Jean family's sperm donation project and was dormant in the base. Jean Wuyan turned off the fire, rolled her eyes at her, and helped Xiao Qiang out. Jean Mi knew she was in trouble, so she hurried to catch up and took the medical box from Uncle Ju attentively. I'll do it, I'll do it. Give it to me. Jean Wuyan didn't appreciate it. Jean Mi squeezed the burn ointment onto a cotton swab and handed it to her. I'm just curious. Who told you to hide it? If you had told me earlier that your little brother is your father, I wouldn't have. Such a big mistake happened. She spoke more and more quietly as she continued speaking, because Jean Wuyan's cold eyes seemed to want to throw her out. Who is your brother? I've already told you not to recognize anyone's brother randomly. Jean Wuyan scolded her. Although his tone was cold, his expression did not show impatience. Xiao Qiang nodded. Xiao Zhen, I wanted to say this just now. I really don't like the word little brother. After knowing that the two were father and daughter, Jean Mi no longer dared to tease Xiao Qiang, so when she heard Xiao Qiang's education, she immediately admitted her mistake. Yes, I was wrong, uncle, please don't blame me. Jean Mi clasped her hands together and pleaded. As pitiful as a kitten. Xiao Qiang glanced at Jean Wuyan, who looked as if he was about to do it again. Ignorance is not a crime. I won't blame you. After all, this matter sounds unbelievable. How many people would believe it if I told it to others? Xiao Qiang waved his hand to show his understanding. Jean Mi shook her head. I believe it. She glanced at Jean Wuyan and continued, when I was a child, I often came to the Jean family. At that time, Jean Wuyan kept asking Aunt Jean where her biological father was. At the coming-of-age ceremony when I was 17, Aunt Jean was seriously ill and told Jean Wuyan about your existence. I was there at the time, so I believed it. Xiao Qiang was a little surprised. He didn't expect his daughter to be so persistent. You are the only one who talks too much. Jean Wuyan put the medicine box in Jean Mi's arms. Jean Mi stuck out her tongue, looking innocent. Uncle Ju came over and said, It's time for dinner. The three of them walked into the dining room and sat together. Jean Mi picked up a shrimp ball with her first chopsticks and took a bite. The juicy, tender shrimp meat combined with the delicate mashed potatoes is really delicious. Jean Mi's taste buds were instantly conquered. Dad. Please accept me too. Xiao Qiang was so frightened by Zhen Mi's call of dad that he dropped the braised pork on his chopsticks. This girl is not just neurotic. Fortunately, his daughter did not become like her, otherwise, as a father, he would not be able to bear the shock. Zhang Wuyan looked at Zhen Mi and said, "So much food can't stop you from eating." "Oh, the food he cooked is so delicious. It makes me feel warm. You know, the long-lost feeling of home." Zhen Mi really dared to tell the truth. Xiao Qiang took a bite of rice and decided to remain silent. Seeing that he ignored her, Zhang Wuyan also ate slowly. No one responded to Zhen Mi. Zhen Mi looked at Xiao Qiang and said seriously, "Godfather, please accept me. I am very good." Xiao Qiang opened his mouth and refused directly. "Xiao Zhen, don't call me godfather casually, I can't afford it." Zhen Mi was sad. She's going to make a scene. Chapter 21, Real Beef Noodles. Zhang Wuyan did not miss the disappointment in Zhen Mi's eyes. It seems she is serious. However, she cannot make the decision, as this matter is ultimately decided by her father Xiao Qiang. So Zhang Wuyan didn't say anything, but poured a bowl of chicken soup for Xiao Qiang and another bowl for Zhen Mi and placed them in front of her. Zhen Mi was flattered. She looked at Zhang Wuyan with a pursed mouth, as if she was about to cry. Her best friend is so nice, she knows she is feeling bad and comforts her in this way. Zhen Mi held the bowl, took a big sip, and almost burned her tongue. Xiao Qiang was amused, mainly because she looked very much like the video he saw on TikTok last night, in which there was a cat sticking out its tongue. Seeing Xiao Qiang smile, Zhen Mi decided to make further efforts. She stood up, picked up a large piece of bitter gourd with chopsticks and put it in Xiao Qiang's bowl. "Godfather, are you really not going to accept me as your goddaughter?" "I don't want to." Xiao Qiang frowned and looked at the bitter melon in the bowl. This girl has no sense at all. The bitter melon is so far away from him, and he has never touched it with his chopsticks. You can tell with your toes that he doesn't like fried bitter melon. Zhang Wuyan knew this, so she put all the bitter melon in Xiao Qiang's bowl into her own bowl. He said to Zhen Mi, "Eat quickly, and go back to where you should go after you finish eating." Zhen Mi looked around and instantly realized that she had just done something stupid. "I won't leave." She took a mouthful of rice angrily, ready to act like a rogue. He took out his phone, clicked on the WeChat QR code, and held it in front of Xiao Qiang. "Godfather, this is my WeChat, add me now." Xiao Qiang was almost defeated by Zhen Mi's persistence. He said several times that he didn't want to be a godfather, but she kept saying that and didn't listen to him at all. Sighing, he put down his chopsticks, took out his phone, scanned it, and added a friend. Zhen Mi clenched her fists with a look of joy on her face, then immediately clicked into Xiao Qiang's circle of friends, only to find that he had only posted one message. "Deep Sea is a gift for you," she exclaimed in surprise, then clicked a thumbs up. Looking at Zhang Wuyan, who looked calm and composed, she realized that this person was really secretive and didn't tell her best friend anything. Xiao Qiang nodded, "Yeah." After lunch, Zhang Wuyan prepared to return to the company, and before leaving, she planned to take Zhen Mi with her. As a result, Zhen Mi refused to leave. "I don't have anything to do in my company, I just want to stay here." "Zhen Jia, are you back?" Zhang Wuyan asked casually. Zhen Mi looked a little unnatural. "It's so cold. I'm alone in such a big place. Why should I go back?" "So you're staying in the hotel again?" Zhang Wuyan looked at her with her arms folded across her chest. She stood on the steps. Just standing there gave people a sense of pressure. In the Zhen family villa, apart from a dozen servants, there was only Zhen Mi. No one communicated with her inside, and the atmosphere was cold, so she seldom went back. When she returned to the closed city, she always chose to stay in a hotel. Zhen Mi nodded. "Yes, the hotel is so lively, people are drinking beer downstairs, and I can also see all kinds of life." Xiao Qiang heard something wrong from their conversation. He glanced at Zhen Mi and began to understand why Zhen Mi was so determined to have him as her godfather. "It's just lack of love. Hurry up, I'll take you back to Zhen Entertainment." Zhang Wuyan urged her. Zhen Mi sighed, lowered her head and sent a WeChat message to Xiao Qiang. "Godfather, I sent you my phone number on WeChat, remember to save it." Xiao Qiang opened WeChat and saw that the first sentence of his conversation with Zhen Mi was a string of numbers, which he saved silently. Watch the two people leave. He suddenly realized that he didn't seem to refute Chen Mi's prohibition of calling him godfather. His head was broken, so he decided to forget it and just catch up on some sleep. I indulged myself a bit last night and still stayed up late, mainly because the game was so much fun. After getting up in the afternoon, Xiao Qiang grabbed his hair and went downstairs. With sleepy eyes, he saw a person lying on the sofa. I was so scared that I almost slipped. Who? He asked. Zhen was lying on the sofa with her face on the ground, with her whole body spread out. When she heard Xiao Qiang's voice, she raised her hand with difficulty. Godfather, it's me. I'll go. People scare people to death. Xiao Qiang originally thought that Zhen had left with Zhan Wuyan at noon and would never come back, but when he woke up from a nap, he saw her appear at the Zhan's house again. What's wrong with you? Xiao Qiang came to her and asked. Zhen got up, sat cross-legged on the sofa, touched her stomach, and said innocently, I didn't eat much at noon, so I'm hungry early now. Godfather, I'm so hungry. Xiao Qiang recalled that if he remembered correctly, Xiao Zhen was so focused on getting him to nod at noon that he ate 2 or 3 shrimp balls and a bowl of chicken soup. Uncle Ju should be playing chess with someone at this time, and the other servants should be busy with their own things. After hearing what Xiao Qiang said, Zhen felt like she had no desire to live. Then let me starve to death. Not really. Xiao Qiang pulled the corner of his mouth and said, I'll go see what other ingredients are in the refrigerator. The fastest way should be to cook noodles. Zhen heard that there was something interesting going on, then I want to eat Master Kong beef instant noodles. No. Xiao Qiang shook his head, my daughter said that instant noodles are not a healthy food, so we buy less at home. I finished the last bucket last night. Zhen fell down again. Xiao Qiang suddenly felt that this child was interesting. When they came to the kitchen, they found some beef. Xiao Qiang took it out and said, I'll make you a bowl of real beef noodles. Zhen nodded, okay. As soon as the beef noodles came out of the pot and were served on the table, Zhen couldn't wait to take a bite. Xiao Qiang advised, go slowly, be careful of the burns. As a result, Zhen cried, with tears falling from her eyes. Xiao Qiang panicked. What happened? Was he really burned? He quickly brought a glass of ice water, drink a few sips quickly to cool down. No one has ever said this to me since I was a child. Although I was raised by my grandmother, she was very strict. I didn't feel any affection from her, only harshness. Godfather, you are the first person who cares about me like this. Zhen ate slowly. These words made Xiao Qiang a little at a loss. So this is why you insist on recognizing me as your godfather. Zhen didn't even let go of the soup. She drank it all in big gulps. After wiping her mouth, she looked at Xiao Qiang and said, yes, didn't I say it? I feel the warmth of home when I eat the food you cook. I'm serious, Godfather, please accept me as your goddaughter. Please. The warmth of home. Xiao Qiang thought about his past self. His parents divorced and he was brought up by his aunt. He thought he was homeless, but in that small home, he felt the warmth of home. Even though my uncle sometimes disliked me, he always had the most rice in his bowl every time we had a meal. My aunt said that this was the meal prepared by my uncle, who said that he was still growing and needed to eat more. Therefore, even though there had been misunderstandings in the past, Xiao Qiang will never forget the warmth given by his aunt's family. Zhen is very much like him at that time. Xiao Qiang softened his heart, I can be your godfather, but I have a condition. You can't call me like that outside. It will cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Today's society is too advanced and the internet is rampant, so there are all those bad things in the beauty. It's obviously a simple word, godfather, just to make up for the regret that the biological father can't give. But some people would distort it, saying that adopting a goddaughter is just to find a lover for oneself, or an excuse for a mistress. Xiao Qiang has seen such videos more than once when he was browsing Douyin. That's why he added such a condition. When Zhen heard him agree, she was stunned with joy and repeatedly confirmed, really? Godfather, you really agreed? Xiao Qiang put the bowl into the dishwasher, yes, I agree. In fact, having another daughter is not bad. He will be able to show off his little ones to others in the future. Godfather, to celebrate, let me take you roller skating. Zhen took Xiao Qiang's hand and prepared to go out. When Xiao Qiang heard the word roller skating, he was confused. He seemed to have never come across this term before. Sitting in Zhen car, they were still a little nervous, is it fun? Is it difficult? Will I get hurt? It's fun, not difficult, you won't get hurt, and there will be protective gear. Zhen Mi drove very fast. Xiao Qiang fastened his seat belt and leaned against the backrest. He reminded Zhen Mi, Xiaozhen, drive slowly, don't be so anxious. Even when there is 1 second left on the green light, she can speed up and drive through the checkpoint. At this speed, Xiao Qiang feels like he is riding a roller coaster. Zhen Mi misunderstood and stepped on the accelerator. Okay, Godfather, sit tight, I will drive faster. Xiao Qiang? When Xiao Qiang arrived at the roller skating place, he regretted it as soon as he went in. Chapter 22. Who the hell are you to touch him? There are lights and feasting inside. The colorful lights were sprinkled on the roller skating rink, and men and women were stacked together, as if they were driving a train. The shoes on my feet are equipped with 2 wheels and slide on the floor. They twirled and danced flexibly, immersing themselves in the entire environment. The screams were deafening. This was a scene Xiao Qiang had never seen before. He saw that some of the men had colorful arms and necks, and the women were also wearing very revealing clothes, high-waisted belly-bearing tops and super short skirts, which could be seen even if they squatted. The tips of their noses touched each other, as if they were provoking each other. When the man wanted to go further, the woman pushed him away, causing everyone to laugh. Godfather, what are you doing? Zhen Mi saw him lying at the door looking inside without going in, so she whispered in his ear. Xiao Qiang stood up and rubbed his ears. I'd better not go in. I don't feel it. He spoke politely, but in fact he was somewhat uncomfortable with the atmosphere inside. Xiao Qiang's concepts are still at the traditional stage. After waking up from the hibernation chamber, he has never felt such an exciting scene. In the past, when he was browsing Douyin, he only saw others dancing street dance or something, but when he was really there in person, the feeling was different. Zhen Mi seemed to be aware of Xiao Qiang's embarrassment and said, it's okay. I'll teach you how to skate. You'll learn it quickly. As he said this, he stood at the door and waved to Xiao Qiang, indicating that he should follow. Hey, here, can we go in without buying a ticket? Xiao Qiang didn't follow, but asked while standing where he was. Zhen Mi smiled. This roller skating rink is the property of the Zhen family, which means this is my territory. Why buy a ticket? Seeing that he was still hesitating, he walked up to Xiao Qiang, grabbed his hand and let him in. After entering, Xiao Qiang realized how big the place was. Looking up, he saw a circular ambient light that was even bigger than a basketball. The music was deafening. Whenever Xiao Qiang talked to Zhen Mi, he would shout at the top of his voice, Xiaozhen. Zhen Mi was putting on her roller skates. When she heard Xiao Qiang calling her, she responded loudly, what's wrong? Xiao Qiang pointed at the roller skates and said, these shoes are not easy to wear. Zhen Mi understood and waved to the front desk. 2 people came immediately and said, go and help him dress. Don't neglect my people. Yes. The 2 men came to Xiao Qiang, put on his clothes quickly, put on the protective gear and helmet, and asked him to try to stand up. Xiao Qiang felt top heavy, and when he was halfway up, he almost slipped. He had to grab the 2 people around him with both hands to steady himself. I'll go. He was scared to death. Can this thing be controlled by humans? Xiao Qiang looked at the roller skates under his feet in surprise. Zhen Mi skated to his side and asked, how is it? Is it fun? It's not fun. Xiao Qiang waved his hand and tried to stand up again. After staggering, he finally stood up, but he couldn't control the pulley under his feet, so his body bent and slid forward. Xiao Qiang wants to brake, but doesn't he know how? Zhen Mi, the fool, thought that he would slip, and even cheered Xiao Qiang from behind, go ahead, you can do it. He can do nothing. Xiao Qiang wanted to swear, and he finally grabbed a railing to stop and catch his breath. Then he saw a man and a woman, holding hands, walking backwards in front of him and twisting their buttocks, passing by smoothly. Strong, Xiao Qiang gave a thumbs up. Someone greeted Zhen Mi, Boss Zhen, how come you have time to come and play? Zhen Mi pointed at the stunned Xiao Qiang and said, bring your friends to experience it, and you guys continue playing. Okay. She waved, then slid towards Xiao Qiang and stopped steadily beside him, Godfather. Xiao Qiang glanced at her, and Zhen Mi immediately reacted and coughed twice, understood, you can't yell like that outside. Xiao Qiang nodded and continued to look at the field. The boys and girls pulled their clothes together and folded them to make a train. When they slid past them, they enthusiastically invited him to join Chen Mi. He refused without even thinking about it. Chen Mi was itching to go. In fact, she hadn't come to the roller skating rink for a long time. This time she finally came back and originally invited John Wuyen, but was coldly rejected. Now that we have brought our godfather here, we must have some fun. Let's go, together. Chen Mi entered the venue and said to Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang held onto the railing tightly and said, "It's good enough that I can stand steadily. Go and play by yourself. Don't worry about me. I'll be right here, holding on to you and moving slowly." Chen Mi was a little worried. "How about I arrange 2 bodyguards to accompany you?" "No need." Xiao Qiang waved his hand. "Having 2 grown men staring at him and moving like a turtle, this is socially dead, okay? Okay then, slow down. Over there is the children's area and the surface is not that slippery. You can practice there first." Chen Mi said, pointing behind Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang looked back and saw that the area over there didn't look that complicated. But when an adult like him ran into the children's area, how would the children look at him? "Your friend seems to be calling you, go play." Seeing that Xiao Qiang was fine, Chen Mi excitedly skated to the center and roller skated with some familiar beauties and handsome guys. On the other side, Chen Xiaoxiao was tired from skiing and was leaning on the railing to rest. A beautiful woman handed her a bottle of water. She raised her head and took a sip. "Xiaoxiao, look over there." Lin Shi said, pointing towards Xiao Qiang. Chen Xiaoxiao turned her head and saw Xiao Qiang trying clumsily to steady the pulley under his feet. She laughed and said, "Where did this rookie come from? Is he here to make fun of me?" Lin Shi flattered her, "That's right, but he looks quite handsome, do you want to go over and tease him?" Chen Xiaoxiao thought about it and said, "Okay." Throwing down the mineral water, he took a step forward and slid to Xiao Qiang's side. "Hey, handsome guy, do you want me to teach you?" Xiao Qiang looked at the 2 girls with heavy makeup on. They seemed to be only 16 or 17 years old. Today was not the weekend, so they should be in school, but they were here now. He immediately said coldly, "No need." Lin Shi looked at Xiao Qiang like a fangirl. At that time, she thought he was a little handsome from a distance. Now that she was closer, she realized that he was a handsome man with a charming voice and his Adam's apple rolled when he spoke. He was so sexy. Chen Xiaoxiao frowned. It was the first time a man dared to reject her. She thought she was good looking and men would come to her one after another just by hooking her finger. However, Xiao Qiang didn't buy it. It made her very angry. She suddenly grabbed Xiao Qiang's hand and said forcefully, "I'm going to teach you." As he said that, he was about to pull Xiao Qiang in. Xiao Qiang held the railing with one hand, trying to steady himself. "Don't you understand what I'm saying?" I said no. When he said this, the music in the venue happened to pause, so almost everyone heard it. Chen Mi also heard it. When she saw Xiao Qiang surrounded by 2 hot girls, she slid over with murderous intent. Chen Xiaoxiao felt everyone's teasing gazes and immediately blushed. She shook off Xiao Qiang's hand and said, "Who do you think you are? There are so many people begging me, Chen Xiaoxiao, to bring them along. Do you really give me face? What nonsense are you talking about, little sister?" Chen Mi stood in front of Xiao Qiang and looked at the 2 of them coldly. "He is the man I brought here. Who do you think you are? How dare you touch him?" Chen Xiaoxiao was not convinced and confronted Chen Mi. "I saw that he was clumsy and tried to teach him a lesson with good intentions, but your friend didn't appreciate it. Is there something wrong with his brain?" Lin Shi recognized Chen Mi and quietly pulled Chen Xiaoxiao's sleeve. "This is President Chen, the president of Chen Entertainment Company. This place is also the property of the Chen family. We can't afford to offend them. Let's go." Chen Xiaoxiao was surprised. She didn't expect to hit a wall, but the words had already been spoken and it was hard to take them back. Chen Mi laughed in anger and called a few black-clad bodyguards over. "Throw them out. How dare you come to my territory and make trouble? From now on, these 2 people will never be allowed to enter. They are not allowed to enter any of the Chen family's commercial places." The bodyguards in black picked up both Chen Xiaoxiao and Lin Shi. The 2 were so frightened that they screamed, "Boss Chen, we were wrong. We didn't recognize the real man. Please let us go. It's too late." Chen Mi made a gesture of wiping her neck with her thumb. Then the 2 were thrown out, and Xiao Qiang could hear a sound of dua. G, like the sound of a heavy object being dropped to the ground. Everyone was shocked by this scene, and everyone looked at Xiao Qiang differently. Some people murmured that they always felt that Xiao Qiang's face looked familiar. So, he took out his cell phone and took a secret photo of him. Xiao Qiang didn't know, so he said to Chen Mi, "Don't kids nowadays want to go to school? And can minors come in and play in your place? Otherwise, why would there be so many teenage boys and girls in the venue?" Chen Mi showed an embarrassed look. "Indeed, there is no regulation, but don't worry, I will have someone issue a notice tomorrow to prohibit minors from entering. The main reason is that life and study pressure are high now, and many people really like to skip classes and run out to play." Xiao Qiang didn't understand. This was different from his era. Before, everyone looked forward to studying and would study hard and would not waste time at all. Now, I don't cherish it so much. Are you okay? Chen Mi thought she had said something wrong, otherwise why did Xiao Qiang look so serious? Xiao Qiang came back to his senses. "Fortunately, I just learned how to stand firmly and how to break." As he said this, he tried to slide forward 2 steps, then immediately stopped. Then he looked at Chen Mi and said proudly, "How is it?" Chen Mi clapped enthusiastically, "Great." Seeing that he was fine, Chen Mi instructed the 2 bodyguards to protect Xiao Qiang before returning to the venue and continuing to play with her friends. The music in the venue continued to play, and more people came in one after another. Qian Rui followed several men in, changed her clothes skillfully, and then stepped into the field, as nimble as a fish. Joining the train, the long dragon was dancing. She saw Chen Mi, and passed by casually, not caring at all. It was not until she saw Xiao Qiang outside the venue that Qian Rui's attention was caught by his handsome looks. He immediately invited Xiao Qiang, "Handsome guy, do you want to play with us?" Xiao Qiang felt that he had almost mastered it, and it was time to put it into practice. He looked at Qian Rui and nodded, "Okay." Then he slowly entered the venue, and while waiting for the train to arrive in front of him, Xiao Qiang grabbed Qian Rui's clothes. After following everyone's footsteps and skating for a while, Xiao Qiang realized the fun of roller skating and became braver. As a result, in the 4th lap, everyone's pace was getting faster and faster. Xiao Qiang's hand slipped and he was thrown out. Chapter 23, Don't Cause Trouble, Don't Be Afraid of Trouble. Damn it! Xiao Qiang experienced the feeling of flying. When he was thrown out, he was so scared that he was about to hit the fence of the roller skating rink next to him. Suddenly, he steadied himself, quickly slid out a mark under his feet, turned around abruptly, and then the roller skates fit him like ordinary shoes, and he slid left and right to avoid danger. While Xiao Qiang breathed a sigh of relief, he also felt a little proud. He didn't expect that roller skating was not that difficult. He learned it in just a short while. But if he hadn't braked just now, he would have been crashed into a fool. "Handsome guy, are you okay?" Qian Rui slid over and asked. The loud music in the venue was so loud that basically no one noticed what was happening on Xiao Qiang's side. Chen Mi thought that with the bodyguards around, nothing would happen to her godfather, so she didn't pay any attention to that. Xiao Qiang said to Qian Rui, "It's okay, it's my first time and I don't have any experience." Qian Rui naturally put her hands on Xiao Qiang's shoulders and leaned close to him. "It's okay, everyone has a first time, right?" Xiao Qiang frowned and took 2 steps to the side to put some distance between them. "Just now, when I pulled her skirt and slid behind her, she bent her waist low intentionally or unintentionally, and then pushed her butt backwards, and the miniskirt could hardly cover her buttocks." Xiao Qiang was very embarrassed, so he slipped his hand. Now she was looking at him with seduction in her eyes. Even if you haven't eaten pork, have you seen a pig run? With so many TV dramas to watch at home, Xiao Qiang could tell what Qian Rui was thinking at a glance. He was quite disgusted. "Sorry, I'm not interested in you." "What did you say?" Qian Rui was furious and stood up and glared at Xiao Qiang. Her face flushed red, and it was unclear whether she was angry at being exposed or ashamed. Xiao Qiang realized that he had been too direct and might have hurt others. She looks about the same age as Chen Mi, so he should be more tactful with this child. "I mean, the perfume you sprayed doesn't smell very good, it's a bit pungent." Xiao Qiang also stood up and took 2 steps back. "So, we'd better keep our distance." When Qian Rui saw him retreating, she became even angrier and yelled, "Shut up." She had some body odor, so every time she went out, Qian Rui would spray Dior perfume to cover up the smell. No man who had dated her, or was pursuing her, had ever said that she smelled bad. "I didn't expect that Xiao Qiang would dislike me today." The anger in her chest burned her sanity. Chen Rui took out her cell phone and said, "Come here, someone is molesting me." "Xiao Qiang? Look, are you speaking human language?" After a while, 3 or 4 men came down from the field, each of them had colorful clothes on his neck and arms. Later, Xiao Qiang realized that it was a tattoo. They all slid to Chen Rui's side and looked at Xiao Qiang arrogantly. "Is this the guy?" Chen Rui sneered and raised her head proudly. "Yes, he just touched my butt." "I didn't touch it." Xiao Qiangda was speechless. Is this woman crazy? She can't hook up with anyone, so she just talks nonsense? I finally understand what my daughter said before. Now society is becoming more and more advanced, and people's hearts are becoming more and more complicated. The noise here attracts attention. Gradually, people in the venue gathered around. Some recognized Chen Rui and knew that she was Mr. Lu's person and was not someone to be messed with. I wanted to speak up for Xiao Qiang, but I didn't dare to stand up. Another person stood in the corner and recorded the video with his mobile phone. Her name is Xiao Miao, and she is a member of the Lucky Bamboo Fan Club. When she saw Xiao Qiang for the first time, she felt familiar with him. After secretly taking a video and sending it to the group members screamed in surprise. Everyone recognized that this was the popular Lucky Carp that brought blessings on the internet. He is also their Lucky Bamboo brother. Her group friends envied her and asked her to take pictures of the little brother at any time and post them in the group. So when Xiao Miao saw Xiao Qiang being surrounded, he immediately picked up his phone. She started a live broadcast on Weibo. "You did touch me, and you still want to ask me out to play." Chen Rui spoke so nervously that she didn't even need to write a draft. Xiao Qiang was shocked by this shameless move. "You got it wrong, it's you who wanted to date me." When those men heard Xiao Qiang's words, they smiled with disdain. One of them stood in front of Xiao Qiang. He was wearing roller skates and was a forehead taller than Xiao Qiang. He poked Xiao Qiang's shoulder twice with his hand. "Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? Will our Rui ask you out?" Chen Rui was very proud. She wanted to make sure that those who bullied her would not have a good ending. "Rui, I just heard that this man was brought by Zhen Mi. We should not make a big deal out of this." The other man looked smarter. Chen Rui glared at him. "So what if it's Zhen Mi? Have I ever been afraid of her? I want to get the man she brought with her." When the two bodyguards in the distance saw people surrounding Xiao Qiang, they immediately trotted over and stood in front of Xiao Qiang. The man who pointed at Xiao Qiang was also pushed away. "Are you okay, sir?" the bodyguard asked Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang is a very principled person. First, he never takes the initiative to cause trouble, and second, he is not afraid of trouble. Xiao Qiang looked coldly at the young man who was looking down on him and giving him the middle finger. "Oh. If a tiger doesn't show its power, do you think it is a sick cat?" The number of viewers for this live broadcast reached 300,000, which even surprised Xiao Miao himself. Various amazing comments appeared on the barrage. "Damn, do you think our Lucky Bamboo boy is easy to bully? Is this girl sick? I don't think this Lucky Bamboo is a good thing. The Zhen family's roller skating rink is for roller skating during the day and a noisy bar at night. Why would he, a student, go there? Does he have money to spend? Didn't he, the blogger, say that it was Xiao Zhen who brought the person in? So, there's something wrong with his relationship with Mr. Zhen." The online discussion was heated, and some netizens did not mind making trouble and went to the official Weibo accounts of Zhang Group and Zhen Entertainment to comment. This attracted the attention of Special Assistant Zhang. He hurriedly pushed open the door of the conference room, interrupting the meeting. Zhang Wuyan only glanced at the tablet that was broadcasting live. He stood up instantly and strode out with a cold and frosty look on his face. The senior executives in the conference room were all dumbfounded. Something happened. "I was just poked on the shoulder." Xiao Qiang looked at Chen Rui and said sarcastically, "You are not comparable to Xiao Zhen. You are not even a hair's breadth better than Xiao Zhen." What Chen Rui hates most is people comparing her with Zhen Mi. When she was in college, she and Zhen Mi were classmates, and they were often compared to each other. In terms of figure, appearance, even her favorite senior liked Zhen Mi. No matter how much she imitated her, she could not compare to Zhen Mi. Chen Rui stamped her feet in anger and yelled, "Nonsense, I am Lu Rui's person and will be the daughter-in-law of the Lu family in the future. Who is Zhen Mi? Oh, Lu Rui." When Xiao Qiang heard a familiar name, He said that he felt a sense of familiarity with this woman. Just like Lu Rui, very mean. Does Lu Rui know that you are cheating on him? When Chen Rui heard what Xiao Qiang said, she was so angry that her chest was about to explode, and her plump shape rose and fell. Why are you still standing there? Hold him for me, I want to tear his mouth apart. Several men were about to step forward, but the two bodyguards wouldn't let them get close. Several people started fighting. Xiao Qiang only had 2 bodyguards and was outnumbered. At this time, Xiao Qiang couldn't sit still and he was ready to help. Suddenly a sharp sound pierced the sky. It was the sound of someone typing on a microphone. Harsh and sharp. The music stopped and 5 or 6 well-trained men rushed in from the door. As soon as they appeared, they controlled the people brought by Chen Rui. Tap tap tap, the feeling of high heels stepping on the floor. Xiao Qiang looked towards the door and saw the cold and ruthless Zhang Wuyan. She walked up to Chen Rui and slapped her twice, leaving her stunned. Who the hell dares to hit me? Chen Rui covered her face and cursed without turning her head to see clearly. Only when she saw clearly that it was Zhang Wuyan did her face freeze. Zhang. President Zhang. The body can't help but tremble, which is a subconscious physiological reaction. Zhang Wuyan was wearing a white shirt and black pants, and her aura when she stood there was enough to make people feel suffocated. You dare to touch my people? After she finished speaking, she turned to look at Xiao Qiang and frowned. Are you hurt? Where's Zhen Mi? Xiao Qiang cried out inwardly that something was wrong. Xiao Zhen brought him here to play, and neither of them reported it to Zhang Wuyan. Now this incident had happened again. It seemed that Xiao Zhen could not be saved. She's not hurt. She's skating over there with her friends. Oh. Zhang Wuyan narrowed her eyes, very leisurely. When Zhen Mi heard the shrill sound, she knew something was wrong and ran over quickly, just in time to meet Zhang Wuyan's cold eyes. Wuyan, why are you here? Zhang Wuyan pointed at Chen Rui and said to Zhen Mi, she just hired someone to beat up Xiao Qiang, did you know that? The tone is calm, yet there is a turbulent undercurrent. Zhen Mi was surprised, and then poked Chen Rui's forehead fiercely. Little Qianji, you dare to attack the people I brought. You have grown wings, do you really think that I won't dare to hit you just because you are close to that idiot Lu Rui? Then he looked back at Xiao Qiang and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that he was unharmed. Chen Rui looked at Zhen Mi with an unhappy expression. She was afraid of Zhang Wuyan, but not afraid of Zhen Mi. He immediately yelled, you are the fool. You brought this person with you, but you didn't take good care of him and let him run around. He even tried to molest me just now. After these words were spoken, Zhang Wuyan and Zhen Mi were both stunned. Impossible. They said in unison. Xiao Qiang was not worried at all because he believed that his daughter would definitely not believe the slander. Sure enough, his daughter is a caring little girl. Xiao Zhen also has a big coat that is airtight. Chapter 24, the person she wants to cherish most. Zhang Wuyan said to Xiao Qiang, let's go back. This place is full of smoke and foul smells. Xiao Qiang nodded and followed. Zhen Mi followed, but was ruthlessly rejected by Zhang Wuyan, don't follow us. Zhen Mi knew that Zhang Wuyan was angry. He trotted over to her side and took her arm, I was wrong. I should have told you before bringing the person out. It's too late. Zhang Wuyan was very angry and she pushed Zhen Mi away. Zhen Mi winked at Xiao Qiang, meaning to help persuade him. Xiao Qiang pursed his lips, embarrassed. What was he trying to persuade? His daughter was really angry. Anyone who bumped into her would be shot. So, he could do nothing to help. As the 3 of them were about to walk out the door, Chen Rui rushed over, rolling her roller skates with both hands and hitting Xiao Qiang viciously on the back. Be careful, someone warned. Xiao Qiang turned around and saw Chen Rui with an angry face. Before his brain could react, he had been pulled behind by Zhang Wuyan, and with her long legs stretched out, she kicked Chen Rui in the chest with her high heels. He kicked Chen Rui out directly. At the same time, the roller skates in Chen Rui's hand accidentally hit the back of Zhang Wuyan's hand, which immediately became red and swollen. Xiao Qiang nervously held Zhang Wuyan's hand, his eyes reddened, damn. He stared at Chen Rui with murderous eyes and wanted to hit her. Zhang Wuyan comforted him, it doesn't hurt, we'll talk about it when we get back. Then he waved his hand, and the bodyguards he brought immediately beat the men who wanted to avenge Chen Rui to the ground, unable to get up. Zhen Mi was so frightened that she saw Zhang Wuyan's injured hand. Her eyes turned red before she could say anything. Sirens sounded in the distance. It must be that someone in the venue called the police during the chaos just now. Xiao Qiang followed Zhang Wuyan back to the Zhan family. Zhen Mi went to the police station. The roller skating rink belonged to the Zhen family's property, and she was the person in charge, so she had to go with them to give her statement. Before leaving, Zhen Mi bared her fangs like a little beast and said, "I'm going to kill that woman." Uncle Ju saw Zhang Wuyan was injured and asked nervously, "What happened?" "It's all my fault, Uncle Ju, go ahead and scold me." Xiao Qiang was in a low mood and he didn't dare to touch Zhang Wuyan's hand. In fact, Zhang Wuyan could endure this little pain, but in order to make Xiao Qiang feel more guilty, she hummed several times during the process. "Uncle Ju, this is just a superficial wound, no bones hurt. Please help me apply the medicine." I'll do it. Xiao Qiang immediately stood up and went to find the medicine box. Zhang Wuyan withdrew her gaze and asked Uncle Ju to go down first, saying that she was fine. Uncle Ju knew that the two men probably had something to talk about, and only left when he saw that she was really fine. Xiao Qiang remembers the first time he felt extremely panicked was when his aunt collapsed and was rushed to the hospital, where she was diagnosed with a difficult and complicated illness. After 40 years, he felt this panic again. The hands holding the cotton swab were shaking. Zhang Wuyan looked at him coldly. She was actually very angry. If she hadn't seen the live broadcast, she wouldn't have known where Xiao Qiang had gone with Zhen Mi. But she couldn't yell at him. He is her father. He is the person she wants to cherish the most. But some truths still need to be explained. "Dad, I have never restricted your freedom. You can go wherever you want, but you have to tell me. We are family." Zhang Wuyan went straight to the point. Xiao Qiang blew and applied the medicine. "My daughter, you are right. It's my fault for making you worry." The beautiful white back of his hand was now bruised and swollen. Xiao Qiang really regretted his decision. If he had not gone there, he would not have met that crazy woman. His daughter wouldn't get hurt. For the first time, Xiao Qiang had an urge to hit a woman. If Zhang Wuyan hadn't stopped him, he would have rushed forward. After applying the medicine, Zhang Wuyan's hand could not get wet, so Xiao Qiang wrapped it with plastic wrap several times, and her slender and white hands were wrapped into the shape of a big hammer. "Dad, it's not that exaggerated," Xiao Qiang said, just to be on the safe side. Special Assistant Zhang called and said that he had handed over the evidence of Lu's Enterprises tax evasion to the Tax Bureau. That night, Lu Rui and his son were filed and taken to the Tax Bureau for investigation. I met Miss Shen at the police station. She asked if I could go back to the Zhan family to sleep after recording my statement. Zhang Wuyan said coldly, "Tell her to go back to the Zhen family, and inform all their hotels in the closed city not to accept her reservations." "Yes." Special Assistant Zhang hung up the phone. The next second, Xiao Qiang's cell phone rang. It was Zhen Mi calling. Zhang Wuyan glanced at him, and Xiao Qiang knew that his daughter was angry, so he hung up the phone immediately. Zhen Mi called several times, but Xiao Qiang didn't answer in the end. "It's not that my godfather is not kind. To be honest, my daughter was very angry this time. He didn't dare to plead for mercy rashly. After all, he was also responsible for causing his daughter to be injured. Godfather, are you going to watch me die without helping me?" The WeChat ringtone kept ringing. Zhang Wuyan sighed, stood up, and walked upstairs. "Uncle Ju, arrange for someone to help me take a bath tonight." "Okay." Uncle Ju walked out from the corner and answered. Xiao Qiang wanted to say that he could help, but when he heard the word bath, he stopped in his tracks. He also wants to be his daughter's right hand. Oh, it's so hard to atone. "Godfather, I don't want to go back to the Zhen family. It's like a haunted house, cold and icy. I just called the hotel where I usually stay, but they said they wouldn't accept my reservation. Godfather, do you want to see me sleeping in a bridge tunnel? There are several tragic pictures at the end." Xiao Qiang softened his heart and replied, "No, you still have so many friends who can help you." "No more. Those are just friends who only care about food and drink. I really know I was wrong this time. Next time, I will definitely tell Wuyan first, 'Godfather, please help me, I am hungry and cold.'" Zhen Mi seemed anxious. Xiao Qiang got a headache when he saw the word, next time. Zhen Mi immediately responded, "No, there won't be a next time. I'll give it a try. Jeanne Mi breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the message Xiao Qiang sent. Fueling had just blown Zhang Wuyan's hair dry when there was a knock on the door. Zhang Wuyan nodded to her, she walked forward to open the door, and then left. Xiao Qiang stood at the door. Girl, can I come in? Enter. After entering, I found Zhang Wuyan in casual clothes, working. My girl, Xiaozhen said she knew she was wrong. I don't think this child intended to abandon me. Why don't you let her go back to the Zhang family to sleep? Xiao Qiang observed Zhang Wuyan's emotions. Zhang Wuyan said expressionlessly, I will let her come back, but not now. Dad, do you know why she doesn't want to return to the Zhang family? Why? Xiao Qiang was a little curious. Because her parents jumped from the top floor of the Zhang family's old house and died together. Zhang Wuyan looked into Xiao Qiang's eyes and continued, Jeanne Mi was 4 years old at the time and was making a snowman in the yard. Xiao Qiang's hands trembled. He couldn't imagine how scared the little Jeanne Mi would be when she saw her parents die in front of her. Zhang Wuyan put down the pen and said seriously, so, I can't lose you, Dad. This is why she was angry tonight, because Jeanne Mi took Xiao Qiang into an unknown and dangerous area. If Zhang Wuyan had not seen the live broadcast, she would not have led people to rush over, and the person injured today would have been Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang understood, and he nodded, I understand, girl, there won't be a next time. Yeah. Zhang Wuyan curled the corners of her lips, I have sent a message to Jeanne Mi. She can come back after recording her confession. Xiao Qiang clapped his hands excitedly, that's great, Xiaozhen said she was hungry and cold, I'll go prepare some food for her. Zhang Wuyan looked at him helplessly, Dad, I'm hungry too. Understood. I'll serve it to you when it's ready. That night, Jeanne Mi finished 2 bowls of noodles with tears in her eyes, and Zhang Wuyan asked her if she was the reincarnation of a pig. Xiao Qiang watched them playing and thought it was great. But the next day, Xiao Qiang went on Weibo and saw that the roller skating incident had become a viral phenomenon. It turned out that someone recognized him as the lucky carp at the roller skating rink yesterday and excitedly started a live broadcast on Weibo. They said he was a male mistress and that he was having an affair with the female boss of Jin Entertainment Company. He already has a goddess, but he is still ambiguous with other women. He said that Qian Rui deserved what she got for hitting him. And the most important thing is that not only did he slander him, he also slandered Zhang Wuyan. They said Zhang Wuyan was such a beautiful goddess, but she got into a fight with him because of him. She has no manners at all. The title of goddess is in vain. He immediately became unhappy. How could someone fabricate good facts into something disgusting? Xiao Qiang was so angry that he posted a Weibo. It is very clear in the video that it was the woman who wanted to harass me first, and then she slandered me. Xiaozhen is my friend, so she took action. As for Wu Yang, she has a relationship with her like a family member. Does she need to report to you when she took action to teach someone a lesson? As a result, this Weibo post was not understood by netizens. They cursed even more vigorously. It's just like that cyberbullying incident. Xiao Qiang was getting angrier and angrier as he watched. He started arguing with people directly on the internet. If one person came, he would confront one person. If 10 people came, he would confront 10 people. Anyone who dares to speak ill of his daughter will be killed. You and Xiaozhen are always unclear about each other, and you still want to seduce our goddess. Are you a pervert? Xiao Qiang replied, you are the pervert, you are the one who thinks so complicated. You look like a model student, why are you hanging out with those bad people? If those tattooed guys in the camera don't bother you, who will they bother? Xiao Qiang replied, I see, those are tattoos. The netizen was so angry that he cursed his parents. He was in the middle of arguing, but Weibo suddenly crashed. When he logged in again, he found that all the discordant comments under his Weibo post were gone. After flipping through a few pages, he found that they were all friendly comments. Amazing. Zhang Wuyan looked at the phone screen with cold eyes. After Zhang hung up the phone, he told her, Weibo has already dealt with it. No more negative comments will appear under Mr. Xiao's Weibo. Chapter 25 What is a small family? Xiao Qiang didn't know that it was his own daughter who took action. He also hangs out on Weibo to read real-time news and gossip from all over the world. A private message caught his eye. I thought it was that netizen again, coming to get scolded. Xiao Qiang clicked it and was stunned. It was an apology letter of several hundred words. Hello, brother Fugiju, my name is Xiao Miao, I'm the one who did the live broadcast. I'm sorry, I didn't know it would turn out like this. I was just excited to meet you in the same city, and we are both your fans, so I did that live broadcast. I'm sorry, I explained to everyone that you are not what they said you were, but they didn't listen. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I didn't mean it like this. Xiao Qiang felt a little complicated, and he finally understood the meaning of that sentence. People are afraid of becoming famous just like pigs are afraid of getting fat. When you become famous, you will be surrounded by gossips. There are many people on the internet who are unhappy with their lives or who are mentally twisted. They tap on their keyboards and say hurtful words wantonly. If something happens, they say it was just a joke and take it seriously. If nothing happens, they will continue to hurt others. It seems that his era was better, with less violence. Xiao Qiang did not reply to the private message, because he was not able to forgive completely yet. Regardless of whether the person was his fan or not, he was annoyed that the person started the live broadcast without informing him. I returned to Weibo and found several new hot topics. Xiaozhen always comes out to slap his face. What is the relationship between Lucky Bamboo and Mr. Zhen? Is this a sadistic script, a love triangle? What is going on? Xiao Qiang found that a lot of people tagged him, all asking about his relationship with Zhen Mi. Following the clues, he found out that just 5 minutes ago, Zhen Mi posted a Weibo using a private account. She hasn't posted on that account for years, but every time she did, she tagged Xiao Qiang. That's why netizens were so excited. Xiao Qiang went to Zhen Mi's Weibo and found that she had released a surveillance video of the roller skating rink. The video was very clear and even the sound could be heard clearly. His interaction with Chen Rui in the lounge was also captured. Fools, this is the truth, does it hurt? Come and see me get slapped in the face. There are countless comments under this Weibo post, and everyone is curious about the relationship between Xiaozhen and Xiao Qiang. Oh my god, the 10,000-year-old zombie Zhen has come out of the mountain to send the lucky koi. If you say that the two of them have nothing to do with each other, I will take off my head and kick it like a ball. But, isn't Songfu Jinli having an affair with the goddess of war? He was even photographed accompanying her to the University of Finance and Economics to take the entrance exam. Oh, could it be that this guy is cheating on her? I believe that the little brother is not that kind of person. The little brother, please come out and dispel the rumors. Xiao Qiang ignored these comments. He was tired of the arguments under his Weibo before. He was not a fool. Why would he argue with these people again? So, he just replied to Zhen Mi's Weibo and tagged her back. I saw it, clapping, very loud. You finally did a good thing. Zhen Mi was online and replied immediately. That's a proud face. Netizens would be fed up if they were to eat too much gossip a day, but now, the seemingly intimate interaction between these two people makes it more certain that they have a close relationship. In an instant, the voices saying that they believed Xiao Qiang was not a two-timing person fell silent. The rest are just those sour comments. However, there are also those who are envious and say that Xiao Qiang is a fighter among men. Being able to have two goddesses at the same time is what many men dream of. Xiao Qiang didn't want to pay any attention at first, but when he saw this group of people talking more and more, they all mentioned that he and his two daughters had secretly got their marriage certificate and taken wedding photos. Isn't this bullshit? Xiao Qiang immediately posted a Weibo. Xiaozhen is my friend. Of course, you say we have a deeper relationship, so I consider her a small family. Zhen Mi looked at Xiao Qiang's latest Weibo post. Why were the 3 words small family so eye-catching? He immediately opened the door and went downstairs, found Xiao Qiang sitting in the entertainment room, and asked him, Godfather, what is a small family? She held up her cell phone, and on the screen was Xiao Qiang's new Weibo post. Xiao Qiang was still interacting with netizens. When he heard Zhen Mi's voice, he looked up and replied, because you are my goddaughter, not my biological child, I call you my little family member. Zhen Mi. What a small family. She hates small print. Zhen Mi stomped her feet and left angrily. Xiao Qiang was confused. Is this kid grumpy when he wakes up? Zhang Wuyan also saw his Weibo and was a little confused about what a small family meant. I sent a WeChat message and Xiao Qiang explained it again. When Zhang Wuyan saw his answer, a beautiful smile blossomed on her pretty face. The two employees from the planning department were stunned. They came to deliver some information and never expected to see Zhang Wuyan, this icy beauty, smiling so beautifully. For a moment, he felt terrified and didn't dare to look at Zhang Wuyan. Zhang Wuyan noticed it, stopped smiling, and replied to Xiao Qiang, Zhen Mi must be very angry. Xiao Qiang thought that his daughter must be a fortune teller. How could she know everything? Hey, girl, you are amazing, how did you know that? Xiao Zhen just stomped his feet and left. Zhang Wuyan typed quickly, because she finally accepted you as her godfather, but you said that the definition of a small family is not a biological one. She must be angry. She thought she could have you as her father at the same time as me, but she didn't expect that she still lost to me. Xiao Qiang didn't understand, what was there to argue about? A week later, the lawn electronic music show during the city lockdown began. Xiao Qiang and Zhang Wuyan appeared at the ticket gate together, causing a sensation. After all, they are both relatively famous figures. Brother Lucky Bamboo, what a coincidence, are you coming to play too? Goddess. Oh. It's our war goddess. Wow, what should I do if I suddenly realize that they are a good match? Although Brother Lucky Bamboo is young, I still like them. Xiao Qiang waved his hand symbolically, which caused even louder screams. This group of people was so enthusiastic that he was almost overwhelmed by the heat wave. On the other hand, his daughter Zhang Wuyan, with her jet black straight hair loose and wearing a pair of Baolong sunglasses on her face, portrayed indifference to the extreme. She didn't even glance at the enthusiasm of those people. She held Xiao Qiang's hand and whispered, "Don't worry about what these people say. Have fun as much as you want, but one thing is, you can't get separated from me." To be on the safe side, she brought a few bodyguards with her, forming a human wall to protect them behind her. That's why those enthusiastic people don't dare to go further. Xiao Qiang nodded, okay. After entering, he was attracted by the decorations inside, various kinds of entertainment, and things for sale. It's a completely video game punk style, and everyone has different makeup on their face, which is very cool. Xiao Qiang also wanted to apply it on his face and invited Zhang Wuyan to join him, but Zhang Wuyan didn't like this and rejected him. A visible look of disappointment appeared on Xiao Qiang's face. Zhang Wuyan suddenly felt apologetic, so when Xiao Qiang passed by a stall holding a cat ear hairpin, she lowered her head. So cute. Xiao Qiang exclaimed sincerely. His daughter is so pretty. Girls should wear more beautiful skirts and wear all kinds of cute hairpins. Xiao Qiang bought Zhang Wuyan a few cute hairpins with cool elements. Zhang Wuyan sighed, and when she shook her head, she could hear the sound of Doraemon on the cat ears. Oh, never mind. As long as her father is happy. Xiao Qiang was very happy. He missed Zhang Wuyan's growth, so he wanted to give her more compensation. Hey, Wuyan, what the hell? Xiao Qiang frowned. Zhen Mi immediately responded and changed her words. What a coincidence, Wuyang, Xiao Qiang, you are also here to participate in the electronic music show. Zhang Wuyan snorted coldly and looked at Zhen Mi, who suddenly appeared in front of them. Keep pretending. Zhen Mi was about to be seen through by Zhang Wuyan's eyes. She immediately stepped forward, took Xiao Qiang's hand and said, I see there are more fun things over there. Let's go over and take a look. Zhang Wuyan took action and grabbed the corner of Xiao Qiang's clothes. He can't leave my range. There are too many people, and what should I do if Dad gets squeezed out? There were only 4 bodyguards, all of whom followed her steps to protect Xiao Qiang and her safety at all times. The people walking around were stunned. They all suspected that they had heard it wrong. The declaration of a domineering president? Chapter 26, Family Playing Together. The crowd of onlookers grew larger and larger. Their eyes became more and more passionate, and everyone held a mobile phone in their hands, taking pictures of Xiao Qiang and the others. It makes people feel very uncomfortable. Xiao Qiang suggested, let's go over there and take a look. Zhang Wuyan nodded, okay. Zhen Mi also immediately responded, okay. The 3 of them walked to a less crowded place. Zhang Wuyan keenly felt that there were many people following them, so she poked Zhen Mi. He said coldly, tell those tails not to follow us. Her father couldn't move his hands and feet freely, and his frown was so severe that he could pinch a mosquito to death. Zhen Mi turned to take a look and saw that there was indeed a little tail. Leave it to me. I called right away to arrange it. After a while, the little tail following Xiao Qiang and his friends was taken away by the public security brigade. By the way, Xiaozhen, why are you here? Xiao Qiang asked curiously while eating ice cream. The main reason is that when I invited Jen Mi to play with me last night, she said she might not be free. Xiao Qiang thought it was because she didn't buy the ticket. Jen Mi was about to poke the cat ears on Zhang Wuyan's head with her hand. Oh, this electronic music show is hosted by my company, and I am here as an inspector. Zhang Wuyan turned her head away, but Jen Mi jumped up and continued to poke. Xiao Qiang thought of something. Oh, Shen Entertainment is your company. It seems that those netizens mentioned it when we were interacting on Weibo, but I didn't take it seriously at the time. Yes, didn't we tell you? I was the one who gave these 2 tickets. Zhen Mi was surprised. Xiao Qiang looked at his daughter and really didn't tell him this. Zhang Wuyan dodged Zhen Mi's touch, crossed her arms, and sneered, investigator. Yes. Zhen Mi felt a little guilty. Her best friend is really petty and she is still angry about what happened at the roller skating rink. Last night, Godfather invited her to join the telecom show, but Zhang Wuyan actually threatened her with her eyes and said that she was busy. Zhen Mi only told Xiao Qiang when she had no choice that she might not be free. But she just wanted to have an unexpected encounter. Zhang Wuyan was so angry that she died. Wherever her godfather is, she wants to be there too. I'm here, aren't you happy? Zhen Mi didn't utter the last 2 words, godfather, audibly. Walls have ears, so she could only express it with her mouth. Xiao Qiang noticed the undercurrent between the two, but did not doubt Zhen Mi's motives. Of course I'm happy, our family can have fun together. Glance at the girl on the left. Zhang Wuyan still had a cold face and it seemed that it would be difficult to persuade her. Zhen Mi also noticed it and stepped forward to apologize again. Wu Yang, I was really wrong. You have never been angry with me before. Can you forgive me this time? Could it be compared before? Now that he had finally been reunited with his biological father, he was almost lost by Zhen Mi. It would be strange if Zhang Wuyan wasn't angry. You almost got him hurt. No, he's not injured. And he's really awesome. I learned it just by watching him skate. Zhen Mi gave a thumbs up. He really deserves to be her godfather. As if she knew what Zhen Mi was thinking, Zhang Wuyan poured cold water on her, leaned close to her ear, and said in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, he is my father. Zhen Mi refused to accept, he is my godfather. Their eyes met and sparks flew. Xiao Qiang relieved the awkwardness, you are all great, stop making trouble, I want to enjoy this electronic music show, okay? Of course. They both said in unison. Zhang Wuyan's mouth corners raised slightly. Zhen Mi saw it and smiled. By the way, I also want the cat hairpin on Wu Yan's head. Can you buy it for me? She asked Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang nodded, sure. Zhang Wuyan retorted, go buy it yourself, don't spend his money. Protecting one's shortcomings to a certain extent. Zhen Mi pursed her lips, okay, I'll buy it myself. Xiao Qiang didn't want to get involved in the fight between the two, so he pointed out the location to Zhen Mi. After Zhen Mi left, he said to Zhang Wuyan, my girl, don't go too far. Little Zhen really knows she is wrong. He spoke very quietly and very close. There were security personnel arranged by Zhen Mi around, so no one heard these 2 words. Zhang Wuyan smiled and said, I know, if I don't do this, she will feel guilty and will be restrained when interacting with us in the future. She knew Zhen Mi very well. If Xiao Qiang got hurt this time, she would definitely blame herself and hurt herself. That was why her cold eyes and cold words made Zhen Mi feel that Zhang Wuyan had forgiven her and they had returned to their original way of getting along. Zhen Mi, wearing a cat hairpin and a black and white cat tail hanging on her butt, trotted up to the 2 men and turned around. How about it? Xiao Qiang was instantly touched, it looks good, really good, very cute. In the past, his favorite thing to do when he came home from school was to play with the little girl downstairs. She had just learned it to walk and would waddle and call her brother for a hug. It's really soft and cute like cotton candy, and Xiao Qiang's heart is about to melt. It would definitely look better if my daughter wore it. Xiao Qiang looked at Zhang Wuyan. The cold and powerful aura, well, with a tail, he would probably look more like a tiger. It's shameful to act cute. Zhang Wuyan muttered. Zhen Mi heard it, twisted her waist, and shook her tail even more vigorously. Hey, I'm just cute, it's none of your business. You must be jealous of me, how about I buy you a tail to wear? Xiao Qiang's eyes lit up. I think it's okay. Before Zhang Wuyan could say a word, she heard Xiao Qiang say, okay. Je n'aime. It's terrible, her best friend is such a hypocrite. In the past, Zhang Wuyan would definitely reject her proposal coldly. As a result, Xiao Qiang's words broke her coldness. After putting on the tail, Zhang Wuyan's pretty face had a blush on it. She was wearing sunglasses, so Xiao Qiang and the others couldn't see the awkwardness in her eyes. Dad is leaving, it's time to start. Zhang Wuyan pulled Xiao Qiang towards the venue. Zhen Mi followed and said, don't worry, I have already arranged the seat for you. It's in the best seat in the front row. The two stopped and Xiao Qiang praised, Xiao Zhen is very efficient. Zhang Wuyan frowned slightly when she heard Xiao Qiang praising Zhen Mi. He, that's right. Even though I may seem unreliable normally, I still care about your affairs. Zhen Mi shook her head, and her cat ears also shook, making a jingling sound. Xiao Qiang smiled and nodded. Inadvertently, I caught a glimpse of the cold corner of my daughter's mouth. When Zhen Mi was feeling proud, Xiao Qiang said, sure enough, only by walking around the police station can you make progress. Zhang Wuyan couldn't help herself, her coldness broke, and she burst out laughing. Zhen Mi looked at the two men with a gloomy face. Godfather, you are going too far. After saying that, he turned around angrily with his tail raised high. Zhang Wuyan pinched her tail and pulled her forward. Let's go. Zhen Mi pulled her tail back. I can walk by myself. Xiao Qiang looked at the two of them and realized that if he tried to please one daughter, he would offend the other. Come on, it's a rare occasion for the three of us to attend an event together, and you're all dressed so chickly, let's take a picture. He held up his phone, the camera flicking on. Zhen Mi and Zhang Wuyan immediately stood on the left and right behind Xiao Qiang, smiling with rosy lips and white teeth. Zhang Wuyan wore sunglasses, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and tried to lean her body back as much as possible to occupy the camera. I say 123, let's say eggplant together. In order to participate in the electronic music show, Xiao Qiang even went online to learn how to pose for photos. He made a V sign with one hand, squatted down with his tall body, and shouted, 123. They all nodded in unison and with a click, they took the most beautiful photo of the three of them. Their host's voice echoed throughout the lawn. Zhen Mi took Zhang Wuyan's arm and urged Xiao Qiang to hurry up, and the three of them walked to the front. Okay, I'll post on Weibo right away. Xiao Qiang responded while lowering his head. He went on Weibo and posted the photo he had just taken. A family, all in good order. After sending the message, he put the phone in his pocket, took a step forward, and ran to catch up with his two daughters. Little did he know that this Weibo post of his was like a torpedo, blowing up netizens. Cat ears. Tail. Oh my god. What did I see? Is that a cool and beautiful goddess? I am stunned. Contrasting cuteness. Who can understand? Bosjan. Oh, so cute. Kill me, I admit that I am a bootlicker. Oh my god, the three of you really went to the electronic music show together? Brother, you are so cool, you are not afraid of us getting jealous at all, right? The goddess is wearing cat ears, it's a foul, okay. Everyone in the sealed-off city knew that Zhang Wuyan was a strong woman, domineering, resolute and swift, with a serious face that never smiled. It could even be said that her attire was far from cute. But now, this photo makes everyone unable to believe their eyes. The long straight black hair, cat ears, little tail, and even the upturned corners of the mouth all refreshed their senses. Netizens cried and begged Xiao Qiang to update 2 more photos. But Xiao Qiang had no idea that after he posted this Weibo, he put away his phone and immersed himself in the electronic music show. The colorful lights kept flashing, and a DJ music played by the host instantly brought the atmosphere to a climax. He followed the rhythm, jumping and roaring, his whole body filled with the flavor of youth. Chapter 27. The first star I want to follow. Zhen Mi was the one making the most noise. She pulled Xiao Qiang around in circles. Zhang Wuyan crossed her arms, stood straight, and seemed out of place with the other people around her. The music was very loud. A rock band was performing and interacting with the audience from time to time. Xiao Qiang clapped hands with the lead singer. When the lead singer reached out to Zhang Wuyan, he saw that she was reluctant to interact and an expression of embarrassment appeared on his face. Xiao Qiang quickly reached out and took another shot. The lead singer then continued to interact. Then he came very close to Zhang Wuyan and said, "Relax. Let's dance together. His daughter is too strict." Zhang Wuyan frowned, and seeing that Xiao Qiang was very emotional, she finally stretched out her hands helplessly and waved symbolically. Xiao Qiang nodded to show his satisfaction. The music stopped and the host came on stage to introduce the next program. "Next, please welcome the new singer N.A. Go on stage and perform." "Oh, oh, 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 oh." The passionate shouts exploded in Xiao Qiang's ears. It gave him a fright. This is even louder than the cheers from the previous performers. Could it be that this N.A. very impressive? The people around and behind me had excitement on their faces. Some people even raised banners and waved them as soon as their host finished speaking. "Girl, is this new singer very talented?" Xiao Qiang asked Zhang Wuyan in her ear when he didn't understand. Zhang Wuyan nodded. "Tan Liner is a new artist who was signed by Jin Entertainment not long ago. The first song she released topped the charts of major music players and even won the two major awards, the New Artist Award and the Creative Talent Award. Therefore, netizens call her the voice of an angel." Jin Mi followed up with a sentence, "The songs she sings can inspire people, and the most amazing thing is that they can touch people's deepest resonance, so this fortune tree must be cultivated well by our company. We invited her to this electronic music show, firstly to shock the audience, and secondly to increase her popularity. Those who come to the electronic music show are not only people in the lockdown city, but also people from other countries, who want to promote the name Tan Liner to all countries. Is it that awesome? Could it be that the call is so high?" Xiao Qiang finally understood and was looking forward to seeing this new singer. After the host left, the lights gradually dimmed. In the venue of several thousand square meters, only the cheering lights in the hands of the audience could be seen shaking. Boom! The next moment, all the lights were on the center of the stage, and Xiao Qiang saw a woman. The woman had her back to them. She was wearing a bright red dress with roses blooming on it. A red satin was draped over her fair and pretty shoulders. The moment of turning around, the woman opened her eyes, looking bright and beautiful, with a fresh and refined look. "Hello everyone, I am N.A. 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 What responded to her was the shouting of countless people, drowning out the heat wave. Xiao Qiang was shocked. In the past he had only seen concerts on TV, but now that he was there in person, he found that the feeling was different from sitting at home and watching on TV. This N.A. She is indeed good-looking, comparable to Zhang Wuyan. Her beauty is very lively, and her every frown and smile seems to move people's hearts. No wonder so many people are crazy about her. But I wonder if the singing can touch people's hearts as my daughter said. First, I want to sing an old song for everyone." Tan Liner smiled just right. The music started and the lights gently wandered around her. She stood there, opened her mouth and slowly sang the first sentence. Xiao Qiang was stunned. This song was so familiar that it gave him goosebumps. These are the songs that were played every day on the Xiao radio station. Hometown. He didn't expect that there are still people singing this song now, and it instantly triggered memories deep in his mind. Xiao Qiang sang along. There was a flash of surprise in Zhang Wuyan's eyes. Jin Mi also noticed it, but instead of interrupting Xiao Qiang, she sang along. After all, everyone can sing old songs, but not everyone can sing them at all times. She did not expect that Tan Liner would sing Hometown as the first song. There are white clouds floating across the blue sky. That is my hometown. As the singing sounded, Xiao Qiang seemed to see his aunt standing at the entrance of the alley, waving at him to go home for dinner. As he was singing, his eyes began to ache, so he quickly lowered his head and wiped them with the back of his hand. He couldn't let his daughters find out that he wanted to cry just now. That would be too embarrassing. Zhang Wuyan pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to him, and Jin Mi also hurriedly pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to him. Xiao Qiang's complicated mood was immediately cured. He took both photos and said, "It sounds good. She sings with great feeling." Before he could finish his sigh, a loud voice came from behind him. "Guifang. I am willing to love you forever. Marry me." Xiao Qiang and the other two turned around and looked back, and saw a man holding a ring, half kneeling on the ground, proposing. I have learned a lot. This was the first time he saw someone propose on the spot. The woman covered her mouth shyly, her eyes filled with excitement. Marry him, marry him. People around were shouting. Xiao Qiang also clapped and shouted. Tan Liner laughed and teased, "My beauty, you are so excited that you can't speak. Hurry up and agree to him so that I can continue to perform the next song." The crowd burst into laughter. Xiao Qiang turned his head to look at Tan Liner, but unexpectedly, the other party also looked at him and their eyes met. Tan Liner was stunned for a moment, then nodded and smiled generously. Xiao Qiang also nodded in response. This singer seemed to be of low profile and quite friendly and amiable. When the woman heard what Tan Liner said, she said, "I do," and the man excitedly picked her up and spun around. The music continues. The second piece of music changed its style. Tan Liner suddenly tied her hair up, and a male dance partner put his arm around her waist, dancing to the strong rhythm of music. It was the first time that Xiao Qiang saw such a dance. In the detailed and strong beats, Tan Liner's temperament changed. She was like an elf jumping on the field, painting on the ground with her toes. Cool. So cool. N.A. A.A. Someone shouted, and the heat wave led the crowd, and people also shouted, applauded and cheered. It brought this electronic music show to a climax. Oh! Xiao Qiang clapped loudly and stared at the stage with high spirits. Zhang Wuyan originally thought that Xiao Qiang would find it difficult to accept this kind of duet dance. After all, it was passionate and exciting. However, she did not expect that her father's ability to accept new things was faster than she expected. In order to prevent them from being squeezed by the crowd, the bodyguards she sent were always around them. Zhang Wuyan stood behind Xiao Qiang and used her body to block the pushing from the crowd behind. Let Xiao Qiang watch attentively. Zhen Mi noticed Zhang Wuyan's actions and immediately took a step back, blocking Xiao Qiang's right rear. Zhang Wuyan curled his lips and looked at her, and she raised her eyebrows in greeting. The two looked at each other and smiled. After the song ended, the crowd's cheers did not die down, and their enthusiasm was about to overturn the entire venue. They were all shouting Tan Liner's name. Tan Liner took a breath, adjusted her headset, and said to the audience, thank you for your enthusiasm. Now, for my third song, I will invite you to sing along with me. One person will be selected on the big screen. Please come up on stage and sing along with me, okay? Okay. Xiao Qiang shouted along with everyone else. I was very excited and completely immersed in the activity. It's decided. The first person is going to be a fan of is this beautiful singer. Xiao Qiang had chased stars before, but there were more groups at that time, so he only chased groups. 40 years have passed, and he didn't expect that he would become a star chaser again, and the one he chased was a female singer. She sings really well, looks good, and most importantly, she is not arrogant at all. Moreover, Xiao Qiang inexplicably feels a sense of familiarity with her. Who else should he be a fan of if not her? As the camera moves past, it finally freezes on the first row. Xiao Qiang was dumbfounded when he, Zhang Wuyan and Zhen Mi appeared on the big screen. Tan Liner was stunned for a moment, then she said generously, please invite this handsome guy to come on stage and sing with me. Xiao Qiang waved his hands quickly and said, no, he couldn't do it. Not only ordinary people but also internet celebrities came to the electronic music show. They started live broadcasts as soon as they came in, so this electronic music show was also broadcast online from beginning to end. When they saw Xiao Qiang, Zhang Wuyan and Zhen Mi appear on the big screen, everyone who recognized them became excited. Cat ears. The two goddesses next to the little brother are both wearing cat ears. Who can resist this? Brother Fugiju looks so handsome today. He must have never thought that he would be chosen. He was stunned. How could he be so handsome and cute? The internet was also in an uproar. Nima, I also want to go to the scene and meet the little brother by chance. This is the temptation of cats. I wonder if these two hairpins were arranged by the little brother? Otherwise, how could the goddess and Mr. Zhen be willing to wear them? Zhen Mi encouraged Xiao Qiang to go up, took out her cell phone, and found a Weibo push on the screen. Look, you're on the trending search again. She reminded Xiao Qiang. Envy the company of two goddesses, playing electronic music show Xiao Qiang took a look and found that it was true. His hot search topics had overshadowed the hot search topics of the electronic music show Tan Liner. Chapter 28 Courtyard Barbecue. Zhang Wuyan saw Xiao Qiang holding the phone and looking at it intently. Quietly asked, does it bother you? Xiao Qiang exclaimed, looking up, not really, I'm used to their sudden surprises. I just feel that the speed of becoming famous is too fast. However, they are family and there is no need to hide it. It's just that the real situation is difficult to explain to netizens, so everyone has speculated so much. Zhang Wuyan hummed and said, then let it be and enjoy the music first. Good. Tan Liner had been waiting for Xiao Qiang to go on stage. When she saw him looking down at his phone, she thought something had happened. It seems that this handsome guy is not convenient to sing with me. She took the initiative to smooth things over. Xiao Qiang then remembered that the matter had not been resolved yet. I quickly raised my hand and someone handed me their microphone. He explained, no, I was afraid that I wouldn't sing well and would discredit you. Tan Liner nodded, it's okay, I'll give the song Flying Bird to everyone. Xiao Qiang has a better understanding of her. She is a beautiful and kind person who would not force others to do things. What a star role model. When the song started, Xiao Qiang put down his phone and took Zhang Wuyan and Zhen Mi to listen to the song attentively. The camera would occasionally turn to Xiao Qiang, and everything could be seen clearly on the big screen. The youth's grace is natural and natural. That night, Xiao Qiang's Weibo account gained hundreds of thousands of followers, and the number of followers for an account without a V account reached nearly 1 million. The next day, after Xiao Qiang had breakfast with Zhang Wuyan and Zhen Mi, they went to work at their respective companies and asked him if he wanted to go to the company with them. Xiao Qiang shook his head. He had nothing to do there, which was quite embarrassing. So, he planned to go for a walk by himself, but Zhang Wuyan was worried and asked 2 bodyguards to follow him. Walking to Linshui Park, Xiao Qiang sat on a bench to rest. The bodyguards stood behind him, like 2 wooden stakes, particularly eye-catching. You guys, go sit over there. Xiao Qiang arranged for them to sit on a bench not far away. Then he lowered his head to play with his mobile phone. When he got home last night, it was already very late, so he had no time to go online and check Weibo. Now, log in and search for the 3 words, Tan Liner, as soon as possible and follow her. Sharp-eyed netizens immediately discovered that Xiao Qiang followed Tan Liner 2 minutes ago. The news spread across the entire internet in an instant. Immediately, some of Tan Liner's true fans came to check in under Xiao Qiang's Weibo. Xiao Qiang was in a good mood and interacted with them. A private message from Xiao Qiang also appeared, claiming to be the agent of a certain entertainment company, who wanted to meet and chat with him, and seemed to want to pull him into the entertainment industry. He politely rejected the other party. Regardless of whether the other party was a liar or not, Xiao Qiang had never thought of entering the entertainment industry. Zhang Wuyan and Zhen Mi returned to the Zhang family. Xiao Qiang told them about this as a joke. Well, it's right to refuse. It's a good thing to be cautious. Zhang Wuyan praised him. Zhen Mi also went on Weibo while biting a piece of fruit. Since she acknowledged Xiao Qiang as her godfather, she has been on Weibo more often. Godfather, you're awesome. You occupy 4 of the top 10 on the trending search list, and you even pushed down our company's list, she praised. Xiao Qiang refreshed the page and found that he had really pushed Tan Liner's hot search down. Is she releasing a new song today? I want to go listen to it. Zhang Wuyan had something to do, so seeing that he was happy, she ignored him and went straight upstairs. When Zhen Mi saw Zhang Wuyan coming up, she sat next to Xiao Qiang and said, Godfather, I'll let N.A. Ari will sign a copy of Xiao Qiang's album for you. Xiao Qiang listened and nodded quickly, okay, by the way, I felt that she gave me a sense of intimacy last night. Is a very popular in your company? As he spoke, he opened a web page and looked up Tan Liner's Baidu encyclopedia. Yes, she has a good voice and excellent creative writing. Zhen Mi answered him. Xiao Qiang found that on his phone screen was a photo of Tan Liner's latest look. Godfather, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Xiao Qiang just felt that Xiao Tan's facial features were really good looking and somewhat similar to his own. Exquisite and attractive. A few days later, it was the day to receive the admission letters, and Xiao Qiang got up early. Zhang Wuyan was also waiting at home. For such a big thing, of course she had to accompany her father. Zhen Mi also wanted to accompany him, but she had to review several documents at the company, so before she left, she repeatedly emphasized that he must take a photo of the notice and send it to her. Around 10 o'clock, Uncle Ju came in with the notice, congratulations. Put both hands in Xiao Qiang's hands. Xiao Qiang said thank you, then opened it. Unlike the first notification letter, this one was obviously much more refined. There was the logo of Fengcheng University of Finance and Economics on the outside. When he opened it, a three-dimensional gate of the University of Finance and Economics appeared, filled with blessings and a registration notice. He sighed in his heart and was reluctant to look away. My daughter, I never thought that I could still be among the top 10 in the country in the second college entrance examination. Xiao Qiang looked at Zhang Wuyan and joked, Dad, I didn't embarrass you. Zhang Wuyan raised the corners of her lips, Dad, I've already told you, you've always been the best. While the two were chatting, Xiao Qiang's WeChat rang. It was Zhen Mi who wanted to see the notice. She sent out all kinds of anxious emoticons. Xiao Qiang held up the notice helplessly, and then asked Zhang Wuyan to take a few photos and send them over. The next moment the bell rang. Xiao Qiang answered the call, and Zhen Mi's excited voice came from the other end, Godfather, you are so handsome. University of Finance and Economics. The most difficult university to get into during the lockdown. Godfather, you are the best. Xiao Qiang was also a little proud. Of course, my grades are among the top 10 in the country anyway. Zhen Mi smiled even more happily. Godfather, this is such a good thing, we should celebrate it. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Xiao Qiang glanced at Zhang Wuyan, and sure enough, she frowned. Well, I won't go to that smoky and foul place. Let's celebrate at home. I'll cook. Zhang Wuyan disagreed. You should enjoy yourself the most today, Uncle Ju. Go and invite the 10 chefs from Hating Banquet to come to your house to cook. Yes. Uncle Ju left with a smile. Zhen Mi heard it and said, Godfather, the food made by the 10 chefs at Hating Banquet is really delicious. I rarely get to eat it because it's difficult for all 10 of them to get together. I usually eat at Hating Banquet just for the cooking skills of the 10 of them. Xiao Qiang was surprised when he heard this. If we invite them now, will they be free to come? Yes. Haitingyan is the Zhang family's company. If Wuyan asks them to come, they will definitely come. Zhen Mi hung up the phone after saying that. She had to finish it quickly and go home for dinner. Courtyard barbecue. This refreshed Xiao Qiang's cognition. He and Zhang Wuyan sat there, watching the 10 chefs prepare the food. When he took the first bite, Xiao Qiang realized that what Zhen Mi said about the food being particularly delicious was not an exaggeration at all. The 10 main chefs brought their exclusive recipes. Sprinkle it on baked goods, and you can't help but give a thumbs up after taking a bite. Zhen Mi hurried back, only to find that it had already been roasted. There was laughter and joy here, and they were well fed and well drunk. Xiao Qiang also took Zhen Mi and Zhang Wuyan to play the game of Mission Soul. He wanted to drag Uncle Ju to join in, but Uncle Ju remembered the tragedy of the last time and refused to leave. However, netizens were getting a little impatient as they hadn't seen Xiao Qiang online for a whole day. Some netizens started to spread rumors. This person is not online. Could it be that he did not pass the exam? So he feels ashamed. Someone immediately retorted, you are talking nonsense. The goddess of war accompanied the little brother to the entrance examination. How could he not pass? You can't eat the grapes, so you say the grapes are sour. If you haven't been online for a day, there must be something wrong. Yes, I think so too. Everyone knows how powerful the Zhang group is. Buying a degree from a financial university shouldn't be a problem, right? Oh my, I knew he was going to get slapped in the face. This person has been very high profile recently, but he still doesn't dare to face up to the fact that he didn't pass the exam. Har har. Everyone was discussing this. In order to show that Xiao Qiang's absence was not due to his failure to pass the exam, netizens were really worried and went to Zhang Wuyan and Zhen Mi's Weibo to leave messages and ask, hoping that Xiao Qiang could come online to explain. Xiao Qiang, who knew nothing, went crazy killing in the game. Chapter 29 Family Reunion Travel. After Zhen Mi's game character died, she was depressed and went to the toilet. She logged into Weibo and found those tags and comments. After coming out of the bathroom, he quickly told Xiao Qiang about this. What? I didn't pass the exam. Xiao Qiang was confused. His phone got a little hot from playing games, so he put it down and drank some water before realizing, these netizens have such a big imagination. Zhang Wuyan held her forehead with her hand. Her father was so charming that he was on the hot search every other day. Does it need to be dealt with? Xiao Qiang thought for a moment and said, let me see how high they jump. He closed the game and logged onto Weibo. He saw the comments and laughed angrily. Oh, they are all a bunch of scum. Having said that, Xiao Qiang was still quite angry, so he took 360-degree photos of the notification letter from the University of Finance and Economics and posted it on Weibo. The pictures took up 18 grids. No matter how many times I come, I can still be admitted to this school that I love. Do you feel embarrassed? I dare not forge this admission letter. It is against the law. At the end, he also sent a sarcastic expression. I thought I could scare this group of obsessed netizens, but who knew they would jump even harder as if they were sick. It's fake, I bet 100, it's definitely fake. Just admit it, was it the Jean group that paid for your degree? Har har, the world of the rich is always so unjust. Is this what the notification letter from the University of Finance and Economics looks like? Why do I feel like it's not? In response to this comment, someone immediately attacked him, asking if he had seen the admission letter from the University of Finance and Economics. There were also senior students from the University of Finance and Economics who came and shared pictures, saying that the pictures Xiao Qiang sent were real, and that they were looking forward to their junior's admission. Zhang Wuyan also kept an eye on the updates on Weibo. She sent a message to Special Assistant Zhang, asking him to work overtime to deal with the matter and not to let any sharp words hurt her father. So, that night, netizens were jumping around, and the public relations staff within the Zhang group and the programmers on Weibo started working overtime again, just to reduce the topics about Xiao Qiang and the unfriendly comments. Xiao Qiang is in a good mood today and doesn't want to argue with this group of illiterate netizens who only know how to talk nonsense. So, I decisively posted on Weibo and went offline. I didn't notice the changes on Weibo at all. He invited Zhang Wuyan and Zhen Mi to continue the game. Zhang Wuyan stood up and looked at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock. Said, Dad, I still have some documents to deal with, you can play with Zhen Mi for a while and then go upstairs to rest. Xiao Qiang was stunned for a moment. Okay. After Zhang Wuyan left, he looked at her back and fell into deep thought. Xiao Qiang said to Zhen Mi, do you think my daughter has been very busy recently? It seemed like she had been very busy since the last time we went to a music show together. Sometimes she was so busy that she didn't even have time to eat lunch at noon, and she missed the morning a few times. Zhen Mi replied, yeah, I also think Wuyan has been quite busy lately. Godfather, what gun should I choose? Choose this assault rifle AK-117. Xiao Qiang's attention was drawn back to the game. But this matter has always been on his mind. After playing this game, Xiao Qiang went upstairs to wash up. When closing the door, he glanced to the left. The light in my daughter's study is still on, and it's almost 12 o'clock. What's so urgent? It has to be completed tonight. After thinking it over, he walked up to the door and knocked. Zhang Wuyan was typing on the keyboard, and when she heard the sound, her fingers stopped. He got up and opened the door. Seeing that it was Xiao Qiang, he was a little surprised. Dad, what's wrong so late? Xiao Qiang yawned and said, my girl, don't stay up any longer. Go take a shower and go to bed early. Zhang Wuyan looked at him with soft eyes. Okay, got it, Dad, you should go to bed early too. Okay. Xiao Qiang said and went back to his room to sleep. Then he discovered that in the next 2 or 3 days, Zhang Wuyan would always stay up until 1 or 2 o'clock. Why did he know that? Because Xiao Qiang was worried, he set an alarm for 2 or 3 o'clock. When he opened the door, he saw that the light in the study was still on. Once or twice, Xiao Qiang would go over and knock on the door to remind Zhang Wuyan to go to bed early, and he would persuade her and pretend to threaten her. Zhang Wuyan would always agree nicely, but the next day she looked unhappy and rushed to the company to handle official business. If you continue like this for a long time, your body will be damaged. Uncle Ju, is my daughter hiding something from me? That day, Xiao Qiang was home alone. He asked Uncle Ju while eating breakfast. Uncle Ju saw that he was worried, so he smiled and said, Miss Wuyan didn't let me tell you, but I think it's better to tell you directly than to make you worry. Sure enough, there is something hidden. Xiao Qiang frowned. Don't let your imagination run wild. Miss Wuyan wants to finish all the company's work in advance and then take you on a trip. Uncle Ju's words dispelled Xiao Qiang's depression. Travel. He had no idea at all. Xiao Qiang said, is it the one to relax before school starts? Didn't we go to the electronic music show last time? I had a lot of fun. My daughter shouldn't be so tired. Travel? What travel? Jean Mi happened to come back at this time and heard this. Uncle Ju greeted her, Miss Jean. Uncle Ju, what were you talking about traveling just now? Godfather is going on a trip. I want to go too. Jean Mi immediately raised her hand. Uncle Ju shook his head. I can't make the decision on this matter. It was arranged by Miss Wuyan. Jean Mi said, that's okay. I'll tell her when she comes back in the evening. As a result, at night, Jean Mi said. Jean Wuyan refused, no. Why? Jean Mi asked, unconvinced. Xiao Qiang sat aside and peeled an apple for Jean Wuyan. Daughter, eat more fruits to supplement your vitamins. Jean Wuyan took it and took a bite. It was a little sour, but she found it very sweet. Facing Jean Mi's confusion, he responded very gently, because it's a family gathering trip. When Xiao Qiang heard the words, family gathering, his hand almost slipped and the knife flew past his fingernail, just a few millimeters away from cutting the meat. What family gathering? He looked at Jean Wuyan with wide eyes. Jean Mi seemed to understand, and said unwillingly, I am your goddaughter, so I am also a member of your Jean family, right? Jean Wuyan glanced at her and said, Grandma will come too, what do you think? Oh, I'm so annoyed. You guys go out to play without me. Jean Mi was so angry that she stood up, ran upstairs and locked herself up. Xiao Qiang was still looking at Jean Wuyan and had no intention of comforting Jean Mi. Jean Wuyan's red lips moved slightly, and after swallowing the apple, she explained to him, Grandmother wants to see you, so my uncle and I arranged a family gathering, you don't have to be nervous. It would be strange if Xiao Qiang wasn't nervous. Why would your grandmother want to see me? Jean Wuyan smiled and comforted him, Grandma is in the old house and rarely comes out. In fact, the phone call from your uncle after you woke up was for her. Dad, if you really don't want to see Grandma, I can refuse. Xiao Qiang shook his head, see you then. He couldn't avoid it. The other party specifically wanted to see him, which meant he had something to say. But he was still curious about how his grandmother would view his existence. 3 days later, at the Jean family's old house, Xiao Qiang met the grandmother that Jean Wuyan had mentioned. The old lady looked energetic. Although her hair was covered with silver, the years had not left many traces on her body. The old man had a smile on his face and was observing Xiao Qiang. Nice to meet you again. Jean Xiaojun greeted Xiao Qiang first. Xiao Qiang shook his hand, yes. Behind Jean Xiaojun stood a man and a woman, both of whom looked to be in their teens. Their facial features were very similar and they were both very good looking. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. These are my children, a pair of twins, Jean Yutong and Jean Mudi. Jean Xiaojun just finished speaking. The two children stood up politely, looked at Xiao Qiang and called him uncle. Xiao Qiang was at a loss as to what to do with his uncle. Hey, hello, hello. Seeing that his tongue was almost tied up due to nervousness, Jean Wuyan pulled him in front of his grandmother. Dad, this is Grandma. Xiao Qiang immediately bent down and greeted him, hello, old man. Grandma suddenly grabbed his hand, which scared Xiao Qiang. Finally I get to meet you. When Zhang Wei left, she told me that if I meet you one day, I'll thank you very much. Xiao Qiang looked at the moisture in the old lady's eyes and was no longer so nervous. I should thank her for giving birth to a good daughter like Wu Yan. The grandmother was very pleased to hear him say this, and instantly looked at Xiao Qiang with a more loving look. Okay, it's hard for you to accompany an old lady like me around. It's my honor. Xiao Qiang held her arm and helped her into the car. Behind him, Jean Mudi held Jean Wuyan's hand and looked at Xiao Qiang's back with curiosity. Sister, is there really such a magical thing? She knew about the Jean family's sperm donation program, but she didn't expect that someone would actually wake up, and that person was Jean Wuyan's biological father. Jean Wuyan nodded. Well, fate has been kind to me, allowing me to wait for my biological father. Jean Yutong said, Sister, I will help you with your luggage. The two of them grew up under the care of Jean Wuyan. Jean Xiaojun got married late. It was 10 years after Jean Wei left that he met his current wife and gave birth to the twin boy and girl. Therefore, they have a very good relationship with Jean Wuyan, and they particularly admire and like Jean Wuyan, which is why they are curious about Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang asked Jean Xiaojun, Brother, why didn't I see my sister-in-law? Jean Xiaojun explained, Your sister-in-law went there a long time ago. She happened to have some business there, so my mother and I were waiting for you and Wuyan to come. Xiao Qiang understood and got in the car. Slowly head towards the airport. Chapter 30, You Dare to Pee Me Out. Xiao Qiang was excited while going through security check and registering, until he got on the plane and saw the white clouds outside through the window, and suddenly he became quiet. Zhang Wuyan was sitting next to him, processing messages on her phone. Behind him were Zhang Yutong and Zhang Muti, both wearing headphones and looking at tablets. In the front are Grandma Luo Jili and Uncle Zhang Xiaojun. After the old lady came up, she fell into a doze and Zhang Xiaojun considerately covered her with a warm quilt. This is the Zhang family's private plane. Although you don't need to buy a plane ticket, you still have to go through the same procedures. Dad, what's wrong with you? Are you worried about something? After Zhang Wuyan finished dealing with the matter, she noticed his expression and asked. Xiao Qiang grinned, with a hint of bitterness, Nothing, I just thought of my aunt. I used to joke with her that when I got rich, I would take her to travel around and see all the beautiful mountains and rivers. Unfortunately, she didn't make it. Zhang Wuyan held his hand and said, Dad, you can be my aunt's eyes. All the scenery you see is what she sees. Besides, didn't you say that my aunt has a granddaughter? When I find this sister, Dad, we can take her on a trip to see the world together. These words made Xiao Qiang's eyes red. Yes, we must find her. Then we will see whether we can cure difficult and complicated genetic diseases with the current capabilities of society. Xiao Qiang calmed himself down, glanced out the window, and saw another plane with a bright phoenix totem on its wings. It was not far away, flying parallel to the Zhang family's plane. Xiao Qiang quickly took out his mobile phone and took a few pictures. Zhang Yutong was inspired by him and also looked out, exclaiming, It's the civil airliner BN-16. He is an airplane fan and has collected many airplane picture albums, except for this one. When he saw it this time, he quickly took out his mobile phone to take a picture. Unfortunately, by the time he took it out, the plane had already flown away from another track and only a small tail could be seen. Hey! Zhang Yutong sighed, very unwillingly, what a pity, it was just a little bit short. Xiao Qiang heard the voice behind him, got up from his chair and looked at him, What's wrong? Zhang Yutong was sulking and didn't say anything. Zhang Muti helped explain, My brother didn't take the photo of BN-16. Afraid that Xiao Qiang didn't understand, he added, It's the plane with the phoenix totem on its wing. Xiao Qiang held up his phone in front of the two of them, Are you talking about this? Zhang Yutong lazily raised his head, only to see the clear photo on the screen. He grabbed the phone in surprise and said, Uncle, did you take this photo? The picture is so good, the whole body of the camera can be seen clearly. Xiao Qiang nodded, I took this casually. If you like it, I'll send it to you. Okay. Zhang Yutong quickly added Xiao Qiang as a friend on WeChat. Zhang Muti also asked Xiao Qiang to scan the QR code. Xiao Qiang has two more friends. I sent the high-definition original picture to Zhang Yutong, and Zhang Yutong immediately replied. Uncle, you are my god. Xiao Qiang replied, That's an exaggeration. Zhang Wuyan was still a little worried that Xiao Qiang would not get along with them, but it turned out that she was worrying too much. 2 hours later, the plane landed. A special car took Xiao Qiang and his friends directly to the manor on the island, which is also the property of the Zhang family. As soon as he got to the island, Xiao Qiang found that he was being stared at by a woman. She had a gentle face and gave people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. Wuyan looks like you. The woman stepped forward and suddenly spoke. Xiao Qiang was confused. Zhang Wuyan introduced, Dad, this is my aunt, Zhu Ci. Hello. Xiao Qiang reacted immediately and greeted. Zhu Ci told him to relax, Zhang Wei and I are friends. When she was still alive, I often wished that you could wake up earlier so that the family could be reunited. In the end, she still didn't wait for you. This is a sad topic. Xiao Qiang didn't know much about Zhang Wei, let alone get along with her, but through interacting with his daughter Zhang Wuyan, he could understand that Zhang Wei was a very qualified and capable mother. I'm very sorry about this, but I will take good care of Wuyan and let my daughter live a carefree life. I will always be by her side and fulfill my responsibilities as a father. This was the biggest promise he ever made. Zhu Ci and Zhang Xiaojun smiled at each other, and grandmother Luo Jili looked at Xiao Qiang with eyes full of recognition. The two youngsters had already put aside their differences towards Xiao Qiang through their conversation on the plane, and when their mother finished speaking, they pulled Xiao Qiang towards Silver Beach. Zhang Wuyan followed, and Zhang Xiaojun and Zhu Xi supported their grandmother on both sides. Luo Jili looked at Xiao Qiang's back and was deeply touched. He is a good boy. Several people stood on Silver Beach, with their backs to the sea, and took a family photo. Then, the moment Xiao Qiang put the suitcase into the room, Zhen Mi's WeChat video came. Godfather. Zhen Mi's voice was deafening. Xiao Qiang moved his phone further away before he adjusted himself. Hey, I'm here. Zhen Mi complained, you guys don't play with me. She was wearing something sexy, but her eyes were red and she looked aggrieved. This cute contrast made Xiao Qiang laugh. I can't make the decision on this. Zhen Mi grew up with Zhang Wuyan. She is very familiar with everyone in the Zhang family and understands that this family gathering is not just for fun. I'm afraid he wants to observe or develop feelings with Xiao Qiang. So when Zhang Wuyan said no, she compromised, but she still felt resentful in her heart. After all, this is the first time traveling with my godfather. Oh, I don't care, I'm just going to make a fuss. Zhen Mi started to act like a spoiled child. Xiao Qiang switched the camera on his phone to show her the outside. Stop messing around, I'm taking you to see the scenery, aren't I? Zhen Mi pouted, what's so good about the scenery? I'm not with you guys. By the way, we also took a family photo. I'll send it to you. Xiao Qiang sent photos to Zhen Mi while video chatting with her. After receiving it, Zhen Mi became even more unhappy. Without her, the family was not perfect at all. Dad, are you done packing? There was a knock on the door from outside. Xiao Qiang let her in. Xiaozhen, give me the video. I haven't come yet, remember to clean up. Zhang Wuyan looked at Zhen Mi on the screen and frowned. Zhen Mi curled her lips and smiled. Godfather, I want to post this family photo on WeChat Moments to show off. Xiao Qiang put his phone aside and packed his suitcase. Hearing this, he said without even looking up, okay. You posted our family photo on your Moments, what's there to brag about? Zhang Wuyan poured cold water on her. Zhen Mi chuckled, if I post it, of course I will Photoshop myself in the center position. Zhang Wuyan was speechless. Knowing that she was unwilling not to appear in the photo, she compromised slightly. You can post it, but it must be visible for 3 days, and not everyone can see it. What if Zhen Mi's friends discover Xiao Qiang's existence and cause some trouble? What should he say? Zhen Mi naturally knew this and agreed readily. After sending the photos, Xiao Qiang had almost finished processing and planned to go downstairs with Zhang Wuyan to have lunch. Godfather, go give me a like. Zhen Mi's video has not been posted yet. Xiao Qiang nodded, okay. Zhang Wuyan was standing next to him. She also took out her mobile phone, entered her circle of friends, and saw the updates posted by Zhen Mi. A long-lost travel time with the best family. In that picture, she photoshopped herself to Xiao Qiang's left-hand side. If you don't look carefully, you would think she was holding Xiao Qiang's hand. Xiao Qiang didn't think it was a big deal and just clicked like. Zhang Wuyan was a little unhappy. Zhen Mi, can you have some shame? You photoshopped it so much that you almost photoshopped away Dad's left hand. Zhen Mi stuck out her tongue slightly. Godfather didn't say anything, but you talk too much. I'm lucky I didn't photoshop you out, so you don't play with me. Zhang Wuyan was so angry that she laughed. Do you dare to try to pee it out? I dare not. Zhen Mi was still quite afraid of Zhang Wuyan. The most important thing was that her aura was stronger than hers. Anyway, it's like this. I'm happy with my own circle of friends. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Xiao Qiang quickly calmed down. Xiaozhen is not here, so let her pee, it's okay if you don't pay attention. Dad, just spoil your goddaughter. Zhang Wuyan said helplessly. Zhen Mi was very happy, my godfather still loves me. Zhang Wuyan snorted coldly, that's because my dad thinks you're pitiful for not coming. Now I'm going to have dinner with my dad. Bye. Having said that, he hung up the video call with Zhen Mi. Zhen Mi was so angry that she stomped her feet. I wanted to call again, but when I saw that it was already 12 o'clock, I gave up the idea. She didn't want to disturb her godfather's leisure time while he was eating. Mr. Zhen, this is the contract sent by Douyin, please take a look. The secretary came in and brought the contract. Zhen Mi's face instantly became serious as she flipped through the documents. When he arrived at the dining room, the servants had already placed the dishes on the table. As soon as he entered the door, Xiao Qiang heard a familiar song. which was Tan Liner's new song Flying Through Time. He walked in and found that it was Jean Yutuang and Jean Mudi humming. "Do you like this song, too?" The two looked at Xiao Qiang and said in unison, "Yes, we are A's fan. Is your uncle also a fan?" "Yes." Xiao Qiang sat down happily. Jean Wuyen sat on his other side. Jean Mudi said excitedly, "I just opened a TikTok account and will be live streaming at 7 p.m. Uncle, we can watch it together then." "Okay." Xiao Qiang took note of it. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the two came to Xiao Qiang's room because his room was the largest. The three of them turned on their mobile phones at the same time and watched Tan Liner's live broadcast. During the live broadcast, Tan Liner first sang a song to warm up, and then said, "Today is my first day on Douyin, and someone wants to connect with me online. Everyone, do you think I should connect?" Chapter 31, Is your mouth for shitting? Even. The word, Lian, is displayed all over the screen. Xiao Qiang didn't understand, so he asked the two people beside him, "What is online PK?" The main reason is that he spends more time on Weibo than on Douyin, and Douyin is used to watch short videos, so there are some things he doesn't understand. Jean Yutong also typed, "Uncle, online PK is a competitive mechanism of Douyin, NA. You can connect to a random person, or you can actively connect to someone you know." Jean Mudi stared at the screen and continued, "After the connection, points will be added through the rewards from fans of both sides. The losing party will have to accept the arrangement of the winning party and take certain punishments." Hearing the word punishment, Xiao Qiang felt bad. He frowned and said, "Is there still a need for punishment? If the other party makes excessive demands, won't the Douyin official stop it?" "Of course." Jean Mudi nodded and looked at Xiao Qiang. 10 prohibitions. One of them is prohibiting minors from consuming. So uncle, you will be the only one to help NA. She and Jean Yutong are just 14 years old this year and in the second year of junior high school. They really want to help but they can't, so when they heard Xiao Qiang say that he was a fan of Tan Liner, the two were very happy and felt that their uncle was even more approachable and lovely. Xiao Qiang thought for a moment and said, "Let's see." With such high popularity, he shouldn't lose. Although Zhang Wuyan had linked an unlimited card to his phone, Xiao Qiang felt that he should avoid wasting money if possible. After all, that was his daughter's hard-earned money. Spend sparingly. Seeing that the comments were all in the comments, Tan Liner curled her red lips and smiled, "Beautiful and charming, okay, I'll listen to everyone." I accepted the other party's invitation to connect, and the camera on the other side turned on, and a curly-haired beauty greeted me generously. "Hello everyone, I'm Xiefang." Xiefang and Tan Liner's old fans all know that this is another singer trained by Jiamao Entertainment, a competitor of Zhen Entertainment. Her strength is also good, but slightly inferior to Tan Liner, and she is Tan Liner's mortal enemy. She was once photographed by paparazzi, angrily throwing her medal backstage at an awards ceremony, just because the Best Newcomer award she had promised to win was won by Tan Liner. Although the explanation given afterwards seemed reasonable, netizens still noticed her sarcasm towards Tan Liner. Ironically, Tan Liner obtained the award through abnormal means. When Xiefang greeted him, Zhang Yutong immediately gave Xiao Qiang some scientific information. Jean Mudi sneered at Xiefang, "She must have seen it, N.A. On the first day of joining Douyin, he came here specifically to cause trouble. Uncle, we can't just sit there and wait for death." Xiao Qiang narrowed his eyes, hummed softly, opened the gift list, and found that only roses were free. When the PK started, blue and red lines appeared on the screen. Tan Liner's was the red line, and Xiefang's was the blue line. Gifts kept flooding the screen, and the red and blue lines began to argue. Jean Yutong and Jean Mudi were very anxious. They looked at Xiao Qiang beside them and asked, "What is my uncle waiting for? Don't want to give gifts?" Xiao Qiang was not swiping, he was just observing. His hand accidentally touched the screen of his mobile phone, and as a result, a free rose was given out. Caused an uproar. Who is this guy? Is he here to make fun of me? Roses? Free roses. This is a PK. What's the use of roses? Koibenli, are you an undercover agent sent by the other side? Send us NA. Roses? You are so stingy, get out of the live broadcast room. That's right, everyone, don't worry about this person, hurry up and start the carnival. Can't lose. Tan Liner had been watching the comments, and when she saw this scene, she said, "Thank you for the roses I sent you. Your support is my greatest motivation. Please ask the venue controller to control the situation and not let the chaos affect everyone's mood." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Qiang found that the mocking and scolding words towards him became much less. Jean Muti said, "Uncle, it should be NA. The field controller of a setup screen bullet screen to prevent the bullet screen from being distracted and disrupting the rhythm of the live broadcast." Xiao Qiang nodded, and within a few minutes, he found that his Douyin background had received 99 plus private messages. This familiar taste. When I clicked on it, it was full of insults. Do the netizens of this generation have to curse their parents as a way of appearing? Jean Muti glanced at Xiao Qiang's phone casually. "Uncle, they are going too far, they even made personal attacks." Xiao Qiang is used to it, but being a habit doesn't mean he will just sit there and wait for death. He wrote down the IDs that received the most abuse and posted them one by one on the live broadcast barrage. "Those of you who curse me, if you have the guts, don't hide away, confront me head on, curse your father and mother, it's like you popped out of a stone, are your mouths for shitting and farting? Why are they so smelly?" When Tan Liner heard what Xiao Qiang said, she couldn't help laughing, but then she restrained her expression when she saw her agent's gesture. "Seriously, my fans are all of high quality. Those who insult others backstage are not my fans. Please respect yourself." This sentence kept appearing on the screen. Some fans were unhappy and said that Tan Liner was partial to Xiao Qiang and that they would stop being fans. The next second, the number of people in the live broadcast room dropped by several thousand. However, as the live PK became more intense, the number of participants increased. Many of them saw the news on Weibo, saying that someone posted what Tan Liner had just said on Weibo, accusing her of defending her fans. The topic became a hot search. Real fans should not be impatient or curse. We are NA. A real fan, hope everyone can distinguish, don't give NA. Or attracts bad luck. As the number of people increased, the venue controller kept repeating this sentence. Xiao Qiang was also happy about what Tan Liner had said just now. He focused his attention on Xie Fang and found something wrong. Just now, Tan Liner was still at 70%. In the blink of an eye, Xie Fang spawned several big swords and carnivals. In an instant, the red blood bar surpassed the blue blood bar. Tan Liner was at 40%, which was a bit dangerous. There must be some cheating over there. Zhan Yutong also discovered it. Jean Muti said anxiously, "I just opened my trumpet to go to Xie Fang's live broadcast room, and found that the first, second, and third place players were all said to be unable to refresh, but the next moment, the third place player refreshed a lot of carnivals and big swords, and directly killed the first place. I'll go take a look." Zhan Yutong also went over there on his trumpet. They both have 2 mobile phones. The account number 3rd on the list belongs to Xie Fang's agent. I've seen paparazzi reports about it on Weibo. They must have known they couldn't win against him, so they invested money. Zhan Yutong was very angry. Xiao Qiang was confused by this operation. How could it be like this? He looked at the health bar and began to get anxious. I directly recharged Douyin, watched a few carnivals, and sent a message to remind Tan Liner. The other side cheated, the agent made money, NA. AA. Tan Liner has been following Xiao Qiang since he swiped a rose. After seeing that he swiped several carnivals, she was obviously surprised, and then she saw this reminder. With a sneer on his lips, he replied to Xiao Qiang, "Everyone calm down. I have just seen the situation over there. Xie Fang, if you want to win, you have to win honestly." Xie Fang put on a professional smile and said, "Tan Liner, I don't know what you are talking about. If you lose the PK, remember to listen to my instructions." So angry. Xiao Qiang and Zhan Yutong were so angry that they gnashed their teeth. This Xie Fang is really shameless. "Uncle, don't you have enough money? I'll transfer the money to you via WeChat and use it to kill the other side." Jean Muti said angrily. "Yes, I'll transfer it to you too, uncle." Zhan Yutong nodded. Xiao Qiang stopped their actions. "Nonsense, uncle has plenty of money. Your sister linked an unlimited card to me, but uncle thought it was necessary to be frugal at that time. Right now, I must kill Xie Fang, this biting dog." As he said that, he fired 5 Supreme Salute cannons, filling the entire live broadcast room. One Supreme Salute is worth 66,666 Douyin coins. 1 yuan is equal to 10 Douyin coins. Xiao Qiang stunned everyone, and he also took the number 1 position on the list. Tan Liner's PK bar directly reached 70%. Xie Fang's face was distorted with anger, and her eyes were very vicious. Why are you still standing there? Keep brushing. No matter how hard they farmed over there, they still couldn't lower the health bar over here. Tan Liner, you cheated. You let your agent cheat on the charts. Xie Fang was desperate and jumped up and down shouting. Tan Liner showed a disdainful look. If you can do it, why can't I? You were the first to break the rules, Xie Fang. Netizens all over the country are watching. You can't deny it even if you lose tilde. The next second, bang. An elephant appeared on the screen with its trunk raised, and its roar echoed throughout the live broadcast room. The legend of the precious elephant directly caused Xie Fang's health bar to explode. PK lost. At the end of a live broadcast, Xiao Qiang and Zhan Yutong high-fived and cheered. Zhan Yutong and Zhan Mudi left contentedly. Xiao Qiang closed the door and washed up, and then received a follow-up message. I didn't expect it to be Tan Liner. Xiao Qiang thought he was seeing things, but it turned out that Tan Liner had really unfollowed him. Hello, Koi, I'm Tan Liner. Thank you for your help today, but you shouldn't spend so much. Please send me your bank card number. I will return the money you spent on the gift to you in full. What a beautiful and kind star with positive values. Xiao Qiang quickly replied, no need to return it, I did it willingly. As your new fan, how can I bear to see you being bullied? After he posted, he was about to check Weibo before going to bed, but he didn't expect that he had not yet quit TikTok. There was another message coming from there. No, this money must be returned. Thank you for being my fan. I will work hard to write and sing every song well to repay your love. You are still a student and you still need money. Please send me your bank card number. What student? How did she know she was a student? Only then did Xiao Qiang realize why Tan Liner insisted on returning the reward money. It turned out that when he created the TikTok account, he randomly chose the age of 17. Xiao Qiang wanted to explain, but the other party sent him some more words and insisted on getting the bank card number. He sighed, replied with an okay, and sent the card number in the form of sentences, because Douyin has strict regulations that ID numbers, bank card numbers, and phone numbers cannot be sent casually. Xiao Qiang thought that even if he sent the number, it would be impossible for Tan Liner to send the money so quickly. Unexpectedly, he received a text message the next second. Chapter 32. What the hell are you talking about? At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, Xiao Qiang's text message alert sounded. After checking, it was found that a sum of money had been deposited into the black gold card given by Zhan Wuyan. It was the money he used to buy a gift for Tan Liner. Xiao Qiang sat up straight and looked at his phone. This guy is too straightforward. It is neither more nor less. He really has a crush on a good person. Xiao Qiang had a good sleep that night. When he woke up in the morning, he opened the window and could see the silver beach. The sound of the sea awakened Xiao Qiang's body. He stretched, washed up, and quickly went downstairs. Greeted Zhan Wuyan and others, good morning, everyone. Then he greeted his grandmother alone, old lady, did you sleep well last night? The old man nodded and said, you slept well. You must be hungry. Come sit down and have breakfast. Xiao Qiang sat down, picked up the bun and took a bite. Zhan Mudi came down second and greeted Xiao Qiang first, uncle. Good morning. The warmth made the biological parents feel jealous. Zhu Ci muttered, isn't this child aloof? Zhan Xiaojun glanced at Xiao Qiang and said, perhaps easygoing people are very popular. Zhan Wuyan knew that Xiao Qiang watched the live broadcast with his sister and others last night, so it was normal for their relationship to improve. Zhan Yutong was the third to come down and said excitedly, uncle. I followed an ordinary person, his name is Sung Fu Jinli, go to Weibo and check it out. Xiao Qiang nearly choked on the milk and quickly logged into his Weibo. I'll go. Seeing the follow-up column in the background, Tan Liner's relationship with him became one of following each other. He was dumbfounded. Zhan Wuyan thought something had happened and asked with concern, Dad, what's wrong? Xiao Qiang didn't even raise his head. Tan Liner followed me back on Weibo. Zhan Wuyan. She thought someone was bullying her dad again and was about to call them on her phone, but this is what happened. Zhan Yutong and Zhan Mudi only then realized that the lucky cop was Xiao Qiang, and they immediately paid attention to him. My liking for Xiao Qiang instantly reached a new level. The two looked at Xiao Qiang with starry eyes. Their uncle is so handsome and has become famous quietly. On Weibo, the topic #Tanliner follows an amateur #top the hot search list. It's not surprising that this star pays attention to ordinary people. Surprisingly, this amateur is a lucky koi. First he exposed the fake news about Goddess Jean and Lu Rui, and then he released the admission letter to slap netizens in the face. Most importantly, the reports from the lockdown TV stations directly revealed his true colors. She has both good looks and talent. In an instant, the blessing carp became known to netizens across the country. So, how can it not be shocking? Mom, the singer I like is following the lucky bamboo guy I like. What kind of fate is this? Brother Lucky Bamboo, your life is really amazing. A's reply, I just checked, NA. Among A's followers, there is only one amateur, the little brother. I am so envious that I am tired of it. Please bless me, koi carp, so that I can reach the shore this time. Gradually, the envious netizens all started making wishes. They went to Xiao Qiang's Weibo to make wishes, and some of them even came back to restore their wishes after they were fulfilled. The style of painting has become very strange. Uncle, Grandma is going to visit old friends in a while, and my parents will be accompanying her. Why don't you come with us to Silver Beach? After dinner, Zhan Yutong invited Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang nodded. Okay, will my daughter go? He asked Zhan Wuyan, who was standing beside him. Zhan Wuyan responded, well, I'll accompany you. A few people walked towards the Silver Beach. There were already many people on the Silver Beach. The breeze was blowing, crabs were crawling unscrupulously, and shells could be seen everywhere under their feet. The waves came with the wind, hit the beach, and then quickly retreated. Xiao Qiang had never seen the sea since he was a child, let alone playing on the beach. With a look of joy on his face, he held up his cell phone, stood barefoot on the beach, and took pictures. Come and play with sand with us. Zhan Yutong waved to Xiao Qiang and pointed at the other side. Look, a mermaid made of sand. Xiao Qiang looked over and was amazed. The mermaid on the opposite side was so lifelike, with waves on the upper body and a fishtail on the lower body. He took a picture, then walked over to Zhan Yutong and the others, picked up the sand digging tools and started playing with them. Zhan Wuyan was lying on a beach chair nearby, watching Xiao Qiang and the others playing. She saw Xiao Qiang working hard, digging a big hole with the two siblings, and then he jumped in. He lay excitedly on the hole dug by Zhan Yutong and his team, with his head sticking out. Seeing Zhan Wuyan staring at this side, she waved her hands and greeted him. Zhan Wuyan. As long as Dad is having fun. Sister, come here, let's play together. Zhan Muti waved at her. Zhan Wuyan waved her hand coldly to refuse. She had no interest in sand at all. Xiao Qiang also shouted, Wu Yang, come quickly, it's fun. Okay. Zhan Wuyan stood up and agreed quickly. Zhan Yutong and Zhan Muti. It was the first time for both of them to see Zhan Wuyan being so hypocritical, and they were stunned for a moment. It was not until a pair of hands hugged their shoulders and a smiling face suddenly appeared in front of everyone that the Zhan Yutong brother and sister came back to their senses. Looking at the person who came with surprise, Sister Zhan. Zhan Mi smiled and responded, good boy. Xiao Qiang was a little surprised. Xiao Zhan, why are you here? He, because I missed you guys. Zhan Wuyan looked at Zhan Mi expressionlessly, you are such a follower. Zhan Mi stuck out her tongue at her, I didn't come here with you. The company is holding a temporary team building activity at the Silver Beach of Kozhou Island. Oh, just temporary. Zhan Wuyan narrowed her eyes. Do you really think she will believe these nonsense? Zhan Mi avoided her gaze. This woman was too sharp. She came to Xiao Qiang and whispered in a low voice, Godfather, can you play volleyball? Xiao Qiang shook his head, no. Zhan Yutong quickly raised her hand and pointed at Zhan Muti, Sister Xiao Zhan, we both know how to do it. Zhan Mi nodded and tried to pull Xiao Qiang out. What's so fun about sand? Come on, I'll take you to play volleyball. Xiao Qiang was forced to get up and shook off the sand on his body, but I can't. We'll demonstrate it to you, you can take a look first. Zhan Mi pulled the cold-faced Zhan Wuyan and walked to the middle. Xiao Qiang and others followed. Zhan Mi took off her jacket and long t-shirt, revealing a two-piece sports bra underneath, and ultra-short tights on the lower body. Her perfect and well-shaped figure was a feast for the eyes. Zhan Wuyan and the others did not plan any volleyball activities, so they did not prepare any clothes. But the good thing is that it is casual wear, so I can relax. It was very lively here, attracting all the people playing on Silver Beach. On the other side, Chen Rui was wearing a bikini with a mesh jacket on the outside. She took Lu Rui's hand and said, Rui, they are playing volleyball over there. Shall we go over and take a look? Lu Rui's face was full of anger and he was in a bad mood. Ever since Lu's company was reported for tax evasion, they had been put under investigation. During the investigation, they were released on bail pending trial and could not leave the area and had to be on call at any time. Chen Rui knew that he couldn't sit still, so she used her connections to get 2 plane tickets for Lu Rui, saying that she wanted to take him out to relax. Hearing Chen Rui's words, Lu Rui glanced over there and saw a jumping figure. Battle without beauty. Okay, let's go check it out. He grinned maliciously. The two walked towards the center of the beach. Several people stopped here and Xiao Qiang handed each of them a bottle of water. Zhen Mi took a deep breath and asked him, do you understand? Xiao Qiang bent down and picked up the volleyball. I understand, I guess I can do it. Zhang Wuyan tightened the bottle cap and looked at Xiao Qiang gently, then I'll play with you. Me too. Zhen Mi quickly raised her hand and swallowed her saliva. I'll come too. Then he waved to Zhan Yutong and the other person lying on the ground. Hurry up, it's time to exercise. They both shook their heads. I'm exhausted. Sister Zhen, didn't you just say you were exhausted? Didn't you want to rest for a while? Xiao Qiang looked at Zhen Mi with a worried look on his face. Xiao Zhen, if you don't have the strength, just take a good rest. I'll try to feel myself. Zhang Wuyan nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's right. I've recovered. Zhen Mi twisted her neck and looked at Zhang Wuyan provocatively. Playing ball with my godfather, full of energy. Both Zhang Wuyan and Xiao Qiang were amused. Xiao Qiang stood on one side, and Zhang Wuyan and her partner stood on the other side. He was responsible for sending, and the other two were responsible for receiving. In Xiao Qiang's mind, the clip of Zhen Mi and the others playing ball was playing. He adjusted himself, with his feet shoulder-width apart, one in front and one behind. He picked up the ball, holding it in one hand and placing the other naturally at the side of his body. Lean your upper body and shoulders slightly forward, keep your eyes on the ball, clench your fists, and swing your arms like a pendulum to hit the ball. Zhang Wuyan and Zhen Mi looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Xiao Qiang has an extremely strong learning ability. After watching it only once, he memorized all the movements, and his movements were perfect. The ball flew over the high net, and everyone's eyes followed the ball. Zhang Wuyan and Zhen Mi, one in front and one behind, both planned to catch the ball. As a result, Lu Rui rushed into the court with Chen Rui, and the ball hit his head accurately. Ouch! He squatted down in pain. Everyone was stunned. Someone was hurt. Chen Rui's voice was very sharp. Xiao Qiang was stunned for a moment, then quickly ran over to ask, Are you okay? What do you think? Chen Rui turned around angrily and saw Xiao Qiang with a surprised expression. It's you. It's really a narrow road for enemies to meet. Xiao Qiang didn't look at her well. Why do I see you everywhere? Chen Rui was so angry that she was about to explode. What do you mean? You threw that ball on purpose, didn't you? You wanted to kill a Rui. Zhang Wuyan and Zhen Mi stepped forward and stood in front of Xiao Qiang. Zhang Wuyan narrowed her eyes and looked at the squatting man. Lu Rui, why are you here? Lu Rui stood up and ignored Zhang Wuyan's words. She looked viciously at Xiao Qiang who was hiding behind her. He smiled coldly. Xiao Qiang, what kind of man are you? Do you plan to hide behind a woman for the rest of your life? Xiao Qiang immediately became angry. What the hell are you talking about? Chapter 33 I can also beat the shit out of you. Wu Yang retaliated against me for you, causing Lu's enterprise to be investigated. Right after Lu announced bankruptcy, Zhan's group sent us an acquisition plan. It's all because of you that I'm in such a mess. Lu Rui's forehead was red and his face was grim. Xiao Qiang understood as soon as he heard it. Lu's enterprise was reported for tax evasion, and Lu Rui blamed it all on him. Hey, is it true that kind people are often bullied? Tax evasion is against the law. You enrich yourself and smear shit on other people's faces. Aren't you disgusting? Xiao Qiang stood up. He was not afraid of Lu Rui. At the beginning, I thought about trying not to cause trouble for my daughter. He was kind to Lu Rui, but he turned out to be so aggressive. So there was no point in being kind to him. The crowd began to whisper and point fingers at Lu Rui and Chen Rui. Chen Rui couldn't stand it and her face turned red. Lu Rui didn't feel that he was wrong at all. That's better than you. You can only act like a woman's little tail and make a lot of noise on the internet. In the end, you still have to rely on women. If you have the ability, why don't you rely on them? Jean Mi couldn't bear to listen any longer. Watch your mouth. Chen Rui defended Lu Rui and yelled at Jean Mi, a Rui is not wrong. What's wrong? You two are not clean, and you don't allow others to talk about it. I'll tear your mouth. Jean Mi stepped forward viciously. Zhang Wuyan grabbed him and said, you've dirty your hands. She doesn't need to explain her father-daughter relationship with Xiao Qiang to everyone. Xiao Qiang has explained it before on Weibo, that we are all family, and the innocent will be innocent. If someone throws feces at you and you get angry and step forward and get yourself stinked, wouldn't that be exactly what they want? Moreover, both the father and son of the Lu family were under investigation. Logically, Lu Rui had no chance to appear here. Zhang Wuyan gave Chen Rui a meaningful look. Chen Rui still remembers the pain brought by Zhang Wuyan's 2 slaps. So when Zhang Wuyan looked at her, Chen Rui immediately hid behind Lu Rui. If you have the ability, stop just talking nonsense and have a fight. Xiao Qiang shook the volleyball in his hand. A real man speaks with his ability. Lu Rui raised his eyebrows, he looked at Zhang Wuyan and agreed, okay, who's afraid of who? He asked Chen Rui to call everyone else over. The people playing nearby heard the noise and gathered around to watch the fun. Zhang Wuyan stood next to Xiao Qiang and said, in the first round, Jean Mi and I will go on stage. Jean Mi nodded in agreement. Zhang Yutong and Zhang Mudi had been angry since Lu Rui targeted Xiao Qiang just now, and they immediately expressed their willingness to go first. No need, I can do it. Xiao Qiang knew that Lu Rui was targeting him specifically. If he tried to escape from the battlefield, wouldn't he be laughed to death? Seeing this, Zhang Wuyan stopped insisting and respected all of Xiao Qiang's decisions. The rules of beach volleyball are that 2 people from a team are on the court, and the remaining 4 are substitutes. Lu Rui insisted on breaking the rules, and looked at Xiao Qiang arrogantly, you have 5 people, and I will also send 5 people, so as to avoid being accused of bullying the minority with my numbers. Xiao Qiang said indifferently, it's all right. The game started, Lu Rui served first, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he served the ball with force, flying towards Xiao Qiang. Be careful! Zhang Wuyan exclaimed. Jean Mi moved forward even more, intending to catch the ball. Xiao Qiang's eyes were sharp. He moved his left foot a little and dodged the ball sideways. Zhang Yutong lunged forward, caught the ball that was about to fall to the ground, and swung it upwards. Zhang Wuyan jumped up, smashed the ball hard, and the ball went over the net and flew towards Chen Rui in the corner. Catch it! Lu Rui said loudly. Chen Rui was so scared that she closed her eyes and stretched out her hands to catch the ball. As a result, the ball hit her nose and she started bleeding on the spot. My nose hurts so much. Chen Rui covered her nose and screamed. Jean Mi happily clapped her hands to celebrate with Zhang Mudi. Xiao Qiang grinned. He was unlucky himself, but he couldn't blame others. Everyone else came over to show concern for Chen Rui, but Lu Rui was a little impatient, help her down first, and continue the game. I think she is seriously injured. It would be better to send her to the hospital. Xiao Qiang reminded him. Lu Rui gritted his teeth and looked at Xiao Qiang and said, don't be so hypocritical. You guys are the ones who caused the serious injuries. Xiao Qiang was speechless. Why are young people nowadays so restless? He really thought he should be sent to the hospital. As a result, my kindness was taken for granted. She deserves it. Zhang Yutong couldn't stand it any longer. You served the ball towards Brother Xiao, do you really think we are blind? Zhang Wuyan had told them that they should not call Xiao Qiang uncle when there were many people around, so he changed his words. Lu Rui refused to admit it. Whatever you say, the game continues. I don't believe that I can't beat you to death. As he said this, he walked back a few steps, got into position, and prepared to serve. The ball was sent straight towards Xiao Qiang again. Xiao Qiang did not dodge this time. He stepped forward to catch it and lifted it up with force. Jean Mi stood at the edge of the net and smashed the ball directly. The people on Lu Rui's side immediately jumped up and surrounded them. The ball fell to Xiao Qiang and his team again. Just as it was about to hit the ground, Zhang Wuyan pounced, caught it with her right hand, and swung the ball to Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang jumped up and hit the ball hard. The ball went over the net and landed in the opposite circle, earning him a point. Yes, Zhang Muti said excitedly. Zhang Wuyan and others were very happy, and Xiao Qiang was also a little excited. He didn't expect that he would score a point the first time he played volleyball. Lu Rui was so angry that he cursed, mad. His friend advised, "It's okay, next time we will just hit the ball directly into the man's face." Good. The third serve was served by Xiao Qiang. Lu Rui stared at Xiao Qiang like a wolf. He was surrounded and protected by other people. Xiao Qiang held the ball and wanted to laugh when he saw how cautious they were. Zhang Muti and Zhang Yutong looked at each other and reached a tacit understanding. No way, someone is so scared that he needs so much protection. Isn't it? The human wall tactic, wow, it's so funny. Lu Rui knew that they were mocking him. I am aware of my own self-protection. Do you think I am just like you, stupid and just standing there? The two were about to retort angrily, but Xiao Qiang stopped them. He looked at Lu Rui sarcastically and said, "Even if you hide in your turtle shell, I can still beat the shit out of you. Do you believe it?" Lu Rui wanted to say he didn't believe it, but he just raised his head. Xiao Qiang suddenly served the ball with great force, which directly broke through the human wall protecting Lu Rui and hit him in the mouth. One of Lu Rui's teeth was knocked out. Arr! He covered his mouth in frustration, blood gushing out. Seeing this, the other people lifted the high net and prepared to beat Xiao Qiang. Zhang Wuyan snapped her fingers, and with a snap, a dozen bodyguards in black appeared around her. Directly deal with the people brought by Lu Rui one by one. Fuck you. Lu Rui's words were barely audible, and he wanted to take advantage of the chaos to punch and kick Xiao Qiang. As soon as he stretched out his legs, someone grabbed his hands. Who is it? How dare you touch your grandpa? Lu Rui turned around angrily. He saw several people in police uniforms looking at him seriously. Lu Rui's arrogance was extinguished in an instant. Xiao Qiang took out his phone and gestured in front of him. When Wuyan asked you why you were here, I checked and opened a case for investigation. I can only stay in this city and cannot leave the country. As an excellent citizen, I called the police. Otherwise, why do you think I suggested the game? Because I wanted to keep you until the police arrived. Lu Rui was dumbfounded. He had never expected that Xiao Qiang would do such a thing. When he was arrested, he kept cursing unwillingly. The onlookers got a big kick out of the fun and immediately shared the news on the beach. What Xiao Qiang didn't know was that he had become an internet celebrity again. Zhang Muti looked at Xiao Qiang, stunned, and asked Zhang Wuyan, "Sister, has Brother Xiao always been so powerful?" Zhang Wuyan curled her lips. Well, very smart, very good. At that time, she wanted to ask the bodyguard to drive Lu Rui away, but after Xiao Qiang secretly told her the plan via text message, she chose to cooperate and play the game. Zhang Mi reacted and was a little angry. So you and Xiao Qiang both knew about the plan? I'm the only one who was kept in the dark. Xiao Qiang quickly comforted him. I was thinking that you were impulsive, so I didn't dare to tell you, but you performed very well, really. Zhang Mi felt a little better after hearing this. As it grew darker, they walked back to the villa, and Zhang Muti told Zhang Xiaojun and the others about the situation on the beach. Looking at Xiao Qiang with admiration, he said, "Uncle is so amazing. We never thought that the man sneaked out, but Uncle quietly used a powerful move to delay time, allowing the police to show up and arrest the man." Sure. Zhang Xiaojun nodded to Xiao Qiang. Grandma also watched with a smile. Xiao Qiang said a little embarrassedly, "Actually, after I woke up, I have been studying the model of today's society. I have also been exposed to the legal field. So when facing people who can only talk nonsense, of course I have to use legal means if I can solve it." In the next few days, Xiao Qiang went to other tourist attractions with Zhang Wuyan and the others. The family trip ended only when my grandmother got tired of playing and wanted to go back to the Zhang family's old house. After returning to the closed city, Xiao Qiang first cultivated his character for 2 days before he was able to get the energy to prepare for the start of school. That night, during dinner, Zhang Mi suddenly asked, "Godfather, can you drive? As a back-to-school gift, how about I give you a car? Can you come with me to the 4S store tomorrow to check it out?" Xiao Qiang ate his meal without even looking up. No, it's too expensive, and I can't drive. Zhen Mi thought for a moment and said, that would be very inconvenient for you to go to school. It's not inconvenient. I can pick you up anytime. Zhang Wuyan wiped her mouth and said lightly. Xiao Qiang put down his bowl and chopsticks, looked at them seriously and said, actually, I thought about it for a long time last night. I still want to live on campus and live with my roommates. Chapter 34, Envy Says Tired. After hearing this, the atmosphere became a little quiet. Zhang Wuyan actually didn't want Xiao Qiang to live on campus, because some of the courses at the University of Finance and Economics were still very heavy, so the school had regulations that would implement closed management from time to time, and students were not allowed to go home on weekends. Unless there are special circumstances, you can take leave to go home. Xiao Qiang wants to live in the school dormitory, which means she won't be able to see her father for a long time. This was very uncomfortable for Zhang Wuyan. She didn't want to be separated from her husband after being reunited for so long. However, her father is a free individual and should not live a restricted life because of her selfishness. Okay, then I'll accompany you to the school to register. Zhang Wuyan made this request. Zhen Mi could see the loneliness in Zhang Wuyan's eyes at a glance. She thought that she was just like herself, reluctant to let her godfather live in the school. She nodded and said, me too, godfather. I want to sign up with you too. Xiao Qiang looked at the two of them, their serious and persistent eyes made him unable to refuse. Zhen Mi suggested, godfather, you live on campus, so we can hardly see you. You must miss me. By the way, let's play a few games later. We haven't played games together for a long time. Xiao Qiang agreed, okay. Zhang Wuyan stood up and planned to go to the study, and warned the two, don't play too long. I know. Yu Tong and the others said they would come to Fengcheng to see me tomorrow. I will go to bed early tonight. Hearing Xiao Qiang say this, Zhang Wuyan was stunned for a rare moment. Why didn't they tell me? Dad, do you want me to arrange it? No need. Xiao Qiang waved his hand. I am familiar with the city lockdown now, and when the time comes, I can just let Uncle Ju drive along. Zhang Wuyan hummed, with a smile in her eyes, okay, call me anytime if you have anything. Xiao Qiang nodded and opened the game with Zhen Mi. Entering the game page, Xiao Qiang entered the room built by Zhen Mi and suddenly found that there was one more person. The name of the game is Civic. Is this your friend? Xiao Qiang asked Zhen Mi, who was standing beside him. Zhen Mi nodded. I know the masters who play games. They all have good skills. The most important thing is that I can win every time by following Civic. The latest new activity is to bomb the Japanese island to get a magic weapon. You need to collect the 5 elements. I played with Civic twice and got it. Xiao Qiang understood and greeted the man first. Hello, great god. Civic's eyes flickered slightly and he replied with one word. Civic is a well-known gaming power leveling service, but due to its high price and long work schedule, it only receives a few orders. Zhen Mi was impressed by her enthusiasm for playing games. She told Xiao Qiang that when Civic played games, he became a different person. Her command ability and combat proficiency make her look like a super warrior rather than a gamer. This is particularly exciting. Xiao Qiang thinks that people who are good at playing games have cold personalities. But when Xiao Zhen described him as a super warrior, he felt that was a bit exaggerated. Only after seeing the operation of the Civic with his own eyes did Xiao Qiang realize that what Zhen Mi said was not an exaggeration at all. With every knife and gun strike and brutal action, Xiao Qiang seemed to see the soldiers he had seen on TV dramas in the character of a game. The most distinctive feature is that Civic will appear silently, take the opponent's head, and then shoot again. Xiao suppressed his surprise and was distracted, almost being noticed by the enemy. Civic came flying over on a motorcycle, stood on the motorcycle, and fired a few shots, killing the opponent. Being dazed will only give the enemy an opportunity to take advantage. How many lives do you have? Civic said coldly into their microphone. The game character operated by Xiao Qiang was lying in the grass, petrified. I saw the big word win on the screen and didn't notice that the Civic was offline. It was not until Xiao Qiang and Zhen Mi were the only ones left in the room that he came back to his senses from the shock. A girl. He never expected that the Civic, who was so skilled in operation and could easily capture people, was actually a girl. Her voice sounds a bit soft, but her tone is very cold. Zhen Mi didn't expect this to happen, Yeah, didn't I say that? Xiao Qiang shook his head. No. But it is indeed strong. Yeah, I think so too. Suzhou and Hangzhou are planning to hold the Mission Seoul national competition at the end of the year. This is a normal competitive sports event. I plan to recommend Civic to give it a try. Zhen Mi expressed her plan. Xiao Qiang knew that in addition to being the boss of Zhen Entertainment Company, Zhen Mi also invested in several competitive teams and built a professional esports school. He saw Civic's operations and methods tonight and felt that Zhen Mi's proposal was feasible. The next day, Xiao Qiang got up early in the morning. He was going to the airport to pick up Yutong and the others. When he met the person, he asked them what plans they had. If they had none, he would tell them what plans he had. Jean Muti shook her head. I don't have any plans. I was just planning to come and see you. Yes, school is about to start, and it will be even harder to see you then. Jean Yutong also nodded. Xiao Qiang likes these two young people very much. He feels that there is no generation gap when getting along with them. Okay, I heard that there are a lot of movies released recently. How about I take you to see a movie? Okay. The two agreed readily. In the past, Xiao Qiang wanted to go to the cinema but had no money to buy a ticket. Nowadays, we watch movies in Jean's independent cinema, so the atmosphere is somewhat lacking. So Xiao Qiang has always wanted to go to the mass cinema to watch a real movie and feel the atmosphere. Hearing the two people's agreement, he immediately asked Uncle Ju to drive to the largest movie in the closed city, and he was full of anticipation along the way. After buying movie tickets and grabbing popcorn and coke, the three of them sat on the recliners in the VIP room and watched a science fiction movie. When he came out, Xiao Qiang still felt a little unsatisfied and planned to watch one more show. Hello, Mr. Xiao, our chairman wants to see you. Who knew that just when Xiao Qiang was buying the ticket, a man suddenly appeared behind him. Jean Yutong and the others went to the toilet, and Uncle Ju was waiting in the underground parking lot. Xiao Qiang looked at him and asked with narrowed eyes, Who is your chairman? Please follow me. The man was going to lead the way. Xiao Qiang was not a fool. He didn't move a step and looked at the other party cautiously. The other party was anxious and was about to say something when a man came out and raised his hand to let the man back behind him. Hello, my name is Lu Chenyuan, the father of that bastard Lu Rui, I want to talk to you. When Xiao Qiang came to his senses, he said that he felt familiar with this person at first sight, and he was indeed related to Lu Rui. When Zhan Yutong and the others came out, they saw this scene. Worried that Xiao Qiang was being bullied, they hurried over. What's going on? Xiao Qiang gave them the tickets and popcorn. It's okay, just wait for me over there. The two refused, but Xiao Qiang assured them, and then they walked aside, staring at Lu Chenyuan with a fierce look. Jean Muti sent a WeChat message to Zhang Wuyen. Sister, there is an old man pestering my uncle. Zhang Wuyen was confused after reading the information and asked Special Assistant Zhang to investigate, only to find out that Lu Chenyuan had actually found Xiao Qiang. Special Assistant Zhang asked, Do you want me to handle it? No, my dad will take care of it. Zhang Wuyen believed in Xiao Qiang's ability, but frowned slightly and thought for a while, You go quietly and act accordingly. Yes. Lu Chenyuan stared at Xiao Qiang. He felt that this man was quite courageous. Few people could remain calm under his gaze. He is worthy of being the man that Zhang Wuyen likes, their temperaments are somewhat similar. I can understand a father's intention to find a way out for his son, but I can't help you. Lu Rui took advantage of loopholes in the law himself, and no one can help him. Xiao Qiang's voice was sonorous and powerful. People who had bought tickets and were waiting to enter the venue all looked over here. Someone recognized Xiao Qiang and quietly took out his cell phone to take pictures. Lu Chenyuan noticed the gazes from all around him, and his old face was filled with anger. You really don't even have any respect for me, Lu. Zhang Wuyen couldn't even see him, and wasn't given any chance at all. He lowered himself to ask Xiao Qiang for help, thinking that things would go smoothly, but he didn't expect the other party to show no mercy at all. Xiao Qiang grinned, Why should I give you face? You should persuade your son to be more obedient and do more work in prison, and try to get out as soon as possible to be a good person, instead of coming to me and doing useless work. After that, he called Zhan Yutong and his sister, Let's go, the movie is about to start. Xiao Qiang didn't want to miss the opening. Seeing no hope, Lu Chenyuan left angrily. Little did they know that the scene just now had already been filmed and posted online, and Weibo was all over the place because of Xiao Qiang. Zhang Wuyan was in the office and saw the trending search. Hash brother Lucky Bamboo is so handsome hash. Hash why should I give you face? Hash. Hash Lu Rui exploits legal loopholes, I kneel down and beg for mercy hash. Several trending searches have once again increased Xiao Qiang's popularity. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Xiao refused. Special Assistant Zhang called to report the situation. Zhang Wuyan said with a smile on her face, I know. In the evening, Xiao Qiang returned home and told Zhang Wuyan about this matter. Zhang Wuyan praised him, Dad, you did a good job. I will take care of the Lu family's affairs. You can just focus on preparing for school. Zhen Mi walked in right after and heard their conversation. She read their Weibo in the afternoon and understood. Yes, Godfather, just focus on getting ready for school. I have prepared a gift for you. She took something out of her bag mysteriously. Xiao Qiang took it and found it was a disc with a special signature on it. T.O. Xiao Qiang. The signature is Tanliner. Xiao Qiang said, FCK, and jumped up from the sofa in shock, for me. Zhen Mi nodded, yes, didn't I promise you that I would give you a special visa? Thank you, Xiao Zhen. Xiao Qiang happily held up the disc and took a photo. Post a blog. Special autograph. My first school gift. Xiao Qiang hadn't been on Weibo for a month. As soon as he logged on this time, he was discovered by his fans. As soon as I visited Weibo, I saw that he updated his Weibo. Take a look at the content. The fans were all excited, and even Tan Liner's fans came over. Envy, 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 I'm tired of saying it. Why? I want a special autograph too. Little brother, please tell Mr. Zhen that I want one too. I am dead. If you have any questions, please burn paper. A special signature, burn it for me, thank you. Brother, do I look familiar to you? Please sign me. Netizens discovered that being a fan of Xiao Qiang is so tiring. They just praised him for his integrity and for not yielding to the Lu family in the afternoon, but in the evening they asked him for a special autograph for Tan Liner. But they are tired but happy, they just hope Xiao Qiang can see the comments and give some benefits, such as a special visa. Unfortunately, Xiao Qiang went offline right after posting this Weibo, so he had no idea that his new Weibo post had caused such an uproar. Chapter 35 New Turbulence, New Roommate. In front of the University of Finance and Economics. The crowd surged, and freshmen and returning college students pushed their luggage to the reporting office to report. There were also many people standing at the door, looking eagerly at the end of the intersection. Is Brother Fugiju reporting in today? Really? I came here early to wait, and I can see my goddess from this position. Will Xiaojun come today? I want A's autographed photo. They were talking, holding various bouquets of flowers in their hands. Around 9 o'clock, 3 or 4 Maybach S600s slowly drove in from the intersection, and the crowd began to get restless. The campus security team shouted loudly to maintain order, everyone move back, be careful of the cars, move back. Xiao Qiang sat in the car and looked at the scene outside. Why are they so excited? In the past, I had the admission letter, but I didn't have the opportunity to experience the university campus. Now that he felt it, he felt a little strange. Why was it different from what he saw on TV? It seems that the enthusiasm is too much. Zhang Wuyan glanced at him indifferently and reminded him, Dad, remember to reject others later. What? Xiao Qiang didn't quite understand what his daughter said. It wasn't until the car stopped, the door opened, and Xiao Qiang came out that I understood. Everyone greeted him at once, and then handed the bouquets in their hands to Xiao Qiang, with such enthusiasm that he almost couldn't resist. It was only with the help of Zhang Wuyan and Zhen Mi that Xiao Qiang was able to escape from the crowded crowd. Xiao Qiang took a breath and said, Can't these people let me sign up first? Zhang Wuyan gently took the petals off his hair, so I said you have to know how to say no. Xiao Qiang was speechless. He had refused, but who knew that those people would become even more enthusiastic? Zhen Mi pulled Xiao Qiang's luggage and smiled, just enjoy your college life. Remember to send me messages and play games at any time. Military training will start in a few days. I've asked Uncle Ju to pack your things in the largest suitcase. If you need anything, just let me know and I'll deliver it to you personally. Zhang Wuyan instructed. Xiao Qiang said he understood, don't worry. On their way to the reporting office, several people were recognized, and some people asked Xiao Qiang to take a photo with them, saying that he was at the University of Finance and Economics and had already become famous. On campus, there were various clubs on both sides of the road. When they saw Xiao Qiang and his friends, they surrounded him enthusiastically, handed him flyers and invited him to join the club. Xiao Qiang refused again and again. "I will go sign up first and come to take a look later. I won't join yet. Goddess, let me help my junior brother with the luggage." A boy took advantage of the opportunity, walked up to Jean Mi, and took the suitcase enthusiastically. Jean Mi didn't bother to be polite with them and gave it generously. She looked at Xiao Qiang and whispered to Zhang Wuyan, "It seems that we have been worrying for nothing. With Godfather's popularity, no one in the school should dare to bully him." Zhang Wuyan hummed coldly, "I'm going to the principal's office. You accompany me. Be careful." "I know. Go ahead." Jean Mi walked in front of Xiao Qiang and helped to block the enthusiasm of those people. "Okay, let's go report first, okay. Mr. Jean has given the order, so why not?" Everyone immediately made way for them. Xiao Qiang was very grateful. After thanking her, he took Jean Mi's hand and left. Click, there is the sound of a camera taking pictures behind me. The finance campus network is very lively. Freshly out. The photo of the little brother and Mr. Jean holding hands. Someone posted a photo and the floor immediately became higher. They all said that the two of them were very good looking and the handsome guy and beautiful girl were very pleasing to the eyes. The guy is 10 times more handsome in person than in the photo. Someone commented. Immediately got the approval of a group of people. Of course, there are also people who are jealous and say whatever they want. What's so great about being handsome? The University of Finance and Economics is not a place to collect junk. What's the point of relying on appearance alone? If he has the ability, he can get the first place in every subject. The person above, "You must have eaten too much pickled radish, it's so sour." TSK, I think what the person on the 1251st floor said is right, being handsome is useless. I think he got in only with the help of President John and President Xiaojin. The topic of discussion suddenly changed and everyone started arguing. In the principal's office. "I hope no one else knows about my investment in your school so that Xiao Qiang can go to school with peace of mind. You don't have to give him any special treatment. Just treat him as an ordinary student." Zhang Wuyan said coldly. The principal and the dean looked at each other and said in unison, "Of course." Having said that, it is not necessarily the case. After all, this Xiao Qiang was recommended by Zhang Wuyan, and he is also related to President Chen. They will definitely give special protection to this important person. Zhang Wuyan saw through their thoughts at a glance but did not point them out because she hoped that Xiao Qiang could finish college safely and without worries. After the conversation, she walked out of the principal's office and called Xiao Qiang, but the other party did not answer. Zhang Wuyan called Jean Mi again. "Where is she?" "Male dormitory campus." Jean Mi was stopped by someone while answering the phone while walking inside. It was the floor manager, who refused Jean Mi's entry on the grounds that girls were not allowed to enter the men's dormitory. Xiao Qiang asked her to go back. "It's okay, I'll send you WeChat messages, and ask Wuyan not to come over." Jean Mi had no choice but to agree, and then handed the phone to Xiao Qiang. "Wuyan wants to talk to you." Xiao Qiang took it, walked to a corner, and whispered, "Girl. Dad, call me anytime if you have any questions." Zhang Wuyan only said this. "Good." After hanging up the phone and saying goodbye, Xiao Qiang went upstairs and opened the door. I saw that there was a bookcase and a computer desk next to each big bed. The room can accommodate 4 people. Each bed is an independent large bed of 1.5 meters, and there is a separate toilet and washroom. There is also an independent air conditioner installed on the wall and even a refrigerator. Xiao Qiang looked at the new environment with curiosity, touching here and there. In the past, when he received the admission letter, he went to the University of Finance and Economics once and visited the environment inside. Compared to now, it's far worse. I didn't expect that in 40 years, the living standards of universities have risen sharply. What he didn't know was that Zhang Wuyan was afraid that he would not live comfortably, so when he wanted to continue studying at the University of Finance and Economics, she spent money to renovate all the dormitories on campus, increasing the space and creating a comfortable environment. Xiao Qiang found that he was the first to arrive, but there was already a small luggage bag on the bed on the left. He opened his suitcase and began to pack his things. Yo, new roommate. A few minutes later, a voice came from behind. Xiao Qiang turned around and saw a boy who was shorter than him. The boy was wearing black framed glasses and had a small round face, which made him look quite cute. Hello. He was the first to greet. The moment Zhuanan saw Xiao Qiang, he was so happy that he threw away everything in his hand, idle. Xiao Qiang who was hugged. Zhuanan noticed that Xiao Qiang's body was stiff, and quickly let go. Sorry, I'm too excited. Hello, my name is Zhuanan. Actually, I didn't do very well on the first day of the exam, but after seeing your interview, I instantly felt more confident. In order to study in the same university with you, I worked very hard and finally passed the exam. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and his eyes became moist. Xiao Qiang didn't expect that he would have such a profound impact on others. Thank you, we will be roommates from now on. The door opened again and 2 more people walked in. One person tugged at his collar and complained, "Wow, it's so hot outside." "Hey, you look familiar." Zhao Li walked up to Xiao Qiang and looked him up and down. Chen Jin was feeling rather bored. He walked to his seat and sorted out his things. Seeing that Zhao Li hadn't remembered yet, he reminded him. Xiao Qiang, who was ranked in the top 5 in the country, is a Weibo celebrity who sends lucky koi fish, and is also called the Lucky Bamboo Brother. He was interviewed by the closed city TV station. Yes, I have a bad memory. Hello, brother, my name is Zhao Li. Zhao Li put his arms around Xiao Qiang's neck in a familiar manner. Xiao Qiang was surprised at Chen Jin's familiarity with him. Zhuanan explained, Chen Jin's idol is Tan Liner. We were classmates in high school, so we are quite familiar with each other. Since he knew that you were the only amateur that Tan Liner followed, he collected all your information. So that's how it is. Zhao Li let go of Xiao Qiang and patted Chen Jin. I guess you are collecting information because you are jealous. Chen Jin glanced at him and said, yes, I am jealous. I have never paid attention to amateurs, so you don't understand how complicated my feelings are. Xiao Qiang looked embarrassed. It was only the first day. Could it be that he was not getting along well with his roommate? He found the CD signed by Tio when he sorted out his things, and suddenly said to Chen Jin, how about another day, I will ask Xiaojin to get a CD signed by N.A. How about a signed photo of A? Chen Jin's eyes widened, really? Xiao Qiang nodded, it's more real than pearls. Then I want a Tio signature. Chen Jin was excited. Xiao Qiang gestured, no problem. After getting to know each other, they packed their own luggage and then made an appointment to go downstairs to eat together. On the way, Zhao Li asked Xiao Qiang if he had registered on the campus network. Xiao Qiang shook his head, no, how do I operate it? He took out his mobile phone and Zhuanan taught him how to register. Unexpectedly, as soon as he registered and logged in, Xiao Qiang's number of fans exceeded 10,000. Chen Jin and others, fuck, this speed is comparable to a rocket.